Hi guys, welcome back to another marathon speed clean with me. I am Ree from mummyof4.com. My channel brings you lots and lots of speed cleans, including speed cleaning marathons just like this one. You guys really enjoyed my last speed cleaning marathon, which was over 3.5 hours long. This one is 6 hours of cleaning motivation, guys, over 6 hours. So let's get the video on and get our clean on. Let's get our houses clean together. I would love it if you take the time to subscribe, like and comment as well, as it really helps to support my channel. So let's take a look at what needs to be done. The children's rooms are an absolute tip. They've pulled stuff out into the hall. There's just so much that needs to go away. There is laundry that's been dumped in my room that needs to go away. More of Zara's toys she's emptied everywhere. The office is a tip. Toys all over the living room. That sheet was hung up covering the window because we haven't even got curtains yet. Just so many bits and pieces to be done. As you know, I like to start my cleaning sessions with a load of laundry, so I'm just grabbing a dirty towel from the bathroom and the wet washing that's been left in the bath. Now we keep the wet washing separately just so that I know to wash it as a priority and we don't end up like a soggy towel or flannel or something in the laundry hamper and left there for any length of time and causing damp and yuckiness. We don't want that. So I'm just shoving a load of towels in. I'm using Method laundry detergent, no softener because it stops the towels becoming absorbent. I am, however, sticking in a capful of Zoflora, which will sanitize the towels. So now we're going to move on to Zara's room, which, as you can see, is a bit of a tip. I'm getting her to help me. I always like to encourage the children to help me, especially when it's their own mess. It's a really good habit to teach them, to sort of teach them to look after their own spaces. Just if you get them started younger and you make a bit of a game of it, they don't tend to mind. Now what we're doing is sorting her soft toys into this bean bag. It's literally a bean bag with no beans in it, and it is the best way to store soft toys. Moving on to her bed. Now her bed didn't actually need changing. I changed the sheets pretty recently, so I'm just making her bed. I do find a made bed just makes the whole room look so much better. It's like an instant makeover for a room if you can just pick up a few bits off the floor and make the bed, even if you don't have time to do much else. But today we are going to do cleaning as well as tidying. Although the tidying does seem to take a while when you have small children. Look, they like to empty everything out of their rooms onto the landing. Let me know in the comments, do your children do that? My children are like little furniture removal specialists. Zara's first steps were taken carrying one of those IKEA chairs, honestly. She just loves moving furniture. Now we're on to dusting, or dustering as my children call it. They love these dusters. You can dust without using any chemicals at all, so it's very kiddie friendly, and the heads just pop off and go in the washing machine, so you don't need to sort of use any disposable things. It's all kind of quite environmentally friendly, and it's just a super easy way to do it, and they love it. Look, I mean, they just think it's so much fun. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're much help, it's not much use, they're dusting carpet and stuff, but at least they're happy, they feel they're joining in, it's something we can all do together. So I'm just dusting the blinds, they are dusting all the things, the walls, all the unhelpful things, but they are having fun, which I guess is the main point, that they feel they're helping without actually whinging, which is always good. So I'm just dusting over the TV and of the chest of drawers thing, and then popping all of her soft dolly toys on there. I get asked where those are from a lot. They are all from the Disney store that we've collected over the years. They've had various birthdays and things, and they just love them, but I do get asked about that a lot. Now I'm picking up some bits and pieces off the floor so that I can vacuum the carpet. I do love when vacuum cleaners make those really satisfying lines in the carpet, and obviously I'm not that fussy, I've not made them into stripes or anything, but I don't know, it just kind of makes me happy. I'm using my cordless Dyson, which is super easy, not to have cords trailing all over the place. It lasts about probably 30 minutes on battery life, which is just fine for the way I am cleaning, as in with children around me in bursts, and then I can plug it back in, do something else, and as soon as it's charged, carry on. So that's Zara's room done, and let's move on to Bella's room. Now, Bella especially often feels really overwhelmed by her bedroom when it's a real mess. Now, I think as adults we can feel like this too, kind of looking at a messy room and thinking, ugh, help, send help, I don't know where to begin. But when we kind of all muck in and I kind of cheer up and go, yay, come on, we can do this together, she's always so delighted when her room is actually tidy and really like very much, oh, mummy, can my room always be like this? And yes, darling, it can always be tidy. We just have to sort of keep it tidy. I think it's our job as parents to sort of encourage our children and teach them these habits, because if they're taught when they're little how to stay on top of things and keep things tidy, it just becomes more of a natural thing to do as you're older, and then you don't feel the overwhelm as much when you're an adult. Well, that's the hope anyway, because I really feel like I had to teach myself how to be organised and be tidy, and that was quite a struggle as an adult, quite a difficult habit to learn. So hopefully, I don't know, I guess I'll have to just report back to you. I shall have to ask my children when they are older if that is true, if teaching them these habits as children helps them in their adult life. I don't know. Let me know in the comments. Were you brought up to be tidy, and are you now a tidy person, or were you brought up in a messy household and do you now live in a tidy or a messy household? I would be really, really curious actually to find out if you feel that how you were when you were being brought up has impacted how you are now. Anyway, enough of that very deep psychological stuff. On to more cleaning. We're still dusting, or dustering. Dustering is what the children call it, and I think it's too cute to correct them. Dusting Bella's dressing table, which she loves. She just loves sitting here and colouring and things. She also loves having it covered in clutter, but she likes it when it's clear. It just does tend to accumulate clutter. You can see she's got a lot of things on her bed. Bella likes things. She likes having all her things around her. So just vacuuming over in her bedroom, and then we will be ready to move on to the next room. There you go, that's Bella's room. Still lots of cuddly toys and things, but it's so much tidier. The surfaces are clear, and as the surfaces are clear, she's less likely to dump more stuff, because clutter, I do find, tends to attract more clutter. Now we are moving on to William's room. Now I would say William is my tidiest child. He is most likely to keep things neat and tidy. This is possibly because I started him younger. I think with my eldest, I didn't encourage him to do any sort of helping at all around the home, because he was 7 before I had another baby, and quite frankly, it was just easier to do things myself rather than to get him to muck in. And then I realised that as you have more children, it's not practical to do absolutely everything for absolutely all of them. And I really wasn't doing my eldest, my only child at the time, any favours by not kind of getting them involved. So with the little ones, I've always got them kind of involved in, right, come on, it's time to change the beds, come on, it's time to tidy rooms, and I've got them involved from when they were very little, and I think it's really helped. Now you'll notice we were just popping up the duvet cover before putting it in the wash, and now taking that duvet cover out of the pillowcase which it was stored in. So I store the children's bedding in their own rooms, that way if I've got to change their beds in the middle of the night or something, if they've been sick, I can. And then always make sure you pop her up a duvet cover before bunging it in the machine, otherwise you get things like pillowcases lost inside duvet covers that you just never know they've gone. I also think it's where a lot of socks end up, so if you've ever lost socks, look inside duvet covers, they're probably in there. Now this William's bed is a mid-sleeper bed, which I will link below actually, because I get asked about this a lot. It's a lovely bed and he loves playing underneath it. It's not too bad for changing, because I can physically change it from the floor if I want to. I am only 5'4", so I'm not super tall or anything, but I just find actually the easiest way to do it is to climb on top of it. But at least because it's not a super high bed, I'm not banging my head on the ceiling either. I can manage it. So if I could change it from the floor, I don't know. Have your children got a high bed, and how do you change it? Do you climb up and onto it, or do you sort of struggle from the floor? What is your preferred method? Now it's time to get all of William's toys back onto his bed. So he's going to do that for me, and I am going to fold up all these blankets, or blankies as the children like to call them. They never used to call them blankies when they were little. This is like a new thing they call them, but whatever. It makes them happy, you know, pick your battle. If they want to call it a blankie, they want to call it a blankie. They mostly like playing with them. They like making curtains under the bed, and it's a den, and it's this, it's that. They're just, I don't know, do your children like playing with blankets? Or is that just my children who, you know, have plenty of toys but prefer blankets? Now, time to vacuum all underneath William's bed and around his room. He's not got loads of floor space, which again is why it's been quite nice to have that space under the bed. but he and Bella, especially during this lockdown time, they've become really good friends and they really enjoy playing under there together. So that's William's room, looking pretty neat and tidy now. Now I'm going to take William's dirty sheets down to the laundry room and get those ready to wash, and just vacuum the landing. And then once the landing is all done, we are going to head downstairs because it's nearly time for the children to have some lunch. So before lunch, I'm just going to get Zara to help me pick up all this Duplo which has been left everywhere. We store the toys in these boxes. They're called Droner boxes from IKEA, and they fit into these Kallax units. And what I can do is quite a lot of toy rotation because all the boxes fit in all the different units. I know that I can tip them out. I mean, they're different colour boxes in different rooms, but it's quite easy to just tip them out and put them back. Oh, my teenager is making a brief appearance. He did consent. I said, you do realise you're about to walk into the shot here and you're going to get filmed. He didn't mind. He's like, it's okay. I will be in this very small section of the video. Anyway, now it's time to swap over the washing. That first load I put on has finished. So we're going to put William's bedding and some more laundry in to wash with a little reusable colour catcher. And we are using fabric softener because there's no absorbent stuff in this load, as well as the normal detergent. So that is all going on, and now I'm going to put some drying on. I'm going to empty the dryer first. Now you will notice my tumble dryer is stacked on top of my washing machine. Oh, that's a fluff bin, by the way. That is to put the fluff in from the dryer. I keep it on top of the dryer, and honestly, why I never had one of these before, I don't know. Anyway, that stacker thing with the drawer, I will link that below because the pulley-outy drawer thing creates like a shelf, which is really, really handy for sorting washing. Now I'm sorting this clean, dry washing into these units. These are more Droner boxes in my Kallax unit, this is my kind of laundry system. So there's a box for each family member, and the clean, dry stuff goes in there. When the boxes are full, they are given to said family member to put away. Now a lot of this stuff is dry towels and things, so the little pink things, those are like cheeky wipes, which are basically little flannels. They used to use as baby wipes, but now we just use sort of for hands and faces and things really. So some of those are kept downstairs for meal times and some upstairs in the bathroom for washing faces. I've got the towels, which when we moved, I did buy new towels because the towels were really kind of mismatched and really sort of just really a bit skanky and threadbare and gross. So I bought these. I've been really pleased with them. They've washed really well. They're just great Egyptian cotton towels. They weren't expensive at all, so I'll link those below because I get asked about those a lot too. Now that box I just emptied into that basket was my teenager's box. It was full, so that stuff is going to his room. I'm dumping that on his bed so that he can sort that after he's had his lunch. Now while the children are having their lunch, I am going to do a little bit of dusting around the TV and along this unit. This is my remote control holder. It's just literally a place, like a little, I think it's supposed to be a candle holder or something, but that white thing is where the remote controls go because it was driving me insane that we could never find the remote controls. Now it's like, guys, put them back there and then we know where they are. So I'm just moving the sofa. I'm going to vacuum round a little bit with my Dyson. Oop, knocking things over, whoops. Anyway, vacuum around a bit with my Dyson before I go over the floors with some anti-bac because we've got mostly laminate downstairs with just a couple of rugs and things. So I'm going to use this, which is my Method Wild Rhubarb anti-bac floor cleaner. Now you can just spray this directly onto the floor and then kind of just mop that up, but I use this, which is called the Vileda 1-2 spray. I will link this below as well, and it's great because it's an easy peasy way to mop the floor and clean the floors without making them super soggy, because you will find that's a real pain when you've got children. These are my mop socks. Now my teenager especially laughs at me incessantly for wearing these, but it's because when you have damped the floor a bit, so what I'm doing is there's like a trigger thing and it squirts out the floor cleaner and then I mop it up. But although the floor is not soggy like as if you were using a traditional mopping bucket, it's slightly damp, and I hate the sort of the sticky stuff from the floor cleaner getting on my feet, and I hate having footprints all over my nice clean floor. So by using these mop socks, it's like cleaning the floor as you go without leaving the footprints. So personally I think it's genius. My teenager thinks I look like a tool, which possibly I do, but I'm not sure I care about that. So, you know, what does it matter? What does it matter anyway? just out in our hall area now, making sure that any bits have been picked up by the vacuum cleaner, and then all the laminate is done. Sometimes I do like pick up the rugs and do underneath all of the rugs, but not today, just not today. It doesn't always happen. Next job is to clean and tidy around the children's toy kitchen, which is just a bit dusty really. The inside of the toy kitchen, much like my actual kitchen, is organised with baskets, so it's just easier to scoop up all the toys into the baskets, and I just find it's a much easier way for them to put their toys away. And then I'm just doing the floor around there, and then moving on to my kitchen, my actual kitchen, not the toy kitchen. So we're spraying over with a bit of Method Pink Grapefruit Multi-Surface Cleaner, just wiping over the surfaces after any mess that's been made from lunch. The children have had their lunch now, and Zara's gone for a nap, and the little ones are playing. It's just giving me an opportunity to finish another couple of jobs. Now, I didn't realise until we came to move here that the Method Wild Rhubarb, so the Wild Rhubarb anti-bac that I use on the floor is fine, but you're not supposed to use the Method anti-bac stuff on granite or quartz, which we have got quartz worktops. So I've had it direct from Method actually, but the pink grapefruit stuff that I'm using is fine for quartz and granite. Just avoid the anti-bac stuff on those surfaces. So now just doing these white tiles. Mop socks are back on. So, I mean, you can let me know in the comments if you want. Mop socks, genius or ridiculous? It's okay, I can take it, because I don't mind really. I don't mind if they look ridiculous, because it works for me. But I will link them below as well actually, because if you absolutely just need to look as cool as me and just can't live without mop socks another minute, then I will link those. Anyway, into the office where we do try and keep this tidy. That's the children's pen caddy. We are using this room for homeschool because we are still homeschooling. We have decided to keep the children home until September, by the way. It is June when I'm filming this. It's only 1 out of my 4 children that's been invited back to school with the way that it has worked where we live. And it would only be for 3 or 4 weeks for 1 day a week. So I just thought for the sake of potentially 3 to 4 days, I'm just going to carry on homeschooling them all until September rather than just sending one of them back for 3 or 4 days, because that's just the way it's going to work for us, and then hopefully they can all go back in September. Now back to cleaning. I am actually wiping off the marks with a magic eraser. I will link those below as well, because the felt tips, you know, the washable felt tips come off these tables quite well, but as soon as they use a wax crayon on those tables, they are a nightmare to get off. But those magic erasers are actual magical witchcraft or something, because they do get those marks off that just nothing else works. So we've been over with the vacuum, now just using my Veleda 1-2 spray and making the floor smell divine, as well as being anti-bac as well. And that's the office looking a lot tidier, and the lounge and kitchen too. So now downstairs is looking okay. We can move back upstairs and tackle a bit of my bedroom. Moving all the toys. I can't actually put them in Zara's room because she's napping, but put them outside her door ready to go in, and then I'm going to use a duster, I guess that's what the children call them, for dustering, and just do it over some of the surfaces like my dressing table. And now to put away some of these clothes which have come up from where they dry. They dry downstairs on that hanging rail in the laundry area, and then they get brought up and put into the relevant person's room. But first they get brought up and dumped on my bed, and they have to be put away from there. So that's my clothing on the right hand side of the wardrobe, and then the left hand side of that slidey wardrobe is my husband's. And then the towels go in these boxes in my bedroom, mainly because our airing cupboard doesn't have loads and loads of space in it. It's got a big tank in there, and it's got space for dirty washing, and it's got a big high shelf. But towels I do find easier to keep in that unit in my bedroom, which is near enough to the bathroom anyway. Now I've wiped over the bedside units and it's time to change our sheets. I will link a blog post below that just lists out everything I've got in our bedroom, because I get asked so many different times about where the sheets from, which are the pillow protectors, all of that is linked below. Now do not forget, we have to pop her up the duvet cover before it gets in the wash so that nothing gets lost inside it. And now I am actually stripping off the sheet, and time to get some new sheets, which are stored in this top box. Like I said, it's good to store, if you've got the space to, the bedding inside the bedroom where it's going to end up. It just makes life so much easier. Now, I've actually realised halfway through changing this that I wanted to change the mattress protector as well. I don't change the mattress protector every time I change the bed, I change it every other time I change the bed. So that was me going, was I supposed to do this? Yeah, I think I was. I'm a firm believer that it's well worth investing in mattress protectors and pillow protectors, especially for your mattress, because you spend a lot of money on a nice mattress and you just want to keep it nice. You don't want one of your children to come in, vomit on your bed, for it to seep through the sheets and ruin your mattress forever. It's not cool. You do not want that. It is worth getting a mattress protector. I will link mine in that blog post below, as I said. Now, if you've got an ottoman bed like mine, not only is it amazing for storing absolutely loads of stuff underneath, which you can see I've done there, but this is the easiest way to change a sheet as well, and to just make sure it's kind of nice and neatly tucked under. Now, if you are on the lookout for a new bed, ours is from Arista Living. It was gifted to us and I love it. I have got a discount code, which I shall put up on screen now. Ours is the king-sized ottoman with extra storage, if you are wondering, but it's definitely worth having a little look on their website. I can highly recommend them. Now, I have said in previous videos that I try not to change all the beds in one day, and obviously in this particular clean I am changing more than one bed in one day, but I think it's just because I know that I have already got Will's bedding in the washing machine, so there's not like a backlog I've created, and that's what I don't like to do. I don't like to strip all the beds at once and to just not be able to get in the laundry room because I've got so much waiting to be washed. Whereas because I know that I've already got Will's bed in and I can take that out shortly and put it in the dryer and I'll be able to wash this stuff, it's not stressing me out too much. But generally that's why I like to stagger it. So even if it's just like I wash some in the morning and then some in the afternoon, I prefer that to go into the laundry room, not be able to see the floor because there's so much bedding to do. By the way, you've probably noticed I do not iron my bedding. Now, I'm fully aware that some people may judge me for this, and ideally in an ideal world we all have beautifully ironed sheets, but I don't personally have time in my life for that, and quite frankly most of my bed is covered by either that pink throw or the multiple cushions anyway, so there's a very small amount that you can actually see. So I've made that decision in my life. I don't iron bedding. Now I am spraying the bed with some homemade fabric freshener, which there's a blog post down in the description below which you can check out if you want to make your own. I bought this caddy since we've been homeschooling, but I'm really glad I got it because it'll be really good for homework and things and just general crafts and such, even when they are back in school. Now, most of the mess I find in our little homeschool corner is little pieces of paper that end up all over the place, because as well as doing sort of more structured academic work, the girls are little. I mean, Bella's only 5 and Zara's only 3, so a lot of the stuff they do is quite sort of cutting and sticking, which is a good skill to have. Learning, scissor skills, that's a good skill. It's something we want them to be able to do in school. It's good for their fine motor skills. But it does mean there are lots of tiny pieces of paper all over the place all the time, so that's why I was sweeping those up. Now that the table is clear, I'm using some Method Anti-Bac in the wild rhubarb smell, which smells divine, to wipe and clean the tables, obviously get rid of some bacteria as well. I'm just trying to get some of the marks off the tables because there are a lot of them. They don't always seem to manage to draw on the paper, sometimes they manage to draw on the tables as well. I mean, it doesn't matter too much because they are just their little play tables, but still, I do try and wipe them down and get the marks off as often as possible. For the really stubborn marks, I'm using some magic eraser. It's just like a little sponge and you wet it, you don't put any other chemicals on it, and I don't know what's in it other than magic. I just know it takes pretty much anything off pretty much anything. So you need to be careful which surfaces you use it on and sort of patch test first. But you can get these, I will link some below, but you can get them in like pan shops and things. And this is the only thing I find that gets crayon off those little tables. So now over to my desk. I'm just going to tidy it away a bit. It's the end of the week. While I have got some work to do over the weekend, I will not be working anymore today after this clean. Just want to wipe over my desk, which just gets a bit dusty, lots of bits of rubbish all over it, and a bit of anti-bac on my keyboard because I'm touching that all the time, and just generally tidy up and put some of the bits and pieces away because I can't cope with a really cluttered desk. It's got to be kind of everything where I need it, and otherwise it can't work. It just really stresses me out. Anyway, now to vacuum. I've got my little cordless Dyson. The battery on this probably lasts about 20 minutes flat out. So what I tend to do is do a bit and plug it back in, and then do a bit more and plug it back in. To be honest, the children rarely let me do anything for only one thing 20 minutes straight anyway. Now for my mop socks. Now my teenager laughs at me and thinks I look like a tool, but I don't care. I think they're a fashion statement, and more than anything, they are totally functional, because what is more annoying than mopping the floor and just having footprints and like soggy feet and stuff? These, I'm mopping the floor as I go. I think it's genius. I don't know, maybe you would disagree with me and think I do look like a tool. Maybe you would agree with my teenager, but it doesn't really matter because they make me happy. So I'm going to keep using them. Anyway, I am using my Veleda 1-2 spray, which I'm not sure if you can really see. There's a trigger and it squirts, and then that kind of squirts the cleaning detergent onto the floor, and then the microfiber pad on it mops up the stuff you've just squirted on the floor. I'm doing a terrible job explaining that. But I filled it with, sometimes I fill it with diluted soap flora, but today I've got it filled with the Method floor cleaner, and that's in the Wild Rhubarb too. Now, the keen-eyed among you will have noticed I did not put on a load at the beginning of this power hour, which I normally do, but that's because it's much later in the day and I'd already put several loads of washing on, if I'm honest. So now it's actually time to empty out the machines. So I've taken the wet washing out of the machine, I'm taking the dry washing out of the tumble dryer, not forgetting to empty the fluff filter. I'm not sure if that's what it's really called, and put it into my little fluff bin. In the last house I didn't have a fluff bin near the tumble dryer, and I was constantly traipsing around trying to put this stuff in the bin. Fluff bin on top of the dryer has been a game changer. Anyway, the drying is now in the dryer, the stuff that has been sorted. There's two types of things. Oh, hang on. First of all, I'm going to show you this. That I was just holding in my hand was a reusable colour catcher. So that's what that was. Anyway, I sort the stuff into tumble dryable and non-tumble dryable. So shortly I will have to hang up the wet stuff that doesn't go in the tumble dryer. The other stuff is already in the tumble dryer and that's on. And now I'm folding away some of the stuff that has come out of the dryer. So I'm folding the towels and things that need to go upstairs mainly, although we do keep some towels in the bathroom downstairs as well. And then I'm sorting away all the pants and socks and various other things that come out of the dryer into these Calyx boxes. Now the way this works is I've got a Calyx box for each family member. So underneath that radiator that you can see in the back right corner of the screen, there's one for my husband and one for me, and then the sort of the one, that grey one I just pulled out, that stack, they're one each for the children. Now what I'm doing is I'm giving the children their own washing to put away. I've given each of them a basket with a few of their bits and pieces in them. I mean, I've given Zara hers, she needs a bit of help if I'm honest. And now we're going through the drying stuff. So this is the stuff that does not go in the tumble dryer and it hangs here to dry. Now this is the fullest I would ever allow this area to get. There is space between each item of clothing so that it can dry properly, and there is a radiator there. And I find that drying it on hangers like this is a really efficient way to dry all year round, and things dry in shape, they don't really need much ironing and things after this. So as long as it's emptied frequently enough so that there is space between the clothing for it to dry, because someone once asked me, does it cause like a problem with damp? It doesn't, because it's a warm area and I don't squish anything too closely together. If you squish it too closely together, then yes, that might be an issue. But what I tend to do is leave a few hangers between each item of clothing, and that causes like a natural separator. So the stuff that wasn't fully dry, I've hung on that top rail, and then this bottom rail, I'm hanging just stuff that isn't dry at all, so I'm just going to the washing machine, so it needs to be dried. Now to tidy up a bit more in here and put in those baskets, I've put those two baskets there. The idea is it's for sorting lights and darks into. So that's the laundry done for now. I've got some more to sort out upstairs. Now I'm going to tidy up the lounge area, tidy up some of the cushions, that basket full of stuff that's just left all over the sofa has been put at the bottom of the stairs ready to carry up for when I go up. Now we're doing another wipe over of the children's other play table. This is the one in the living room. And now we're going to dust over with what the girls called dusterers. They're doing dustering with dusterers, and it's so cute I can't bring myself to correct them. So we've I don't know, far too many letters in that word. We are dusting we've done the TV, and now we're just doing this cabinet under the TV. That little white thing that I just had in my hand is actually our little remote control station, and I I got that from IKEA. I think it's supposed to be a candle holder or something, but the reason I use it is because it drives me insane when I can't find the remote controls. So I say, right, put them in there and then we know where they are. And then that's their home. And it doesn't always work. People don't always put them back, but generally I'm far more likely to find them since I've been doing it that way. So just now to do our dining table, gives us another little anti-back over. I mean, this does actually get done after every meal, but I thought as I got my stuff out, I'm going to do it anyway. It's only a 2-second job, wipe it over. And then now I'm going to wipe over the children's play kitchen. This is full of all their play food. It's right next to our real kitchen and they love playing with it. But it does get a bit dusty, so just giving it a little wipe over. And now on to the real kitchen. The girls are helping. I mean, look how helpful they are, sort of, not really being, but bless them, they're having fun, they're getting involved. And I do think it's important, I've talked about this in other videos, to get your children involved in cleaning and tidying and things, and for that to just be a really normal part of the day. It's like, this isn't just mummy's job, let's all do it together, and then the quicker we all get things done, the quicker we can go and play. Now I am cleaning the worktop. This isn't granite, I'm using a granite cleaner, it's actually quartz, but you can't use the method anti-back on quartz or granite, so I am using the special method granite cleaner. Now it actually smells like not just apples, but apple fizzy chewits, if you want to know the exact smell of this product, and it smells great. You will see that I just moved the toaster and I'm going to give that a bit of a clean over in a second. We do actually keep it on a tray to make that a lot easier. And I get asked a lot, where did I get the toaster tray? So I will link that below too. Now I'm going to do something I do not do frequently enough, which is get rid of all the crumbs from the toaster, empty out the toaster tray, clean all that out, because full disclosure, I do not do this enough. I'm actually going to use the method multi-purpose for this. This is Prink Grapefruit Smell, which I love. It's my favourite of the multi-purpose smells. It kind of smells like a shower gel from the Body Shop I would have had when I was a teenager. So yummy. So that's the toaster kind of given a little wipe over, and then the toaster tray given another little wipe over too. I just find it's a much easier way because all the crumbs kind of stay a bit more contained. It's just an easier way to kind of clean up. Now to clean up the mess I just made with all those crumbs, and then we're moving on to the sink. Now I've got this little caddy, this is my food waste caddy, so we put our food waste in there and then we take it outside for recycling. I will link that below because I get lots of questions about that. And now I am cleaning the sink. I've sprayed a bit of multi-purpose on and I'm actually using my brush. I can't think what it's called, but it's basically got some washing up liquid in it, and then it sort of squeezes out through that pad thingy. A bit more multi-purpose spray and a microfiber cloth, which I'm going to need to change in a minute actually, because that's getting a bit yucky and icky, and I'll just chuck that in the wash and get a fresh one and carry on cleaning. And now just to do this little corner, including my hand soap dispenser. We haven't actually got any. In the last house I used to use sort of disposable hand soap, and now I just buy the refills and refill the hand soap dispensers we have in each room. Now to vacuum the floor in here. I get asked a lot about keeping the white tiles clean and how easy that is to do. I do find it shows up a lot for marks, but then it just sort of prompts me to vacuum them up a bit quicker. It sort of shows bits and hair and stuff a lot more. It's pretty easy to keep clean though. I would say the white grout is trickier to keep clean. That you notice a lot more. Perhaps we should have gone for grey grout, I don't know, perhaps it wouldn't like being such a pain, but I guess we can always regrout it quite easily, but the tiles themselves, you know, they're coming up quite nicely. Now into the living room and vacuuming while I've actually been cleaning. Zara has made more mess. She likes making mess. She's 3, it's her job. So I'm just vacuuming all around, ready to get my Valida 1 True Spray back out and to do the laminate and the tiles with that. It does leave the whole house smelling so good because it just smells like that wild rhubarb anti-bac stuff that I've got in there, which sort of just smells like sweets if I'm honest. So I do find that if I use cleaning products that smell good, it makes me want to clean. I used to use candles a lot, but with having so many little ones around, I kind of feel like it's a bit of a fire hazard to leave candles burning. Maybe when they're a bit older I can do that. For now, the only way you can make the house smell fab is with cleaning products, which is cool because it makes me clean more. Now time to change the pad thing. I've got 2 of these, kind of one on and one in a wash, and I've just put that away ready for using next time. Now we're heading upstairs. Most of the children's laundry has gone away. Most of them have done it themselves, but I think Zara's going to need a little bit of help with hers. That's my husband's stuff, which I'm hoping he'll put away himself. We can but hope. The towel box up here is actually full, so that one needs to go back downstairs to the downstairs bathroom, because I do keep some towels upstairs and some towels downstairs for ease of use. Now to dust or duster, depending on what you want to call it, over my dressing table units in my bedroom, just a little quick chemical-free clean there, and now to put away all of the clean, dry washing that was hanging up downstairs and has been brought upstairs into the relevant wardrobes. So I'm just slightly off camera there, chucking it all away in our built-in wardrobe in our bedroom. And then the girl stuff needs to go into their wardrobes. Now I'm going to vacuum. I'm not doing like a full deep clean of any of the rooms today. It is very much power hour, very much I just get it all clean and tidy kind of session. And oh, that's my hair tool organizer. I love it. Someone recommended it in the comments on here, so thank you for that. I love it. It's a really good place to put my hairdryer and my hair straighteners, even if they're still hot, to kind of keep them safe and out of the way. And it keeps the top of my counter totally clean and tidy and clutter free. Now, just putting these dresses away in Bella's wardrobe. I do keep their matching dresses all together. I used to keep them separately in each wardrobe, and then I just had to go to back and forth with different wardrobes because they were matching dresses on the same day, and it was a pain. So I now keep matching dresses together. It's easier. Now Bella's room just needs a little bit of a tidying up. She does normally sort of help me tidy up, but she's playing nicely for a minute, so I'm just going to get on with it myself. I am a big believer in getting the children to help wherever I can, but you know, sometimes it is quicker to do it yourself, so I just believe in a bit of a balance. Get them involved, make them feel like they're helping, but equally sometimes just let them get on with it because it's quicker. Now I'm just doing the landing area with the Dyson, and oh look, here are the girls in Bella's room. Nope, not even Bella's room, Zara's room. Do you do that? Do you call your children the wrong names? Whoopsie. Anyway, in Zara's room, and the place is a tip. Surprise, surprise. Zara's room is, without a doubt, the messiest room in the house. As soon as I tidy it, if you watched my last vlog, we tidied, we did a lot of speed clean, and then I went in to set William up with his tutor. He's logging into his tutor, get him all set up. I was gone 5 minutes, and the girls trashed the room again. Just totally trashed it. I don't know how to manage it. Must be a special skill. Anyway, we're now tidying up. I am getting them involved in this room, tidying up Zara's room, where they have been playing, putting away those little nighties were just in a basket ready for them to put on later, putting all Zara's soft toy dollies away, clearing her table, getting her to put her own hairbands and things away. She's only 3, but she does know where things go. You know, I think you can underestimate how much that they are capable of doing at different ages, and certainly with the youngest, I think it's much easier to let them just be like, you know, it's okay, you don't have to do anything. So it is kind of a bit of an effort. It probably takes longer to get them involved, but if you kind of make it a game, sometimes I put sort of music and things that they like on in order to motivate them to join in, and quite often it's like something at the end of the clean as a special reward. So today is Friday, so tonight they will be allowed to have a film before they go to bed, and obviously we won't be able to do that unless everything's nice and tidy, so that's kind of the bribe, I suppose. Come on, let's get all this done, otherwise we won't be able to have film night. So let's all get it done together, and there'll be plenty of time. Isn't that sort of a fun thing to work towards? So I'm just popping the rug back down. That rug was actually from IKEA, and apparently it is machine washable. Now I have not tried to machine wash it yet, but hopefully it will hold up well. Do you have one of those? Have you tried machine washing it, and does it work? I'm starting my kitchen over here by this windowsill, and I'm starting with a little bit of Method multi-surface cleaner, and I'm going to start here on the windowsill and we're going to work clockwise around the kitchen. Now look how grim that is. I clean my kitchen a lot. I don't do this windowsill as much as I should. This windowsill is eventually going, because this is where we're going to put our extension. This is the plan, so this will be knocked through, but for now I've got these little fake plants on it, so at least I don't have to water them. But I'm just giving that a little bit of a wipe over. Clearly I need to do this more, or it wouldn't be so stinking and dusty. But now we're going to get a clean cloth. I use a lot of these microfiber cloth. I used to use, years ago, a lot of kitchen roll, and I went through it, and it's not as good for the environment because it's going through so much of it. I was spending a blinking fortune. So I invested in these microfiber cloths, and they are the best things ever. I have loads and loads of them, and then when I clean, I just stick them all in a load to wash. I stick them on a 60-degree hot wash with a little bit of Zoflora in there to disinfect them. And then they're all disinfected, and then I've got them, they dry really easily because they're made of microfiber, and I've got them to use again, so I'm not running out of anything. It's a bit better for the environment, and I definitely save some money. Right, now on to some Method glass cleaner, and I'm actually cleaning the front of my fridge with this because it's sort of quite a high shine surface, and it's sort of a bit of a magnet for fingerprints, the fridge. So I'm using another microfiber cloth. I basically just used a microfiber cloth until it sort of is a bit soggy and therefore a bit grim and full of product and grease and things, and then I'm just kind of chucking them into a pile to wash and grabbing a fresh one. So wiping over all of the fridge, getting rid of all the icky fingerprints in that little bit where the water comes out and just a bit of gunk collects. I use the word gunk a lot. Some people think that's quite funny. I get lots of comments about me using the word gunk, but that just describes what we're cleaning, does it? No, let me know in the comments. Do you use the word gunk, or is that genuinely a funny word? Should I not be using it? Just let me know. Anyway, still cleaning the fridge, making sure that it is nice and sort of high shine, buffing it. Look, I'm there getting another microfiber cloth out of my little basket. I keep the basket of these under my sink, which you will know if you saw my kitchen tour. If you have not seen my kitchen tour, I will link that below for you to check out later. I show you exactly what I keep in all the cupboards, how I organise them, and all that kind of thing. Now, continuing to work clockwise around, and I try and start by going up high and working down. That way, if any of the product drips, I can sort of wipe it all off, and I know that whatever's clean at the top stays clean. You'll probably notice that I'm actually standing on something. You can't quite tell, but I'm standing up and down on this step. It's like a folding step stool, which I use. I've got one upstairs and one downstairs, and because I am only 5'4", it's the only way I can actually reach the top of the cupboards. So that's how I'm suddenly becoming taller. In case you were wondering, it's a step stool. I will link it below. Actually, it was an expensive one and it folds flat, so that's really handy. So I'm just wiping over all the cupboards. I don't do this all the time. I wipe over the kitchen surfaces and the hob and things daily. The cupboards don't get wiped that much. They are handleless, but then obviously there's still like a whole area that collects fingerprints and things, and obviously germs, so they do need wiping, but I don't do it every single day. Let me know, how often do you wipe your actual kitchen cupboards? Not the surfaces, but the cupboards. I'd be really curious to know. Anyway, we are back on wiping the outside of the oven. I'm not actually doing the inside of the oven in this clean because I feel that is a really huge job, and doing that on top of all of the rest of the kitchen, quite frankly, my children are going to demand my attention before I get all that done. So I didn't want to empty out all of, get into doing the oven and the inside of the oven, that is, and then neglect the rest of the kitchen, because that is on my list for today. Incidentally, this Method glass cleaner is the nicest smelling glass cleaner that I have found. It sort of smells minty, which really is pretty inoffensive, because a lot of the glass cleaners, they smell like vinegar. I know vinegar is really good for cleaning, and I agree it's a good cleaning product. But do you want your house to smell like vinegar? I don't personally want my house to smell like vinegar. I do prefer the minty one. So the two smells that I'm using are the minty one, which I don't suppose goes with the pink grapefruit, but it works. They're two products that work really well to cut through the kind of greasy brown. I am now wiping over the tiles as well. I don't wipe all of the tiles every day, but I do try and wipe, because they are white tiles and they show up everything. I do try and wipe if anything kind of skets or splats on the tiles. I try and wipe that up straight away. Now the toaster, you will notice, is kept on that toaster tray, and that is to make cleaning up like this easier. Just wiping over the kettle and just getting all the grime that builds up off that, and then wiping over this corner so that I can then clean up the toaster and put it back. Now, do you keep your toaster on a tray or not? I do, and the reason is it's just easier to kind of bash off the crumbs, and just easier to clean underneath it. I don't know, I just find it easier. I get asked a lot about this toaster tray, so I will link it below. I get asked about the toaster tray more than the toaster, funnily enough. The toaster is fab, actually. It was like a moving in present when we moved in from my auntie, and it's really good. We're really pleased with it. I think it looks really great in the kitchen, but I'm also pleased that the toaster tray fits it so beautifully. So I will link both of those just in case you want to get your hands on those too. So now what we're doing next, we're going to carry on moving along the surfaces. Now, incidentally, you will have seen me use in other cleaning videos the Method, the other one I like is the antibacterial, the wild rhubarb, smells divine. But I have been told by method and by actually reading the bottle, not to use it on granite or quartz. And these worktops, the white stuff, that is quartz. So I don't want to be using something that sort of doesn't go with it or is going to have a negative impact on it. So I've used the glass cleaner on the hob extractor and the actual hob itself, and I'm just using the multi-surface all across the tiles. So the tiles aren't too bad because I do pick up, like if there are little splats of orange or whatever, like tomatoey sauces, or if I'm cooking spaghetti bolognese or something and it's curry and it splats, I do wipe it off. So I don't know if actually having white tiles makes me more aware of doing spot cleaning, and therefore makes me wipe it up more. I definitely wipe these white tiles more than I used to wipe my coloured tiles I have in the last house. Now doing over the sink, I'm using this little brush thing, can't remember what it's called, but I will link it below. But basically it's a dishwashing brush, and you put washing up liquid straight in it, and then it kind of oozes out of the sponge. So now I'm wiping back over the surfaces, and then I'm going to spray and go over the sink. So I've kind of done a once over the sink with the washing up thing, and now I'm spraying and wiping over with the microfiber cloth the rest of the sink to get it all nice and shiny. Look how shiny that is. Isn't it satisfying to have a nice clean shiny sink? Or is that just me thinking? But that's quite fun. Now this little bucket thing is our food waste, like recycling caddy thingy. Is that what it's called? Recycling caddy thingy? Basically the food waste goes in there, and then it goes outside into the big food recycling thing that gets picked up every week. But it's so much prettier. I know like lots of councils and things give them out with generally, darker colours or whatever. So this one wasn't expensive, and I feel like it goes with the kitchen more. So I'm quite pleased with that. Back to my step stool. Now I've broken my own rule here because I intended to do the high up cupboards before doing the sink and stuff underneath it. And I forgot, to be honest, so I'm going back over it, and also if I splat anything I'll have to wipe it again. But I'm wiping over these higher cupboards, and yeah, I've done too much of a mess, at least I shall endeavour not to. I've also not cleaned inside the fridge in this clean, you'll notice that too, but again, inside the fridge, we're doing the whole oven. That in itself is like a big job, and if someone else had the children, and I would kind of get on with that, but you can't actually see the children. They are sort of playing just sort of off camera, so they are around, and I've not got loads of time to myself to tackle those jobs, so we'll tackle those separately. This kitchen is more like a power hour kind of clean than an all day kind of clean, because I do find that's the only way I can get anything done as a mum. Do you find that? Oh, there we go, Zara's little faces in the corner there. See, I told you they were around. I'm just wiping over the front of the dishwasher. This is something else, like a lot of our appliances are quite high shine, but get quite fingerprinty. Is fingerprinty a word? They get quite fingerprinty. So obviously if there's fingerprints, there's probably germs and things too. Now this handleless kitchen, what I do notice is sometimes, like you can see the lip of the handleless bit, that does collect kind of gunk sometimes. So that does need a little extra wipe. The up ones, gosh I can't even speak today, don't tend to, but the down ones do, because they've got a lip, if that makes sense. Am I making any sense? And you'll just notice that I've remembered I've got granite cleaner, so I've been using multi-surface this whole time, and now I'm using the Method granite cleaner because I remembered I had it. The Method granite cleaner smells exactly like Fizzy Chewits, the apple flavour Fizzy Chewits, which smells divine. So I've just realised, sort of almost at the end of the clean, oh, I should have been using this on the granite and the quartz, isn't it? It's the same thing. I think quartz is just man-made granite, is that right? Someone can correct me there. Basically it's sparkly quartz, granite-ish stuff. And I should have been using that on it all along, but the multi-surface cleaner does a really good job too. Right, next job, a vacuum over the floor. This is my little Dyson handheld thingy. I do find the floor tiles, people are like, white floor tiles, are you mad? It's going to show up every little thing. It does show up every little thing, but again, it does encourage me to spot clean a little bit more. I'm more inclined to grab the hoover, especially without this long attachment, or just the little short attachment, just get down on my hands and knees and get a little bit up, all the bits and pieces. Now, I'm not regretting the white tiles. Do you know what I do regret? The white grout. I've now got a little piece of magic eraser and some gloves, because there's some sort of chemicals in these magic eraser things like that. I will link these below as well. But basically, The white tile cleans up really, really well. It's like a sparkly white tile, and if you just clean it with my normal floor cleaning method stuff, which I'm going to go over it with a second, it comes up great. The grout is like a dirt absorber and it's a pain in the bottom. So I'm getting the worst of it off before I clean with my Method Wild Rhubarb and my little squirty thing, my Valido 1-2 spray. Before I get all that out, I'm just having a little go over to get the worst of the grout off. But I'm thinking white grout was not so sensible. Now my husband has said that we could re-grout and seal it as an option, and maybe that would make it less likely to absorb the dirt. But as you can see, the white tiles, not that dirty, even though I haven't cleaned them yet. The grout, they're supposed to be white. Yeah, not amazing. So I don't know what, I'm using magic eraser and that's pretty good, but I am noticing that already I'm sort of like almost digging out the grout because I'm scrubbing it. So if anyone's got any genius ideas how to keep white grout white, then I am all ears. Please do let me know in the comments, because so far, of all the decisions we've made in this house, because as you'll know, it's we did like a full renovation, like a start to finish renovation, so we had a lot of decisions to make. The white grout was the worst decision we've made so far. So I'm now filling up my Valido 1-2 spray with my Method Wild Rhubarb Anti-Bac Floor Cleaner stuff, which smells amazing. And you literally just spray it. I mean, you can just spray it directly on the floor and then mop it up with a cloth or something, but I like using this because it's just super easy and it's got a little trigger, so you fill it up, and then, oh, these are my mop socks. But before we get back to it, my mop socks, the ones my teenager makes fun of me for looking like an idiot wearing. I don't care, they're genius. It means I don't have footprints all over the place. I don't have wet feet. I don't know, maybe you think I look like an idiot, maybe I do, but I think it's genius to, you know, have these mop socks and not have soggy feet, and to be able to kind of buff up the floor as I'm going. There you go, I'm just grabbing a bit more magic eraser and holding it with a cloth because I can't bother to put gloves back on, to just do this little bit of grout because it's driving me insane. This Valido 1-2 spray thing is amazing on the tile, it's amazing on the laminate, it's just not doing much for the grout. But as I've said, the white grout may have been a little bit of a mistake. It's just doing this little last section of the floor now, and then going back over little bits that have got an extra tough mark with a cloth, and then just a little bit down the side of the breakfast bar. This is a basket of coats I had cleared up from our downstairs coat hooks. These coats are more wintry and it's currently August, and there was no point in them being downstairs cluttering up our sort of main space. So these needed to go upstairs into the relevant people's wardrobes, and I do use baskets to carry things around and sort things from room to room quite a lot. Now, just to pop this scarf away in my wardrobe, I have boxes of things I don't use quite as much up high inside my wardrobe, and then the girls' coats can go away in their rooms. These are some of Bella's socks that ended up in my room for some reason, so I've given those back to her, and now it is time to strip and change my bed. Now, not only am I going to strip and change the bed, but I'm also going to totally change the duvet itself for a summer one, because this one is a 10.5 tog duvet, which I didn't know much about togs. I couldn't remember which duvet we had in the last house. So I bought this when we bought the house, and I thought it was the same, like a reasonably light duvet. 10.5 tog is not a light duvet. It is quite a thick, it's a lovely fluffy thick duvet, which will be fabulous for winter. But for now, it's too thick. We have been melting. Us Brits are not very good when it gets too hot, or too cold for that matter. We do like to moan about the weather, don't we? I am now poppering up or buttoning up the duvet cover before putting it in the wash. I always do this because otherwise I find pillowcases or random bits of whatever end up getting lost inside the duvet cover, never to be seen again. And then they don't dry properly, don't wash properly, as well as being lost. And it's a nightmare. Now, I store the bedding for each bed somewhere in each room. So our bedding is stored in one of the Thompson Calic boxes. The children's bedding is stored in their own rooms. The reason I do that is it's just easier for when you're changing the beds, but also for the children especially. I mean, not so much for us because we're unlikely to wet the bed or be sick in the middle of the night all over the sheets, hopefully. But if the children's bedding is in their own rooms and you have got to change it in the middle of the night for whatever reason, it is easier to do. This is an ottoman bed, as you can see, which not only is it good for lifting to get the stuff out that is stored underneath, it actually makes it easier to put the sheet on the mattress and fit it on properly. So I do lift it up even if I don't need any stuff out. So I kept that bag thing that the duvet cover came in. I thought it would be useful for something. Clearly it's useful for putting the duvet away in. It's like a nice zippy bag. I figured it would be handy for storing stuff under my ottoman bed, because I do like to section things off under there in the ottoman rather than having a big jumbled mess. But that's the duvet packed neatly back into there. At this point, I'm getting pretty hot. As I said, it's August and I'm boiling, so I'm going to open the window. It is nice to have a bit of fresh air while you're cleaning, especially while you're changing the bed. Now I'm grabbing the lighter weight duvet that I bought. This is a 4.5 tog king size duvet. I will link it below if you fancy grabbing one. And hopefully this will make sleeping at night much easier. I would love to know actually, which tog duvet do you have on your bed, and do you change your duvet from a summer to a winter and vice versa, or do you just stay with the same one all year round? Now I'm unbuttoning the clean duvet that was obviously buttoned up to go in the wash, so it is like one extra step you have to do, but I find it saves so much time and hassle looking for scrunched up, unwashed, half washed, not properly dried things in the bottom of the duvet cover itself. So I'm popping the duvet into the duvet cover, and you will notice it is not ironed. Now, I don't iron my duvet covers, partly because it's just one more job to do, and partly because most of it is covered by a throw and pillows and things anyway, so you don't even see that much. Now, I know you can iron it if you want to iron it on the bed, sort of a bit of a mum hack there, but do you know what? I can't even be bothered to do that. And I don't know, some people may judge me for that, but I don't know, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to start doing it now. I've got 4 children and I work full time. That's one thing I'm just not going to make time for in my life. I'm going to choose to do other things other than ironing the bedding. Hats off to you if you make time to iron yours. I'm in awe that I can't find the time. So I'm now covering up the pillows with the pillowcases. I do have pillow protectors on all of my pillows and a mattress protector on my mattress. I don't change that every time I change the bed. I probably change the protectors every other time I change the bed, because I don't feel like they need doing every single time. And obviously it's just a little bit less washing, isn't it? Because the mattress protection or the pillow protectors are probably another load all by themselves. Now to pop the old duvet away, I said the old one, the winter one, which we will be getting back out in no time the way this year is going. Honestly, is anyone else finding this year flying by? So I will do a little video actually if anyone's interested in what we do with storage under the ottoman bed, if anyone's interested in that. The other video I will be doing is when I swap everything back over from, at the end of the summer, I'll do a summer to winter like a wardrobe changeover video, so that's all coming. By the way, since my last video, I think in my last one I had lighter pillows on the bed. As you can see now, I've got the darker grey cushions on the bed, and also you'll notice in the right hand side of the screen we've actually got curtains in our bedroom as well now. I've just sprayed the bed with some homemade fabric refresher. I will link that below, and now I'm going to do a little bit of cleaning, or dustering as my girls like to call it. I've got some Method anti-bac stuff which smells like wild rhubarb, smells divine. So I'm just working clockwise and doing my bedside table. This one's my husband's bedside table, just giving it all a little wipe over. It's just a super quick clean, just to get rid of any dust and gunk and yuck. And now for the windowsill, which doesn't look too bad until you see this cloth. Prepare to be horrified. Ugh, disgusting, horrified, gross, gross, gross. How is that so disgusting? Now, we did sort of renovate our house shortly before moving in, and I think we still have some building dust coming out. Does that make sense? If you've ever had renovations done, building dust seems to seep out for quite a long time after you've done any renovations, especially if you've been plastering and that kind of thing. So that is my wax burner, which I'm in love with. I love the way it makes my house smell, and I love the fact there are no candles in it, so therefore I don't have to worry about fire hazards and things. So I've got one in my bedroom, I've got one in my office. And what I do is I've got it on one of those Alexa plugs, so I can turn it on and off from my phone. I can put it on a timer so that the whole room smells great. I don't have to forget to turn it off. because it goes off on a timer, or I can have it coming on schedules and things. And that way I've got wax melts, making my home smell great. Because yes, it is lovely, I love candles, but I find with little children, I just panic too much about having them lit. When the children are awake, I worry about fire hazards. That's my dressing table, nice and clean. So I'm just putting all these little pots back on. I've got my makeup brushes and hair brushes. These are all just plant pots and candle holders from IKEA. The dressing table and mirror and bulb light things are all from IKEA as well, actually, which you will know if you watched our home renovation series. I will link that playlist below if you have not caught up on all those videos yet. Now I'm grabbing my Method glass cleaner and a microfiber cloth to tackle my mirrored doors. I'm also grabbing my step stool because I am vertically challenged 5'4" and I cannot reach the top of them otherwise. Now I adore these mirrored doors. We created these wardrobes as like built-in wardrobes and put these mirrored sliding doors on them, which were very affordable actually. I will link those below if you are looking for some. The only problem with them obviously is, as great as they are for creating the illusion of space and more light and brilliant for storage because there's so much stuff hidden behind those doors, is they can get a bit fingerprinty. And we've got them in all the bedrooms. And I love them, but they are a bit of a pain when it comes to cleaning. Although I've got to say, I don't do them that often, and they weren't hideous. You know, I was worried actually before we moved in that these would get more fingerprinty. I'm not sure that's the word. More fingerprinty than they actually do. So obviously, if we had sort of more painted doors, I wouldn't have to clean them as much, but still, I think we made the right choice. I do really like them. Now I'm going to empty out that bin and get vacuuming my bedroom carpet. This carpet is obviously still quite new, so it does leave those quite satisfying lines in it when you vacuum it. Now that's my hair tool organizer, which someone told me about in the comments of one of my videos, and I bought it and I love it. It's so fantastic for hiding away my bits and pieces. Ew, look at the dust on the skirting board there. Gross, gross, gross. Yeah, the hair tool organizer, I use that to store my hair straighteners and my hair dryer. I could have put it on top of my dressing table, but I kind of wanted to keep that quite clear, so I've got it underneath. So just finishing a bit of vacuuming. You can see the girls are jumping around the other side of the door in the hall there. Zara is helping by dustering the carpet and dustering the side as well. I asked Zara the other day, what is your favourite thing to do with Mummy? Oh look, now she's dustering my camera, bless her. She said, Mummy, I like playing with you. She's actually a bit afraid of the vacuum cleaner though. I like playing with you, but also I really like helping you. I mean, how scrummy is that? So that's my bedroom done. Now on to laundry. Most of my speed cleaning videos start with me putting on a load of laundry, but this is far from my first load of the day as I'm filming slightly later in the day, so all the rest of the laundry was already washed. Zara is helping me load the washing machine. She just does love helping Mummy. Oh, naughty daddy. That is a pencil that I just found in the rim of the washing machine. That's because my husband had not emptied his pockets. So I've sent Zara to give the pencil back to her daddy and tell him off for leaving it in the pocket of his trousers. I'm using Method fabric detergent and softener, as well as a capful of Zoflora to disinfect the bedding. Now my little helper and I are going to sort all of the clean washing into the relevant baskets. So each one of these, well they're boxes really, not baskets, each one of those boxes belongs to a different person. So the one that you can see furthest to the back, the white one, that's my husband's, then the grey one pulled out is mine, and then the ones going up, if that makes sense, there's a grey, white going up, they belong to each of the children, and if you look carefully there are actually labels so that you can see who they belong to. The top one being the eldest child, and then they go down to Zara's at the bottom. So we're just sorting the stuff that's come out of the dryer. Any towels and things that don't belong to a specific person but belong in a specific place are going into the basket, and I'm also folding away the cloths and things because I go through a lot of the microfiber cloths when I do cleaning. So the people stuff is going into the relevant people's boxes, and Zara is gathering the wipes for me. She is really good at making piles of wipes. Even though we are far out of the sort of the nappy stage, all the cloth wipes that I used to use when I was using cloth nappies, we still go through a lot of them. The children use them after every meal to wipe their hands and faces. We use them instead of flannels in the bathroom for washing up, and I use them to take my makeup off. They're great. We go through loads of them, and I literally haven't had to buy baby wipes since William, who's now 8, was 1 when I discovered cloth wipes, and which was the same time I discovered cloth nappies actually. If you are interested in watching my cloth nappy series, I shall link that series below. I filmed that last year, and it's just a good introduction. It's all the stuff that I wish that someone had told me when I started doing cloth nappies. So even though we're well out of that now, I would still highly recommend it if you have got a baby. I was really put off by doing cloth nappies. I thought it would be loads of extra work, but it wasn't. I don't think it was loads and loads of extra. It's a little bit of extra work, but it was really a lot more simple than I thought it would be. And also, I think we did save quite a lot of money in the long run, especially if you buy a set of cloth nappies and you have multiple babies, like I did. Anyway, Zara is really enjoying helping me. She's chatting away, and this is quite nice time for the two of us together. The older children will help, but they seem to enjoy it less. Zara really does enjoy doing this with me, especially just when we're on our own and the others aren't sort of off doing interesting things. She really does like doing stuff with me. And I think that the younger you start them, the more likely they are to enjoy sort of helping you, and the more normal it is for them. On to the stairs. Now this is something else that people commented a lot on when we were doing renovations. I'm cleaning it with glass cleaner, and the 2 comments were, I love the stairs, and the fact that they light up, that they are on one of those Alexa switch things as well, so they can go on time as we turn them on and off with our phones. But the other comment was people were going, oh, that's going to be a nightmare to clean. Now most of it is not a nightmare to clean, in all fairness, as in the bits I can reach, because as I mentioned, I'm only 5'4". So there's 2 issues here. There's the bits that are a bit high for me to reach, that are a bit of a pain. And then there's the other issue, which is that bit in the top corner that I struggle to get to because it's between the glass and the wall. But all the main panels aren't too bad, and I've got to say, in all fairness to the children, they don't get as fingerprint-y, there's never made it word again, as fingerprint-y as I thought they would. I thought they would be a lot worse. Now as you can see here, I'm struggling to reach up there, even with my step stool. So I'm going to call for reinforcement, I think, because that very top section, even when standing on this stool, my little arms just cannot get to. So I'm calling for my teenager, who is now 6'1" and has like the longest arms and legs you can imagine. He's like Stretch Armstrong, bless him. So he is going to have to reach up there for me, otherwise I'm going to have to get a much bigger stool, like a ladder or something. He's making fun of me now. He's making fun of me. No, he just thinks it's so funny that I'm so short. He said, hang on, I have to do a face palm. You're going to speed this up, aren't you? So he's having to do a slow motion face palm because he's worried otherwise it would be sped up too much. He's making fun of me for being short. Look at him making fun of me. That's so mean. Shouldn't be mean to mummy like that. Meanie boy. Anyway, that is the stairs. Looking not too bad. And now we can vacuum the carpet. We're running out of time now. At the end of my power hour, I'm going to have to go and make dinner. This cordless Dyson is amazing for power hours. I think I would struggle to do my entire house on one charge with it. I don't think that would ever happen. But it's very rare I'm able to, and by that I mean allowed to, spend that much time in a row cleaning without my children interrupting me anyway. So most of my cleaning is sort of chunked down into power hours. So it doesn't really matter that it runs out of charge, and it is so handy for jobs like this, not having cables trailing everywhere, not for the children to have to trip over them and things. So I do absolutely love it. I would highly recommend. So I'm starting today by tidying up the toy kitchen in our living room. This is really played with loads and loads at the moment since we've moved and since we've put it in a different place, obviously in our new house, and the children got better access to it. I sort all the toy food into these baskets just like we do in our real kitchen, so it makes it a bit easier to scoop it all up and put it away. And Zara is helping me. You might wonder why she's wearing a onesie in the middle of the day. Well, she's been to school in the morning because she's in half-day nursery. Then I pick her up, she's had her lunch, And this is our little gap where we've got some time together before we go and pick the bigger ones up, which is why we're getting some cleaning done. But she said she wanted to wear her Elsa onesie, and I'm just like, do you know what? Pick your battles. You want to wear your Elsa onesie, darling? Let's clean together while you wear a onesie. So she's got a little duster to do dustering, as she calls it, so she wants to help. She actually really enjoys helping me. She likes this time where it's just the two of us together. So I've got some Method Granite spray, which smells amazing. It smells kind of like apple fizzy chewits. I'm just wiping up my kitchen worktops with a microfiber cloth. I have loads of these, and then I use them. I used to use loads of kitchen roll years ago. Now I just use these microfiber cloths and then I stick them in the wash and get a fresh one. I like the fact that I don't run out of them then. Obviously it's better for the environment, and I think they do a better job at cleaning as well, to be honest. So I've wiped down around the kitchen after our lunch, and now I'm going to wipe up the table because there's still bits of muck and things from where Zara's managed to spread goodness knows what all over it. I've given Zara the other cloth, which isn't especially dirty, it's just a bit damp, to go and put in the wash for me. She's a good girl, she's 3, and she enjoys helping me doing little jobs. A little bit of praise goes a long way. Now I'm getting one of these dusters, a bit like the one Zara's got, and just wiping around, as well as using a little bit of Method. I've got the multi-purpose pink grapefruit, which smells great, just to kind of do some of the surfaces. I'm doing the television just with the duster. I'm not using any product or anything on that, just to pick up dust. And then along this unit where we store mostly toys and things, to be honest. I have got different plans for this living room, which I shall talk about later in the video, but first I want to show you this. It's my remote control holder. It's not really supposed to be a remote control holder. I think it's supposed to be a candle holder from IKEA, but I find that by saying this is the remote control holder and allocating a place, the remote controls are marginally more likely to be returned to it and marginally less likely to be lost, because I don't know what it's like in your house, but remote controls do like to go walkies in our house if they do not have a home. So as you can see, Zara is being super helpful, and if she's not being helpful, at the very least she's happy. Now I'm going to wipe down these play tables. We have a few of these in different colours dotted around the house. They work indoors or outdoors. They are great and they're really robust. So I'm just going to wipe them over because, let's face it, they're a bit dirty. And let's take a second to appreciate my jeans. These are not cool ripped jeans. These are jeans that are supposed to be normal jeans that have one of the knees going. It's always my left knee, and it's always because I'm climbing on the floor with the children. Are you the same? Now I'm going to show you my new toy, but not before I help Zara get back into her onesie because she wants to take it off and put it back on again. Whatever keeps her happy, whatever keeps her happy. So this is my new Shark Duo Clean corded vacuum cleaner, and it's so cool. This was gifted to me. It's got these settings. You can flip it so easily between hard floor and carpet, which is great because obviously we've got rugs and hard floor all on one floor. And I just think it's so great. Now, I don't know about you, but when you get into your 30s, there is nothing more exciting than new appliances, especially vacuum cleaners and cleaning appliances. So as you can imagine, and as you saw on my Instagram stories, if you saw those, I was rather thrilled about this. It's really lightweight to push. It's got lift off technology, which we shall have a look at a little bit later when I get to the stairs and things. But it's just so easy to use. Let me know if you want me to do like a full review video on it, like features and things, or if you're happy to just, carry on with the speed cleans. But I would be interested to know if you want to see that video. As you can see, it's quite good for getting underneath things as well. It goes almost flat, and obviously because it's corded, it doesn't run out of battery. Because that is the problem, isn't it, with having the cordless ones when you're sort of halfway through cleaning and it goes flat. So we've got another little nozzle now. We're going to do this bit under the table. There are just constant crumbs under the table. I know we don't have a dog to eat up all the stuff. I guess if we had a dog, we'd have dog hair on the floor instead. So it's not, it's not like it would be less cleaning, but there'd be less crumbs at least. While I think of it, I will link the covers to these chairs down below. One of them's got a bit of a hump on it, as you can see, because that's just Zara's booster cushion thing. I've put the cover over the whole thing. These were not expensive and they were so easy to use, and you just kind of stick them over your chairs. These were our old black chairs from the last house, and covering them has not only sort of tied them in with the theme of our new house a lot better, but it's covered up any kind of holes, and the chairs were looking tired, put it that way. And I'm really pleased with these covers. It's kind of an inexpensive, easy peasy change and refresh for them. Now we're going to vacuum a little bit more over here. I'm going to do something that does not get done enough, and that is pull all of the cushions off the sofa and vacuum underneath. Look, I just found a little Peppa Pig bicycle stuffed down the side of the sofa. That just, honestly, I just dread pulling the sofa cushions off because all the yuck and the muck and the crumbs. And the children don't even really eat anywhere other than the table, so where do all the crumbs come from? That's what I want to know. If no one eats at the sofa, where are the crumbs coming from? Now, as I attempt to reassemble the cushions onto the sofa and clearly have no clue which way round they're supposed to go, so I'll just wrestle with that for a moment, we'll talk about the fact that this sofa is not going to end up in our living room. We're going to have new sofas to match our living room, because our living room is the least finished room in the house, and that is because we need to buy new sofas, but I can't do that until we have moved our dining table, and we can't move the dining table until the extension is done of the kitchen. So everything's kind of on hold until that happens. A few people said, why didn't we extend before we moved in? And in a word, timing. The timing wasn't right. We needed to move in and we haven't had time to do the extension yet. So the extension will be done. It won't be too messy because it'll mostly be external work, and it'll only be a bit messy when we knock through, so I'm not too worried about it. But I would like it done as soon as possible because we've just stuck with this one sofa. We're all sort of squashed into this sort of living and dining space, whereas the living room will be just a living room and then the dining room will be just a dining room, or maybe a dining room with a sofa in it as well. I don't know, depending on what it looks like when the extension is finished. So anyway, watch this space because I will be doing renovation updates, which I'm really hoping we can start the extension really soon. Like really hoping, but there's just a few things we're waiting to hear back on before we can get started on that. So now switching over from hard floor to carpet mode, super easy to do the rug. And it just changes the level of suction, I guess. It feels different. It feels like more of a pull as you're vacuuming. And obviously it just picks up more. Now I'm actually flipping over the rug. So what I tend to do is vacuum the rug and then flip over the rug because it gets any bits that are really embedded into the rug out. And then when you flip it back over again, those bits are kind of loosened up and they really got out. Does that make any sense? Do you do this and do you find it works for you? In the last house, we had a rug that was so hairy and fluffy. It was lovely underfoot, but you couldn't physically vacuum it because it was positively hairy. And I didn't want those again in this house just because they were such a pain to clean. The only way you could clean them was take them outside and bash them. It was just, so it's really nice to walk on, not amazing for cleaning. So I did want something a little more practical in this house. The rug was just one of the IKEA ones. As it happens, if you can see the corner of the stair carpet, the rugs that we chose from IKEA accidentally matched almost perfectly to the stair carpet that we chose, and which is the same carpet we've got all upstairs. So that was, it worked out really well. And I could pretend that I did that on purpose, but it was actually a fluke. So a perfect fluke, but great. Now I'm vacuuming up this little tray, which also came from IKEA actually, which we just use for putting boots and shoes on as we come in, and it just collects the worst of the mud. So putting umbrellas away, and let's flip the rugs in the hall as well, to the backs of those. We don't actually wear shoes in the house just because it keeps most of the dirt outside. We take our shoes off by the front door. In theory, sometimes the children do run in, but it does save quite a lot of cleaning, but still it's amazing how much muck ends up in the hall. So once I've finished just vacuuming this bit of the hall, I really like the light, by the way, on the front of that, the shark. Thought I'd mention that. It does help to kind of pick things up, to see what you're picking up, to shed a little bit of light to the matter. Now we're going to grab from my laundry room my Valida 1-2 spray, and I'm going to anti-bac my floors with a bit of Method rhubarb. And yes, I'm going to put on my oh so sexy mop socks because there's nothing more annoying than having footprints when you're trying to clean the floor. You clean the floor and then leave footprints everywhere. It leaves your feet soggy or your socks soggy, whereas these mop socks just kind of help clean it and swish it all around without leaving footprints. I love them. I know, I think my teenager thinks I'm super sad, and I don't care because they make me happy. The girls love wearing them. I'm actually amazed that Zara hasn't tried to take them off me and wear them herself. So we're just going to do, you know, all the floors that I've just vacuumed. This method, it's wild rhubarb. It just kind of smells like sweets. It smells amazing. I'm not going to do all of the bit where Zara is because she has got, I've put the rug back down now and she's playing, so I'm just going to do behind the sofas and things. It's, you know, when you've got children with you, and I've got Zara with me this afternoon, I'm trying to squeeze in this power hour before I'm going to go and pick the others up. You've got to kind of pick and choose. You've got to make peace with the fact that you're not going to be able to do every single thing absolutely perfectly, because you've got to be practical, you've got the little ones with you. So the fact that I haven't been able to anti-buck the bit by the TV under the rug or whatever, just have to make peace with that. Now I'm going to use this lift off technology, which is cool. So basically the bottom of a vacuum cleaner can stay at the bottom of the stairs, and then I can pick up the top section and carry it around with me. So it's still corded, but it's not nearly so much of a pain in the bottom as if it was just stuck to, you see what I mean? See, it's like a little lift-off unit. How cool is that? I'm very aware now I do not have much time left before we have to leave for the school run to go and get my big ones. And have I got everything done I want to get done on my list? Probably not, but like I said before, and like I will say again, as mums, we've only got limited pockets of time. We can maximise those times, we can be as productive as possible during those times, but we cannot beat ourselves up when we have to do things like go and pick up our children and we haven't finished all the stuff we want to do. And if the house is not immaculate, I have far from cleaned the whole house during this hour, but then we can't expect to get everything done all the time. Before I go and do pickup, I just want to show you the muck that has been cleaned off my floors. Look how gross that is. I'm going to chuck all that into the wash, and I'd better put the rugs back, hadn't I? Because otherwise by the time we get home the place is going to look a tip. So putting the rugs back, at least the house is sort of back into some sort of shape. What I do tend to do actually is just put towels down by the front door so the children have got somewhere to take their shoes off and not make a mess of my freshly cleaned floors. Now, a very quick vacuum over the top of the rugs. So we've done the top of the rugs, we've done the underneath of the rugs, and now I'm just going to do the top of them, and then that's kind of finished in there. Last job now, empty all this muck out of the vacuum cleaner. Look at all that disgustingness. Ugh. Super easy to empty though, luckily. Super easy, but it is always a little bit horrifying and satisfying at the same time to see how much muck has come off your carpets. Like, ew, gross, that was all over my house, and oh, actually, this has done a really good job of cleaning up. So yeah, horrifying and satisfying simultaneously. Just after I've done the nursery pickup, so my youngest, that's Zara, does a half day in school and the others do a full day, so I'm just clearing away our lunch, popping those bits in the dishwasher. This speed clean, it's a power hour, but it's actually in 3 parts. This is realistically how I managed to stay on top of my home. So we're just grabbing some Method pink grapefruit and cleaning down the surfaces while Zara's finishing her food next to me. So going back to how I realistically clean my home, I do like to fit in a power hour where I can, but often my power hour is split with gaps in the middle to go and do another school pickup or see to one of my children or whatever needs doing. It's very rare I get left totally uninterrupted to clean or do anything at all. I'm sure you understand if you've got children. So just because you can't fit in an entire hour doesn't mean you shouldn't do little jobs when you can. So this video is an hour of cleaning, but it is spread over little sections of the day. So I'm now just emptying out Zara's lunchbox. She doesn't actually have packed lunch in school, but when I go to pick her up, oh, it's a drawing she did, isn't it beautiful? When I go to pick her up, I do take a little wrap or a sandwich or something for her to eat on the way back, rather than just some sort of rubbishy snack. Now it's a bit of Method granite cleaner, because this isn't actually granite worktop, it's a quartz worktop, but it's a very similar thing. And this granite worktop cleaner stuff smells amazing. It smells like fizzy apple chewits. Honestly, go and sniff it for yourself. It smells great. I mean, you know, don't sniff it, it's a cleaner, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, guys. Anyway, cleaning down the hob, which I haven't used, it's just, I know, just to kind of wipe off dust or whatever. Zara wanting to join in, wanting a little bit of a jig and a dance, she's so funny. And then I can carry on. She actually really enjoys cleaning. She said, Mummy, can we go home and do cleaning when I picked her up today? So now just finishing the last bit. She is the slowest eater in the world, bless her, so she's still sort of eating bits of her lunch. I'm just putting the last bits of it away in the dishwasher, now giving her a hairband back and clearing up the remnants of food. If you look just to the left of the screen, you can see some blocks and some orange funny tape stuff as I clean up this kitchen table. That's because we are in the process of doing an extension, so make sure you're subscribed so that you can catch that vlog. Now to get Zara's school bag put away in her little school bag station. Now I'm tidying up our sofa. Now this sofa is the old purple sofa that we had from the old house. The cushions never sit right on it. We are waiting. I have ordered, if you saw my going to next and choosing a new sofa vlog that I filmed with Zara, we have ordered lovely new sofas, but they take weeks and weeks and weeks to come. So for now I've got the grey cover on this sofa, but it does just keep falling apart. And I don't think it's the cover's fault as much as the cushions underneath just always dislodge themselves on the sofa. Just moving my husband's stuff that he's left slung on the seat by the table. I'm popping my handbag away, which goes in a little box under my desk in my office. It's just, I keep a little box in one place to put all my handbags and just my bits and pieces that I take out and about that I can grab ready to go. Now Zara and I are going to sort some laundry. This is one of those days where I end up regretting my life decisions, because some days I'm really, really good and I take things out of the dryer and I immediately sort them into the boxes, because you can see just on the sort of the right hand side of the screen there are different calyx boxes and each family member has got one, and in theory I take things straight out of the dryer and they go straight into those boxes. If however I'm in the process of running out of the door, then I just need to swap over the washing and the drying. I tend to just whip all the stuff out the dryer and leave it on top of that fold down ironing board you can see just above Zara's head. Then I end up with loads and loads of washing like I've got now that all needs sorting, and like I say, I end up regretting my life decisions, like why didn't I do this at the time, why did I let it mount up? But it's okay because I've got the most beautiful little helper to help me. Right, those are colour catchers that have gone grey and yucky, and I use them for all sorts of other jobs, so kind of muckier jobs that I wouldn't want to use my nice microfiber cloths for. I use them for things like wiping rainwater out of Zara's little pink push-along car that I use to take her back and forth to school, just mopping up spills and things. So they can be reused. Things like that, like a reusable colour catcher, when they are no good as a colour catcher, can be used for other things. Now to empty out the wet washing out of the washing machine and pop it into the dryer, which is stacked on top of my washing machine with that special stacker thingy. And do not forget, guys, to empty the fluff out of the fluff filter, that's obviously the official name for it, into a fluff bin. I mean, you can put it in a normal bin, but I, until we moved here, never had a fluff bin. I always had to go traipsing to another room to put dryer fluff into the bin, and having a fluff bin on top of my dryer has changed my life. Now that the dryer is on, Zara and I are going to sort some more already dry washing. Zara is finding all of the little wipes for me and putting them in a pile, and also all of the long navy socks that we're putting in this basket to sort later. They're just too difficult to pair up because they've got bows on them by just glancing at them now, so we will do all of those in one job lot later and figure out the different sizes on them. I've even made the mistake of buying long navy socks with bows on them from different places, so they're different shades of navy and they're a real pain to pair up. So my suggestion to you is buy them all from the same place, and then at least it doesn't matter, as long as you've got a left and a right, whether they're from the same pair, if that makes any sense. So Zara really enjoys sorting with me. She's only 3. She likes this Mummy and Zara time, as she calls it, and she really enjoys the, well, she thinks it's a game. And to be honest, the younger you can get them involved, the less they are bothered by being involved. So now we are actually emptying out the baskets of washing, or the boxes into the basket, should I say, so that everyone can put their own stuff away themselves. This is something that I have as a bit of a policy with my children. I give them a basket of their own clothes and they put it away as young as possible. If you can train your children to do this, it helps them to become more self-sufficient. It's a good life skill, and it just makes your life a little bit easier. Let's face it, it's not all on you, and your children are involved in helping to take care of themselves. It's a good thing. So this is a pair of clean gym shorts. Rather than taking them upstairs, and put them straight in Zara's school bag because they need to go back to school. Now to carry all the gazillions of baskets of washing up the stairs to put inside the relevant rooms. That's William's washing plonked on his desk, and Bella's basket of washing plonked on her dressing table. They can deal with that when they get home from school. Now Zara and I are going to tackle these socks. You may notice Zara has got changed again. She's dressed herself in a Cinderella dress, and those long blue socks, they're not the ones we wear to school, but they're the same type of socks, the ones I'm desperately trying to pair up. She thinks are gloves, you know, whatever makes her happy. So as you can see, you have to look very carefully at these silly socks, because some of them are like a bluey navy bow and some of them are more of a dark navy bow, honestly, and there are so many different sizes. I think I've got 3 or 4 different sizes of these socks, because obviously the girl's been wearing them for a number of years, and pairing them up is like one of those jigsaws that is made primarily of baked beans. But never mind, I'm not going to complain. Look, see the difference? See the difference in the colours of navy? Anyway, this is one of my very first world problems, I'm aware, but it is a bit of a pain. So it's much easier to do it when they're all just in one place than with the rest of the washing. Now I'm actually going to put away my own basket of washing. Most of this stuff is stuff that doesn't get hung up to dry. This is all stuff that has been in the dryer. So it's some underwear, it's kind of loungewear stuff that I wear in the evenings or to bed. I don't know if you can see, but I'm KonMari folding everything, which means I fold everything into thirds in on itself and then make kind of a triangle out of it, if that makes any sense. If you have seen the KonMari method popularised by Marie Kondo, there is a Netflix series on that if you're interested. As a total aside, by the way, has anyone seen the home edit on Netflix? Because I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It is an organisation junkie's absolute dream, where they go around organising homes. They organise homes of celebrities, like super amazing, you know, huge walk-in closets in America, much bigger than anything we have here in the UK, and really dreamy, you know, massive organisation. Then they organise more sort of real homes as well. But I just loved it, loved it. There were only a few episodes, I think 8 episodes or something. I binged them pretty much all in one go. So if you are into a little bit of organisation, go and check that out. They also have a YouTube channel. Or maybe it's a YouTube series on Reese Witherspoon's channel. I will see if I can find it and link it below. But just as a total aside, not massively to do with cleaning, but indeed to do with home and organisation. Go and check that out. Anyway, I am slotting some of my stuff away into these baskets, which go into my Calyx unit. We recycle the Calyx units from the old house, and then the baskets form sort of drawers. I actually prefer them because I can pull them all the way out to organise them much easier than I would a drawer. And then they just hide behind those big doors, the big slidey doors anyway, so it doesn't really matter. This is my legging hanger for putting my, well, leggings on. It's like a multi-hanger thing. It's just so easy to keep everything neat and tidy. If you are interested in some wardrobe organisation bits and pieces, I will link my blog posts and my recent wardrobe organisation tour and my spring to, or not my spring, even my summer to autumn wardrobe switch over video. I will link all those below. Now to pop away some towels, which live in these boxes just inside my bedroom, because our airing cupboard has a large tank in it. So we don't have loads of storage in there, but when our boiler failed, I was oh so grateful for the large tank. Then I took a little break to do some work and go and do the school pickup. So now we fast forwarded to later in that day where I've got all my babies home and it's time for them all to go and put away their laundry. So Bella is tackling her stuff. She's 5. She can do it mostly without help. William is that much more independent. At 8, Zara needs a fair amount of help because bless her, she's only 3. She's getting there. She likes to feel she is helping. She doesn't really want to do things unless she wants to do them, if that makes sense. So if she's like, Mummy, come on, let's clean, and then I can get her to use a fluffy duster or help me sort laundry, she's quite cool with that. She does not like putting away her own toys, but it doesn't mean she gets away without doing it. We do all kind of muck in to help her because she's littler and she will be expected to do more as she gets older, but equally I can't expect her to do as much as the big ones because she's only 3. So we're just popping away these night nappies. They were all in cloth nappies. Well, I discovered cloth nappies when Will, who's my second, was 8, and since then I haven't bought disposable because I like the cloth nappies and I found them, as I already had them, to be cheaper. So Zara just wears a nappy at night. Most nights it's dry, but some nights it's not. So as we've got them anyway, we pop those on for bedtime. It's not something that bothers me as such. I think if children, you know, take their own time, as long as they're dry in the day, which is most important, so they can go to school and things. I think a lot of children take a bit longer at night, and I think that's fine. Now I'm in what looks like a very messy corner of Zara's room, sorting her uniform. Now each of them have got one of these little stacker things you can see behind me. Zara's is pink. I will link a uniform sorter below that actually has days on the week on it that I found since my little ones have these uniform sorters. These from IKEA, but I think the one I'm linking below is probably better. Anyway, they've got a hole for each day of the week, and in there goes everything they need to wear. So I filled for the girls a cardigan, a t-shirt, a pinafore or a skirt, their socks or tights in the winter, and then it will be vests and things as well, and a pair of knickers. I used to put hair things in there as well, but I have moved their the school hair station anyway, to a drawer in my bedroom, because they both use the same stuff anyway, and it's just easier than having to bring it to me. It's all kept in there. But generally, I have found this system to be an absolute game changer. Everything is done on the weekend or just as it comes out of the wash, and it just saves scrabbling around for things in the morning or the night before. We've all been there. It's a blooming nightmare. So if it is all organised, we do it all on a Sunday night to make sure it's all there and sorted. But then as the stuff comes out of the wash through the week, I am filming this video during the week, then it just goes straight away. So it's just less hassle. So rather than putting things away and then putting things away again, it's easier. And that's Zara's room. Not looking perfect, but looking a lot better. And I did move her little dollies from there, and I've made her like a little dressing table because she wanted to be like a big sister. Now into Bella's room. Bella likes stuff. She likes having all her stuff around her, but then when her room is cleared, she loves how tidy her room is, and she finds it difficult to transition from having stuff everywhere to it being tidy. So she wants it to be tidy, but she's only 5, so she's still learning how to keep it tidy. So I think, it's my job as her mum to kind of help her really. So we're just clearing up a little bit. We're not going to do like a full deep clean in here. It's more of a tidy up and a declutter, anything rubbish to go away, bits of Lego. That was like a little lunchbox full of Lego to go in with the rest of her Lego. Just tidy up her bed a bit. And the tidier my children's rooms are, the tidier they keep them, honestly. I mean, other than Zara, who just likes tipping things upside down because she's 3. But the bigger ones, if their rooms are really tidy and we can keep them tidy, then they are more respectful about leaving things around. I find this with the whole house. The tidier the house is, then the easier it is to keep tidy. I feel like this is why I like to do these little bursts of cleaning and tidying, because when it gets to that stage, it's like tipped into overwhelm. You have to do like a full house clean or a full declutter in order to get back on top of it. And the secret to having a tidy home, really, the only way I found it is absolutely little and often. So look, Bella's room, not immaculate, but back to clear surfaces, a lot tidier than it was, and she will now keep it like that. And look at her happy little face. Literally every time we finish tidying a room, she's like, "Mummy, I love it so much," and it just really melts me. Just as an aside, by the way, have you spotted my little pink sofa at the back of the living room? Now, obviously that's not going to live there because the big corner sofa that we have bought is, well, I've bought but not, received yet, that I'm waiting for, is going to fill that corner. So it's going to go along with the pink one is and along with the grey one is. But the pink sofa, I think, I bought it for the extension. I'm just dusting, by the way, or dustering as I like to call it, with one of the fluffy dusters. Anyway, I bought that pink sofa for the extension, but I love it so much that I wonder if we should maybe put it in the lounge in the corner as like an occasional feature chair, because the sofa I've ordered is in the greys and I want to put pink cushions on it. Although I love that colour so much, I'm now thinking, should I have just ordered a massive pink corner sofa? But my husband's like, no, that would be too much pink. And I was like, ooh, you could be right. And I don't think I'm going to go off it because I love pink. But anyway, let me know what you think down below. We fast forwarded again. And now, because it is the beginning of October, it is time for me to sort out my organisation station. I've still got a September quote on my letterboard, and I've still got my this month and next month for September and October. So I'm using a little bit of magic eraser to wipe off. I've just got these frames with my printables in them. I will link this below with the blog post about how you put all this together. It's got all the printables in there, the links to all the frames, the pens, everything. And now I'm just going to write in, and in fact first I'm going to go and get my phone to write in what is going on this month and next month. So at a glance we can see what will be happening. So it's things like birthdays. Sometimes it would be birthday parties, and in this COVID era there's not much of that going on, but actual birthdays we've got to buy for, inset days, school holidays, you know, things that still go on during a COVID era. So don't forget to grab your printables below. You actually get the printables as a welcome gift when you join my email club, and my email club is just where I send out printables and information and all sorts of bits and pieces that might help you to stay organised as a busy person. Let's face it, even though like lots of elements of the country are going back into lockdown, and massive hugs I'm sending out to you if that is affecting you, we're still busy, aren't we? You know, still trying to juggle, especially the schools are still open. Some of us are still trying to work from home. I mean, I always work from home, so it doesn't make much difference to me, but we're still trying to juggle a lot of things. So if you are struggling with the whole lockdown thing, I just want to send a big hug. Anyway, now to do my letterboard. I got this little box, which I will link. I used to find changing over these letterboard signs a nightmare until I organised my letters into these boxes, and then I can actually find the letters I was looking for. It takes a fraction of the time. So I'm going to swap over for an October quote. I struggled to find October quotes I liked. I really liked Trick or Treat Yourself from Parks and Recreation. It was Treat Yourself, wasn't it? But none of my family have seen that, so they're like, what's that? Don't put that, that's silly. I really like that, so I might swap that over again, especially since, you know, it's reasonably easy to swap over now I've got this box. See if you can guess what I'm writing, by the way, by the time you actually see it. But do let me know in the comments which other October-y type, Halloween-y type quotes, what should I be writing on my letterboard this month? Let's share them below and we can all inspire each other. So one thing I do find with putting these letterboards together, don't press them in too early. Like, position them around so that you can move them around before you push them down. Because if you push them all down and realise you need to reposition them, it is a right pain and it takes ages and ages. So just pop them in place, and then you need to rejig them, reposition them a little bit. I count the lines between the lines, if that makes sense, like the lines between the sentences, to see if I can space them out properly before I push them all down. Can you tell what it says yet? Can you tell? And also, which song is that from that's kind of Halloween-y, and which movie is that song in? Let me know in the comments if you... My first job, I'm going to take the laundry out of the bath. Now, anything that is damp, I get people to put in my household in the bath rather than in with our laundry hamper, so that it doesn't leave the dry laundry all damp and yucky. So anything like flannels, towels, anything like that. And then this basket down in my laundry room is also like damp laundry. So towels and stuff all go in together and they get washed and sanitized, but I just don't like the idea of damp stuff sitting in with clothing that's sort of not that dirty, like just like tops and clothes and things. So I do separate that out. I'm sticking it on with a bit of Method and some Dettol for killing all the germs. And now we're going to head under my ottoman bed to pull out some bits and pieces that we're going to swap around. So I've got some Christmas and some really wintry clothes for my youngest stored under here that I haven't got out yet. And the reason I'm getting these out, partly because Christmases are coming, and partly because some of the stuff in the girls' wardrobes needs to go away and I need somewhere to put it. So I'm doing a little bit of a rotation and an organise with me. Now, I'm filming this in the afternoon. My intention was to film it in the morning while Zara was in school, so I could really get on with some proper organising. That didn't happen because some work stuff came up, so she is home with me. And in fact, for this little bit, that's fine, because I'm going to size up these clothes. Let's just grab her from her room where she's playing. I'm going to size up these clothes. These are mostly clothes that did belong to Bella when she was little, and now they are the kind of clothes that Zara can wear in the afternoons after school when Bella's still in school. Because if you follow me, then you know I do tend to dress the girls in matching clothes when they're both home, just as long as I can get away with it. I think I'll do that, to be honest. So I'm sizing up what's actually going to fit her and what won't fit her. So things that when I'm packing away the children's clothes, so now I'm going to pack away the summer clothes, stuff that definitely doesn't fit already, I will donate. Things that I don't know if they will have grown out of by next year, I tend to pack away and then decide what I'm going to do with them that season. So it's because I don't know how much they will have grown. So this basket does fit her, and this basket is stuff that needs to be donated because it definitely doesn't fit her. So now we've got another little bag of things she's helping me with. This is a vacuum sealed bag of Christmas bits. So I tend to find that if you don't know how much your children are going to grow, and let's face it, sometimes they get to the next season and they have sprouted so much nothing that you've put away it's going to fit, and that's cool, then you can donate it. And sometimes they haven't really grown that much and lots of it will fit. So I'm getting all this stuff out. I'm not going to iron it all. I know, it sounds shocking, but I'm going to share with you some cheats for how I get around ironing this massive amount of stuff, just because I can't face doing it, to be honest, because I'm not going to have time. So I'm going to share with you some little cheats and hacks, if you keep watching to the end of this video, how I'm going to get away without ironing it and still get it all kind of wrinkle free. It's just pulling out all the Christmas jumpers. Christmas jumpers are kind of cool. A lot of them are quite sort of unisex, so William will have the Christmas jumper, and then when he grows out of it, Bella will wear it. Oh, Zara loves that headband. And just wear it with like a tutu skirt or something and really pretty it up because she's so girly. Into Zara's room, I've been putting off this task. The top rail is her summery clothes. The girls' clothes that match each other I keep together because then on a day off I just grab two of whatever they need to wear. So they live in Bella's room. So the top rail in Zara's room is clothing that is just Zara's. So it tends to be either the bigger version of the two that Bella has grown out of, if that makes sense. So she had the baby version and Bella had the bigger version, and then Bella's grown out of it, it's gone to Zara. Not sure if I'm making any sense here. Or things that just Bella had before Zara was even born. So I've pulled all the summer stuff out. We're going to tackle that in a little bit. But first I've got to tackle her bedroom. Now, of all the children's bedrooms, Zara's is always the worst. She loves just getting stuff out and tipping it all out. Now my intention, I was talking about this a second ago, wasn't I? I'll go back to it. My intention was this morning to really sort Zara's room, like really sort it, to pull out all the calyx boxes and sort the toys. So it's not just a box of stuff, but it's back to a box of dollies, a box of Polly Pockets, a box of this, a box of that. Do your children do this, by the way? These are dolly clothes that no longer are on dollies because Zara likes stripping them off her dollies and put them on her bunny, and then when she takes them off bunny, they just get flung. They never ever go back on the dollies. So we've got a well-dressed bunny and a lot of naked dollies. Anyway, my intention for this morning was to really sort everything. Didn't get to do that. Thought, right, okay, I'll attempt it this afternoon. But the problem is when you're having a real sort, when you've got little ones with you, is that they are untidying just as quickly as you're tidying. So having a good declutter especially is almost impossible when you've got little ones with you, because every time you think, right, okay, this needs to go, this is in effect rubbish, they will be like, actually, that's my most precious thing in the whole world. You can't get rid of that. For example, that fan thing you just saw her holding in her hand, I was trying to get rid of that because it's paper, and she's like, no, I love it, I must keep it forever. So you can't throw anything away when you've got your children with you. So if you need to have a good old sort out and chuck out, try and do it when they're in school or when you've got someone else watching them. It's almost impossible to do it with them in the room, in my experience. So now this little chest at the bottom of Zara's wardrobe is her dressing up stuff. And we know this is going to be a bit of a mess, but the problem is it's not just dressing up stuff at the moment, it's dressing up stuff and a whole load of rubbish. It's clothes that fall in there, hangers, toys, all sorts. So I just want it to be sort of not perfectly folded, but not a total mess of dressing up stuff. I love the fact that she can access it, and if you watch my Instagram stories you will know that she is constantly dipping into a dressing up box and coming out wearing the most fabulous combination of outfits. It's really hysterical, and I love that she can kind of be that creative in her dressing, and she tends to just pop things over whatever she's wearing, and it's great. But it does mean it ends up spilling all over her bedroom. So I just wanted to sort of have a little bit of a sort, put tutus separately to dressing up things and pull all the toys out and find the clothes that were lost in there. It's a job I've been meaning to do for a while. So I think I've resigned myself today that this is going to be a clean and a sort, but I'm not going to get as deep into the organising of inside all these boxes as I planned to, because it's really difficult with a 3-year-old with me. It's going to have to be a day where I don't have to work that morning and I can do it while she's in school. Now to hang up some bits and pieces that had fallen down into her dressing up stuff that didn't belong in her dressing up stuff because they are in fact clothing. and try and piece her room back together. Oh, that's a number 3 t-shirt. The girls, well, I buy one for Bella every year. She's had up to number 5 now, but I need to buy her a number 6 because she's going to be 6 in December. But I buy them these, that's the fan that Zara would not let me throw away. Anyway, I buy them these t-shirts every year and then I keep them. So Bella will wear it on her birthday for that year and I'll put it aside. Zara can wear it on her birthday and then I keep them. I guess I'm going to keep them in some sort of keepsake box because they're quite precious. Anyway, for now, I'm just tidying up as best I can. Some of these boxes are quite organised. There is a box of dollies, but there are higher up boxes that are a lot more organised because I get those down, she plays with them, and I put them away. But the 4 boxes you can see kind of in the back left of the screen are all just mixed up junk. I really wanted to sort those today, but sometimes I think when you're a mum, you've got to come to terms with the fact you can't get it all done to the degree that you intended to. Time to change her bed, and not forgetting, pop up the duvet cover before it goes in the wash because it makes such a difference. It means you don't get pillowcases and things lost in there. Now, I recently changed the bottom sheet and the sheet protector because she spilt her water all over it. It's not a sheet protector, it's a mattress protector. So I'm not changing the mattress protector on this occasion. I'm just changing all the sheets and things. I am changing the pillow protector because when she spilt her drink, it went on the mattress protector, not the pillow protector. So the pillow protector needs changing. I tend to do the mattress and pillow protectors every other bed change. I don't know how often do you do yours, just out of curiosity. Zara has just been to fetch the bedding basket. I asked her to go and fetch, which was out in the hall for me. She's such a good girl. Sometimes she can be really helpful. She loves the idea of helping me as long as it's on her own terms and we make it fun. So we put music on, we sing, whatever. Right, it's Christmas bedding time. I'm aware it's November, but how cute is that? I will link it below. It's so gorgeous, isn't it? So it's reversible and you can swap it over every day if you like. And honestly, the girls are so chuffed with it. Yay, Christmas! And the world's a funny place at the moment, isn't it? With lockdowns and, pandemic. So if we can bring a bit of joy by starting Christmas a little bit early, then why not? Let's do it. There's a lot of things we can't do. There are loads of things we can't do. This we can do. No one can stop me from starting Christmas in my house a little too early. 2019 Ree would probably judge me for doing Christmas in November and think she was a bit crazy, but 2020 Ree is very much, let's just do this. So Zara's room is looking a lot better. I think you will agree. Being able to see the floor is always a bonus in Zara's room because it's not always possible. And look, does she like her new Christmas bedding? Is she pleased? I think she is. I think she's pleased. There we go. Happy face. Okay, so now on to Bella's room. So she does need her mattress and pillow protectors changing because she has not recently flung drinks all over her bed and soaked it. So we're going to strip all this off. All the children are in school other than Zara, so I would normally get them all involved if they were home in helping with their own rooms, but she's not here, so I'm just going to get on with it myself. Put the fresh sheets on. Do you guys feel like changing beds is like a workout, or am I just horrendously unfit? Because I honestly feel like changing the beds is quite exhausting. It always gets me really hot and bothered. I end up having to open the windows, which is always nice to have a bit of fresh air and cleaning anyway, but I don't know, that's just me. I do find it is a bit of a big job. I don't always change children's beds on the same day because it just creates more washing. I tend to, rather than have like some people do all the beds on one day and then it's done, I would generally try and avoid this. The only reason I'm doing both the girls' beds on the same day on this occasion is because if one of them has Christmas bedding and the other one does not, it's going to be fireworks. So I am doing them both on this day, but normally I would try and stagger it just so I don't end up with a big backlog in my laundry room. I have not left the boys out. I mean, my eldest is not interested in Christmas bedding, but Will, my younger son, who's older than the girls, has not been left out, do not fear. I have got something on the way for him, but it has not been delivered yet, so I will share that in my next video because I've got a little plan for his room too. So that's Bella's bed changed. Zara wanted me to show you Bunny's outfit. These are one of the dolly dresses that Bunny has stolen from all the dollies. So that's yet another naked dolly. I guess that's a naked Anna. Now to tidy up Bella's bedroom. Bella especially adores a tidy bedroom. And when it's reasonably tidy, she's a really good girl at tidying it. But when it gets to that level of overwhelm, I think she's like a lot of adults and she just doesn't know where to begin. Now we're going to deal with some soft toys. Now, soft toys we store inside a beanbag without beans. If this is not how you are currently storing soft toys, do it. It is not as comfortable as a normal beanbag, but it hides all the soft toys. It means that they can keep all their precious ones without them overwhelming their rooms. Now, to put some of Bella's beautiful drawings, she does such gorgeous drawings, but she does so many of them, so I just keep them in these pop-up folders. She's got some plain paper and a pop-up folder full of her drawings, and they can just go on a bookshelf rather than spread all over her bedroom where they were before. Now, this is Bella's little dressing table. I always wanted a dressing table when I was little, so I said that Bella can have one in this house. Zara can have one when she's a little bit older. I'm a bit scared because she's only 3 to give her one of those swivel chairs at the moment, because I know she will stand on it and climb on it. She is a climber. Of my 4 children, Zara, my baby, is the climber. So when she's a little bit older, then she can have a dressing table and a swivel chair too, but at the moment I can give you a recipe for disaster. Do you have children that climb on things? I didn't really have a climber until I had Zara, and she's a nightmare. Honestly, she loves climbing on things, standing on things. Anyway, we're just having a little wipe around now with some Method Rhubarb Anti-Bac Spray, just doing some surfaces, and that's Bella's room looking a bit tidier, and then it's time to go and get them from school. I hope she's pleased with her room. Fast forward to, ta-da, we've got her from school. I think she's chuffed. Look at her face. Oh, bless her. She's so happy. She's just, honestly, she came home and she's like, Mummy, thank you so much for tidying my room. It makes me so happy. Look at her face. Oh, little gorgeousness. Anyway, now Bella is happy. I can move on to the rest of my jobs I've gotten from school. Oh, this is William's room, by the way. Make sure you're subscribed and I will let you know what I'm going to be doing with that. Okay, on to, if you saw my video where I was decluttering my wardrobe and doing a switch over from summer to autumn, you will know that I left a few little t-shirts and dresses that I could wear with leggings for the autumn, but now it's November and it's blooming freezing, so anything with short sleeves is out. So I have now made some space under my bed in these little packing cubes, which I love. Packing cubes are not just for holidays, people, they're good for storage. So I'm Marie Kondo, that's not a real word for it, she's just the one that popularised it, KonMari folding my dresses, which are into thirds, and then on themselves and on themselves again, ready to fold into my little packing cubes. And then they will go under the bed. I love switching my wardrobe around. I never used to do it. Years ago, I used to just have everything crammed in there. I couldn't see the wood for the trees. And now, a few times a year, I get out things and I feel like I've got new clothes, and it's really exciting. I mean, maybe it's only me that gets that excited. Right, on to the Christmas things. I am going to hang everything on hangers, and I'm going to show you how we're going to get the creases out without bothering to actually iron them. Now, one way that you could do it is with a steamer. I have a hand steamer, but that's not how I'm going to do it today. Hand steaming is also a good way to kill off germs if things are a bit difficult to clean and a bit difficult to wash the normal way. You can steam things, or you can steam things in between washing things if you want to kill off some germs as well as get out creases. So that's another just a little sort of tip if you don't want to use these other 2 easy methods for decreasing clothes that I'm going to share with you once I've finished hanging up this ridiculous amount of Christmas stuff that we've accumulated over the years. When you are a family of 6, then you do end up with a lot of stuff, a lot of Christmas jumpers and various things. Normally, of course, I'd be wearing Christmas jumpers for school concerts and things. Sad times, obviously, we're not going to be able to do that kind of thing this year. And it makes me so sad because Zara's in nursery, so this should be her first ever Christmas concert. So she should be doing that nursery concert where they're all kind of, I don't know, it's like a wild card on the nursery concert, isn't it? Where they're all picking their noses and not looking the right way, but it's so cute and adorable. So it's really sad that she's not going to be able to do that. But, you know, at least we're all staying safe. We've got to look on the bright side. I hope you are coping in these difficult times. Anyway, now let's stick these bits and pieces away that I have packed away into the packing cubes, straighten up my bed. So, my first tip, my first way of decreasing things, just to bung things in the tumble dryer on a low heat setting, literally for 5 minutes. Literally warm them up, and then when you take them out of the tumble dryer, just smooth them out and hang them up. And that will be enough to kind of get rid of most of the creases. So that's what I'm doing for Zara's clothes. The second method I use is this crease releaser spray from Lenore, and it smells so great. and all I do is spray the clothes with it and hang them up. You've got to hang them up with a bit of air around them. This is my like airing covered area, which is just 2 rails in my laundry room, and what I tend to do is hang a few hangers in between each item. This is also where I dry clothes, by the way, that can't go in the dryer. And if you hang things up with a bit of space around them and just leave them in there to dry off, they will be pretty much crease free. You don't have to iron them. Hooray! Because hands up if you hate ironing. I absolutely hate ironing, and it's just something I try and avoid at all costs. Sometimes I have to do ironing, and I have a nice convenient fold-down ironing board in my laundry room, but it's one of those things I just struggle to make time for, so I try everything I can to avoid it, every little hack that I can manage. So these are all the clothes that I took out of the dryer and I just kind of smoothed flat. Now I'm hanging them all up. They were super crumpled, and now most of them are entirely crease free. There are very, very few creases at all, and certainly no more creases than would occur by being crammed into a crammed wardrobe anyway. So I've hung those up on hangers, and they can go up in Zara's room. I've just noticed I forgot to do Zara's little, it's not a proper dressing table, it's like a chest of drawers thing, but we call it her dressing table version in her room. I've forgotten to give that a wipe over, so I'm wiping that over now, and now I've got to go and see to dinner. So that's Zara's room done. Let's start this power hour by emptying the washing machine, because let's face it, we've all done it. Well, let me know if you've done it. But leaving wet washing in the machine so long that it goes a bit stinky, you've got to put it back on. Is there anything more annoying than that? So we've emptied that out. I'm going to get that in the dryer in a second. Next job, I'm going to sort the dirty laundry into loads ready to go. So I'm going to have one load I'm going to shove on now, and then future me can easily, when she's got 5 minutes, pop on another load because it's already sorted. So that's always good to do if you've got 5 minutes, to sort the load into ready, colours or by towels or whatever, however you sort your laundry, get them sorted into like ready to go loads. And then it's just easy, chuck it all in, grab your Method or whatever you choose to use. I like Method, I like the purple one for the detergent and the pink one for the softener. Whack that in, get the machine going, and that way the machine is working while you're cleaning. That is multitasking. This is Zara, my youngest. She's dressed as Alice in Wonderland today because she wears normal clothes and then she likes to put dressing up stuff over the top, and if that keeps her happy, then I can get on with cleaning. She also wants gloves, no idea why, but there she is. Isn't she gorgeous? Isn't she gorgeous, my little helper? So now she's got her gloves on, ready for the clean, and let's sort out the dryer. Let's empty the dryer fluff and put the dryer fluff in the dryer fluff bin. Now, I didn't have a dryer fluff bin until I was in my late 30s. Well, mid-30s, I guess I'm mid-30s. Until this year, actually, I was walking to another room to put dryer fluff into the other room, which I now realise is insane. So if you've not got a little dryer fluff bin, get yourself one. Now, I'm doing something I wasn't planning on doing. I'm using some Method Anti-Bac Wild Glue Box, it smells amazing, to clean the front of my dryer and my washing machine, because this wasn't in my plan, but I've just realised it is absolutely stinking. Covered in marks, there's lots of like drippy, horrible things that I'm guessing is just from washing that was wet and being chucked in the dryer or whatever, dripping, but it just looks utterly disgusting. So I'm giving it a little bit of a wipe over. This is not something I do much. It's just something that I've realised, oh, by the way, this is gross. This is fantastic. This little gadget helps to stack my washing machine, my dryer, because we've not got a great deal of space. And this drawer sort of shelf thing is fantastic, but ugh, it's so disgustingly dirty. So dirty. Really needed a wipe. I've been meaning to do that for a bit. Now that dirt I have noticed. So a little microfiber cloth, wiping over that, and then wiping all the way down over the machine. The machine's on, so I can't exactly open the inside of the doors. This is not like a deep clean, this is more like a wipe over all the yucky bits. I mean, I really don't do this much. Do you ever wipe and clean the outside of your machines much? How often do you do that? Let me know. It's probably a lot more often than I do it, if I'm honest. Now for sorting some laundry. Now, I want to talk while I'm just sorting some laundry about, first, socks. I keep them separate. I grab all the socks and put them separately so I can pair them up. I wanted to talk about how the whole housework thing is really a never-ending thankless task, and that sounds really miserable and depressing, doesn't it? But I just wanted to be honest. My house is never all clean all at once. I do my power hours and I get certain areas of it all clean and sparkly and looking great. But there are other areas I don't get to because I'm a busy mum of 4 children, and there is always something in my house that needs sorting and cleaning. Now, I love nothing more than a whole house clean, because when the whole house is clean, everyone's a little bit more respectful of it, and it just looks amazing. Oh, very quickly, these are my reusable colour catchers, and when they go a bit grey and gross, I use them to mop up spills. Anyway, so when you've done the whole house, Everyone's a bit more respectful, it looks amazing, it feels amazing, it's easy to keep on top of. But in reality, trying to clean your whole house when you are a busy mum, whether or not you work, I mean, I work full-time from home and I run back and forth to school 3 times a day. So trying to fit in cleaning around that, oh, that's masks. Masks we have to wear to do school pickups now, so we're wearing masks at school. Anyway, trying to fit in cleaning around my children and working and all the things is really hard work. And my whole house cleaning doesn't happen much. Oh, those are little wet bags I use to put my dirty masks in. That's what I was trying to show you. I didn't realise I was going to talk about this whole philosophical cleaning thing while I was doing laundry, but here I am talking about it. So my point is, if all you can squeeze in is a power hour, then great, it's better than not doing it. If all you can squeeze in is 5 minutes while you're in the bathroom and you realise it needs a wipe over, do it. If you can't manage to do your whole house and get your whole house clean in one go, because I can rarely do that, then really you're not alone. Honestly, I would love to have the time to do that, but I've got these things called children that keep, asking to be fed or picked up from school. So in reality, I just wanted to let you know that if you have time to do that, then fab, great. But if you don't, do not beat yourself up. Squeeze in cleaning and housework where you can. I feel like I have to do laundry every day. I get questions about this a lot, like, okay, for the pressure to do laundry every day. The reason I put pressure on myself to do laundry every day is because I hate that feeling of overwhelm that comes with having so much to do and it's like a big backlog. That does stress me out. So doing it little and often, getting on a load every day, I mean, you don't have to. You do your own laundry, your own cleaning, whichever way it works for you. But for me, I find by keeping on top of it, doing a little bit every day, squeezing in the power hours, doing your microwave minutes, which are just literally while you're waiting for something like the microwave, wiping something, tidying something, just doing these little bits, little and often. It's not like a big, deep clean all the time. It's just maintenance and stopping it becoming overwhelming, because I have been there. I've been there where every room in my house is such a tip. I do not know where to start, and it's so disorganized, and it's really stressful and really depressing, and then it just feels like you can never get on top of it. So just do little and often. Break it down, little bits at a time. Squeeze it in where you can, and do not beat yourself up for what you've not achieved. I'm talking to myself as much as I'm talking to you, because honestly, I beat myself up all the time for stuff I have not done. I think it's a mum guilt thing. I think maybe it's a female thing. I don't know, let me know. Do you beat yourself up for things you have not done around the house or as a mum, whatever? I know I do. Right, what I'm actually doing now, back to what I'm actually doing. I'm emptying out the laundry. So I've sorted the laundry, everyone's got their own box in the laundry room. So each one of those boxes is for a different person. They've got their all name labels on them. I'm now emptying each box into one of these little baskets to carry them upstairs. I could technically take them upstairs in those, they're called Droner boxes that fit into the Galax, they're from IKEA. But if I do that, then they're sort of like a bit cardboardy and they get a bit battered. So I prefer to transport them around the house in these little like rattan plastic baskets, because when they are emptied, I can stack them easily. Zara is being so helpful, bless her, by just asking me to re-button up her Alice dress. So we're also going to take these socks upstairs, but we're going to pair them first. The reason I find them hard to pair just as I go is because I've got so many little navy socks for the girls, because they wear navy socks to school. I find it easier to kind of clump them all together and pair them up. It's just how I found it a bit less stressful, a bit easier. So those baskets are going out to the kitchen, they're downstairs things, and then all these baskets are heading on the way upstairs. Now, I've got some wet laundry that will need to go into here. So before I can hang up the wet laundry in order to dry it off, I need to get rid of the stuff that is dry. So what I'm doing is like feeling down to see what's dry and what's not. This is far too full. When it gets too full, things don't dry nicely. So what I tend to do is shove some hangers between each item to allow it some air around things. Oh, Zara wants to be in the video. If by putting hangers between each item, like say 5 hangers, 10 hangers, something like that, all squished together, then the clothes can't physically get put too closely together. I did used to tumble dry pretty much everything, but I find tumble drying things really wears things out more than washing them. So anything that like is a top that isn't school uniform, or like nice leggings or my jeans or anything like that. I try not to tumble dry, even if it says it's tumble dryable. I try to just hang them in this space, and as long as I hang them up straight, sort of within 24 hours, they're dry quite nicely, and then they can just be hung up upstairs. I also find things need pretty minimal ironing when you use this method because they're kind of hung in shape, and I hate ironing. I will do anything I can to avoid ironing. So hanging things up in shape, using crease releaser sprays, or even doing literally a 5-minute low heat in the dryer once it's already dry helps. So these are my Dettol things. I had these delivered from Amazon. I will link those. I'm using that to disinfect things like nappies. Zara still wears one cloth nappy in the night. My cloths and my face masks, because let's face it, that's a thing now, isn't it? Here in 2020, that's a thing. Now I'm doing something I've not done for ages, which is cleaning all this bit of my laundry room. I looked at it as I was looking at my my washing machine things, and realising that I needed to wipe over. I took a little glance around and realised, ew, look how disgusting that is. It's really quite gross. So I'm just wiping over these little surfaces. Because I spray the crease releaser, I try not to spray the crease releaser over the floor because it makes it like an ice rink. So I spray it over the units, and then it just, I guess it kind of attracts dust or something. Either that, or it's just, I've been really, really lax and haven't dusted around here for a little while. Look, stuff falls down the back of this table. I bought that little table from IKEA. It's like a kid's table, and I used it instead of a shelf. Those pole things you can see that I just shoved behind, they are my, what do you call them? They're like backdrop things. I take photos on for Instagram. And then I'm just wiping over the floor and the skirting board, which is so stinking dusty. I mean, honestly, it's a little shameful, but I should be ashamed because, you know, well, maybe I should. I don't know. Have you got little corners? Make me feel better. Have you got corners of your house that you're like, oh my goodness, I'm so embarrassed by how dusty that is? I'm sure I'm not the only one. I hope I'm not the only one anyway. In here, this is where the basket lives that we keep the dirty, damp laundry. So any cloths, things like that. I don't like to put damp laundry in with clothing and stuff. Ooh, Christmas stuff. These little ballerinas arrived from John Lewis today, and they're going on the tree. That little silver thing is my Christmas bauble tree thing for my office, and I'm just wiping over this little unit under the box in boiler. That is the boiler above there, which you will have seen if you saw some of our like home renovation updates. And now I'm just going to do the windowsill. It does smell so good. Especially when you've got smell-o-vision. This wild rhubarb stuff smells amazing. My office is just kind of part of, it's like a partition with a big shelving unit, but it's basically part of the laundry room. So I thought may as well plod on with this. Tidying up the children's little pen unit here. This is like a little stationery organiser thing that I bought when we were doing homeschooling, and the fact that they've got access to pens all the time, I'm going to keep it in the office. It's not, they only have access to pens when I'm in the room with them because I'm scared of them, you know, drawing on things that are not paper. But because they've got all this access to pens and things when they are with me, then they're actually, their pen control, their handwriting is really improved. Even my little one has got really good pen control, really good at tracing, colouring, stuff like that. So I will link that little, what's it called, down below, the little stationery organizer thing in case you want to grab one. Now I'm going to wipe over my desk. I don't like my desk to be too cluttered. It looks really cluttered actually from this kind of shot, but I do like to keep it sort of quite minimal stuff on it. I'm looking at my desk now as I'm recording still voiceover. I've got my pen pot, which I've moved, my planner, my camera, which obviously I'm filming with in this shot, so it's not on my desk, and then I've got my computer and my little keyboards and things. And then I always have my iPad, which I'm just sort of going to move now so I can clean under there. So there's quite a few bits and pieces, but they're all there, like functional bits on my desk to keep me productive. But I don't really clean my desk as much as I should, and then I look at it as I'm working and think, ew, so gross and disgusting. I guess it doesn't help it's white. In my house it's white. It really chews up the dust. Never mind. Anyway, so I'm just putting it all back together, and I know next time I go to work, I'm like, it smells so nice and it's also clean, and it will make me happy. So now we've got to do the floor, haven't we? I do like to try and work down where I can. So I'm just going to give a little vacuum to the floor. I've got quite a lot of stuff in my office. I've got to move the relevant bits and pieces out of the way. That's a little bin. I just moved my paper shredder out of the way. and just want to pull the little children's desk out. There's always some pens and things and glue sticks falling down the back of it. Ooh, there goes the chair. Knock that over. But this room probably doesn't get as much TLC from cleaning and things as it should. I have to do the children's bedrooms quite frequently because they make such a mess, especially with baby. With baby, she's 3. But my office probably doesn't get cleaned as much as it should. That under that, look, can you see there's all the canvases that I don't know what to do with, and some boxes that are actually empty. So my little sorting box I bought from IKEA, ready for when I sort my big Calyx unit. So stay tuned, make sure you are subscribed for when I do a little sort my office out, because as much as on the face of it, it looks sort of reasonably tidy, it does need a darn good sorting. Ew, 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 ew. That's all I can say about my skirting boards. Gross. That was a lot of dust. A lot of dust. Now we're doing the floor in the laundry room bit. So basically, if you've not seen my house tour, the other side of that shelving unit that you can see on the right of the screen is my office. And that big shelving unit separates the room into laundry room and office. Just vacuuming up the mat. It's getting quite mucky because we go in and out to the garden, and my husband's working on the extension, so a lot of muck gets brought in through here. That little step is because I am vertically challenged and I can't reach the top of the units very easily. Now, let's sort out a bit of stuff in the lounge. I need to do some cleaning and sorting in here. I'm pretty tight on time, so this is not going to be a deep clean in the lounge. I just want to wipe over this table the children play on. And look at Zara, she's helping. She calls it dustering. So helpful, darling. Thank you, sweetie. And now I'm going to get her Tupelo out of the way, onto the table. Look at the beautiful model that she has built. She's been a very good girl. She found those bases as I was clearing up. I can bear those stuffed down the back in the laundry room because they don't fit in the toy boxes. Just picking all these things up. I do spend my life picking up toys. I do try and have a rule with the children. They get out 1 box of toys at a time, and then when that box is finished, they put that away and get another one out. Right, quick wipe over the table. My husband did recently varnish this. He sanded it and varnished it. So it is, we've got rid of the tablecloth. Now to wipe over this unit, this thing gets so disgustingly dusty. This Calyx unit, the children, it's like toy boxes underneath and just general storage, and they kind of play on the top of it. But gosh, I don't know. Is it a very dusty house? Is it maybe just because there are so many of us? Am I just not dusting enough? Or is it, oh my goodness, she's got a thing on her head. That is one of those foot things. It's what are they called? The slipper sock things. Not slipper socks, mop socks, that's what I call them. She had a mop sock on her head, which is what I put on my feet so my socks don't get icky when I am mopping the floor. Anyway, I'm not sure why our house gets dusty. It might be because we've had loads of building work done. Oh, that is an IKEA candle holder, and I use it as a remote control holder so that we don't lose the remote controls. And honestly, I've done that since we moved to this house. It's been a game changer because I could never find the blooming remote controls before, but I've allocated them as a home. This is where they live, and my family do mostly put them back, in all fairness to them. Right, now to pull all the stuff, all those boxes, baskets, up the stairs. Absolutely blinking oodles of it. All the clean, dry washing that needs to be sorted. So we're running up and down the stairs. I really need to clean the glass on the stairs. Look at all the stinky fingerprints. I'm not sure if I'm going to have time to do that. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. If I don't get time, then I hope not to beat myself up about it. Can't promise that either. Right, children, can I get your washing please? The children put away their own washing. Even the baby, who's 3. Okay, she doesn't do it totally on her own, but I definitely make her join in. But all the others, Bella is 5, Will is 8, and Dylan is 16, have given their own stuff and they put away their own washing. Sometimes they need a little bit of help. Bella might need a bit of help. William is totally independent, and Zara needs quite a lot of help. But honestly, getting the children to put away their own stuff has been a game changer, and it just teaches them skills they're going to need for life, doesn't it? I don't actually keep towels in our airing cupboard. I keep them in a box in my bedroom so that I can sort of free up the airing cupboard space. There's not a lot of space in there anyway because there's a water tank in there, but I do try and free up the space for being able to dry things. So when I come in from school and my coat or whatever is absolutely soaking, I can just hang it in the airing cupboard and it's a lot warmer. So it's for drying like things I need to dry quite quickly, like a coat that I need again, as opposed to my drying area downstairs in the laundry room, which does have a radiator in it, but it's not super hot. So that's why I haven't got towels in the airing cupboard. So these baskets you will see me pulling out of my wardrobe. So my built-in wardrobe's on the left. I don't actually have drawers. My husband has a chest drawer over the other side of the room, but I have a Kallax unit with all these little baskets, and I pull out the baskets. I actually prefer it to drawers. I pull the basket all the way out, and then I can sort whatever I'm sorting, fold it in neatly, and then I put it away and I slot it back in. And because I can pull it all the way out, like I probably wouldn't have a drawer without drawers separated anyway, so I'd probably have like little mini baskets within drawers like I used to in the last house. But this system worked perfectly well for me. It's meant that we were able to repurpose Kallax units from the old house that didn't really fit anywhere else anyway, so rather than binning them or having to get rid of them, then it's just been a really good system for us. So you can check out the full home renovation series if you want to see how the whole house came together, because none of the rooms had built-in wardrobes and we kind of had to design them all ourselves, and a lot of it was out of repurposed IKEA furniture to form the inside of the wardrobes. And you can also see a wardrobe tour and like a wardrobe organisation video, so I will link all those below if you're interested. I've also got a blog post I will link below with all my best wardrobe organisation gubbins in there, just like that legging hanger that I have just hung. And there you go, there's another one. A legging hanger has been brilliant because look how many different things you can fit on one hanger. Honestly, brilliant. Love the leggings room. Now my bathroom, there's two types of cleaning that go on in here. There is the kind of the daily I wipe around because I keep cleaning products in my bathroom. So I do a little bit of wiping around every day, but then there are the jobs that just don't get done. So I probably wipe the sink every day and the taps, and I wipe down the shower after I've been in it. But there are some jobs that don't get done, and I'm going to do some of those today. So we're going to start by sticking a little cap full of Zoflora down the loo. I do actually do this quite a lot. I don't like fully clean the loo every day, but I stick some Zoflora down the loo and just give it a quick once over with a toilet brush quite a lot. Now I'm taking my Method Anti-Bac Wild Rhubarb and a cloth and wiping the top of that cupboard that probably hasn't been wiped in a very long time. Longer than I'd care to admit to, if I'm honest. And I'm going to wipe down the front of this cupboard, which is covered in A, fingerprints, and B, toothpaste. I know that we keep toothbrushes in the cupboard, but it's literally the opposite side of the bathroom to where the teeth are cleaned. So how toothpaste on the outside of the cupboard is just beyond me. So I'm pulling everything out of the cupboard just to wipe the shelves. If you've been following me for a while, you'll know that I don't like putting things directly into cupboards. I like putting them in those little containers because you saw how quickly and easily I could take those out. Because the things are in containers, you just whip it out, wipe the shelves. It also is easier to sort through what you've got in cupboards. It's just making life easier. So I will link the little like thin containers that I found because I had to look everywhere for the right size containers to fit in this really slim cabinet, but it's been a game changer to do that. I'm going to show you something else really shameful now. Look how gross they are. Gross. Those are actually going to go in the dishwasher. They're just little cups from IKEA, the children's stack of cups. So they're going in the dishwasher, and I will just put those back once they've been through the dishwasher because they're too disgusting. So these are the little slim containers that I said I would link below. Most of them are quite clean other than the toothbrushy one, which is just full of toothbrush gunk. So not all the other containers needed wiping out the inside of the container, but the toothbrush one absolutely did. Quickly giving the windowsill a wipe over while I'm here. I do end up wiping the windowsills quite a lot at the moment, not with any cleaning product, but just with a cloth because of condensation. Do you get condensation around your windows at this time of year? We do. I'm assuming it's just because there's too many people breathing in our house. There are 6 of us. That's too much breathing. Now to clean the bath. Now this again gets wiped over quite a lot because the bubbles don't drain very well after the girls have had a bath. So I end up having to kind of clean them away so they don't leave, I don't know, bubble residue skank. So the bath does get wiped over quite a lot. I also throw dirty towels and things in the bath because I don't like putting damp dirty washing in with my dry dirty washing in case it goes all damp and skanky. Now to wipe over the sink, which again the sink is done you know, when I'm in there. Most of the bathroom cleaning, you don't see me clean the bathroom in speed cleans much because most of it's like a maintenance cleaning thing. I have in the drawers below the sink, I keep the cloths, and in the cupboard behind me that I showed you earlier, I keep the shower daily spray. So every time I have a shower, I spray the shower with daily spray and I squeegee it off. Again, partly just to try and reduce the amount of water in the bathroom to stop condensation. And I do just wipe over if I'm in there and I've had a shower. That's when I tend to do a little bit of a clean around. But what I don't do are things like what I'm doing now, which is wipe the towel rail, which is dirty. So the shower gets sort of a quick wipe around, the sink gets a wipe around, the bath and the toilet get a little wipe over. But things like the shower, not the shower rail, the towel rail, why can't I speak? Look at it, it's disgusting. It's just, ew, that's gross. So now I'm actually going to do the side of this cupboard, which you can't see out from here, but is also covered in toothpaste. I mean, do any of my family spit the toothpaste down the sink, or is it just all over the bathroom? They also like those handles you can see on the drawers are like nice collectors of toothpaste gunk and dust. Ugh, look, gross. Now I do have a thing to clean the floor, but it's such a small bathroom floor and sometimes it's easier just to get down your hands and knees and wipe it up, am I right? This corner, this is going to be shameful, honestly. Oh my goodness. Ew, that's so disgusting. It's just a really tiny space. That's where I actually keep the squeegee for the shower and my bathroom scales, which are also dusty. I mean, there's probably a few pounds of dust on there. So every time I get on those, I'm probably a few pounds heavier than I should be just because of the dust. That's what I'm telling myself anyway. So they've had a final wipe over finally, and now we're going to round the round the toilet and round the shower and things. It's just dust and kind of tumbleweed grossness that is all over my bathroom floor. But at least now I've given it a little wipe over with my method wild rhubarb stuff. It's smelling good, and out of the toilet is wafting Zoflora, so that smells good. And that's got to be smelling better than other smells that you could find in the bathroom. This is a little step that I've got for Zara. She's just about tall enough to get on off the toilet by herself now. Bless her, she's quite dutty. That's a Welsh thing, by the way, dutty. It means little. If you don't know, let me know if you knew what dutty meant before I actually just had to explain it. Or if I just explained something that was really obvious, but it didn't even occur to me till I was an adult that dutty wasn't a word that everyone in the world used, because I'm not a Welsh speaker, even though I live in Wales. But dutty is a term that kind of is thrown in to our day-to-day language. Anyway, back to cleaning. I've wiped all the disgusting thick layer of dust off that little bin that was shoved down the corner that was from IKEA, I think. There we go, we can put that back now, that's a bit cleaner. And just around the floor. These are just such tight areas, it's almost not worth getting a big like floor cleaning device like my spray thing that you've seen me use before. It's not worth getting that out for the floor. The other thing you're probably going to comment on is the fact that I am not wearing rubber gloves. I tend to do this sometimes. I start cleaning and I think, oh, I should be wearing rubber gloves, and I think, well, my hands are dirty now, so I will just clean and then give them a good scrub, which you'd have to do after rubber gloves anyway. And I know it's not very good for my skin and things, but there we go. See, I've washed the toilet. I cleaned the toilet rather, and now I'm actually washing my hands for 20 seconds. Actually, my Apple Watch, does remind me to wash my hands for 20 seconds. As soon as you start washing your hands, I've noticed this since the last update, it does a little timer and it sort of does a countdown until the 20 seconds are gone, and then you've washed your hands for long enough, so you no longer have to sing Happy Birthday or any other song that you were supposed to be singing in your head to wash your hands. Anyway, we've left the bathroom ages ago. I'm still on about washing my hands. I'm now stripping my bed. I am stripping off not just the bedding in this bed change, but I'm also doing the pillow and mattress protectors. So it's quite a lot of work. Changing the bed is like a flipping workout, or at least that is what I tell myself. So I'm taking off all of the pillow cases and the pillow protectors and zipping them back up, because otherwise little bits and pieces get lost inside other things. Same for the duvet cover. Guys, do yourself a favour, and before you put it in the washing machine, button or popper it back up. Because honestly, how many times have you lost something, possibly for weeks or months, and then eventually found it inside a clean duvet cover? That has happened to me more times than I can count. And it's not foolproof, because obviously there are still some more gaps between the buttons, but it definitely minimises the amount of times it happens. Now, to strip off the sheet and the mattress protector, Not all of this is going to fit in my washing machine at one time because that's a lot of bedding, and overloading the washing machine, because some people have said, why don't you put so much in your washing machine? Overloading the washing machine causes it to break. I know this because I've done it before. Anyway, we're putting some clean stuff on now. I keep the clean bedding in my bedroom, and then I keep the children's clean bedding in their bedrooms. It just makes sense to keep it where it's going to end up anyway, and then it frees up space in airing cupboards and things, other places around the house. It's just, I don't know, where do you keep your bedding? Do you keep it in the room? I find I got into this habit when obviously we're less likely to be sick on our bed in the middle of the night, we hope, but the children sometimes will kind of soil their bedding in some way in the middle of the night with accidents or sick or whatever, and it's really good not to have to disturb the rest of the house and to know that you can just flick the lights on and find everything you need in that one bedroom without disturbing the whole house. Yes, some of you are going to notice, that's not even a word. Some of you are going to notice and criticise and judge that my bedding is not ironed. But I've said it before and I'm going to say it again, I don't iron bedding because I don't have enough time in my life. However, I do have a little trick that I'm going to share with you to make the bedding look more ironed than it is, because it is not ironed, and we're going to make it look kind of flat and ironed. So stay tuned till the end to see not only the trick, but how well it works. So we are getting the pillow protectors on and then the pillowcases on. I cannot wait to get into bed tonight in these fresh sheets. There is nothing lovelier than getting into fresh sheets that no one has got into and slept in yet. They're just kind of, they still smell amazing. I will show you when we go downstairs to put some laundry on what I put in my wash to really make the sheets smell great. But these sheets, they smell so good. If only you had smell-o-vision, you could smell these lovely smelling sheets. So how often do you change your bed? Let me know in the comments. I do find it is quite a mammoth task when you have a big bed. Also, probably harder than a big bed is a top bunk. Trying to change a top bunk goes from, yeah, a top bunk was a totally good idea to save space in my house, to what was I thinking? Why did I buy this bed for my child? Anyway, back to this bed. You can see it is quite creased, like very creased. It's partly not going to bother me because it's going to be covered largely by the throw and things when it is on there, but these creases are not going to look this bad after I've done my trick. So you keep watching and I'll show you how smoothed out it's going to look. You're going to think that I secretly ironed it when I absolutely promise you I did not. So shoving all the duvet in. Sometimes I try and get the children involved. Zara's playing nicely at the moment. She's playing in their bedroom, which is just the room next to me. And to be honest, as much as I love getting my children involved because I think it's really good for them to be involved in housework and things, do you know what? Sometimes it's just quicker to get it done yourself. I'm a bit short of time today, so I'm just cracking on with it. Do you get your children involved in housework? I try to, as much as I can, even though it is easier to do it myself. But I do make a conscious effort to get them involved as much as possible, because the younger you get them started, the less resistant they are to it. The more it's just normal, it's just part of what everyone does to help. Anyway, here, my crease releaser. I'm using this Lenore crease releaser, which you can't buy many places, but I've sprayed it on the bed and now I'm just going to smooth it out. It is almost damp that I've sprayed so much on it, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave the window well open, so just air it and let it dry off. But you can see I've smoothed it off. It's already not looking quite as crinkled as it was, but we're going to come back in a little bit when I've done some other things to see how well it has settled, and then put the other throw pillows and the pink throw and things that live on the bottom of my bed back. So I'm putting these Calyx boxes back with the bits I didn't use. That's the bedding and the under, what they call pillow protectors and mattress protectors. Now downstairs for some more laundry for a change. Laundry is the bane of my life. It's constant, isn't it? Other jobs in the house, you can let them go, I find. But laundry just catches up with you. So for example, my bathroom floor. Oh, hang on. First of all, I just want to tell you what I'm putting in here. I'm putting a couple of unstoppables and I'm using some Method as well. some method laundry. Anyway, back to the bathroom floor. If I wasn't to wipe the bathroom floor for blooming ages, a bit like I hadn't because you saw how gross it was, what happens? It's just dustier, yeah? So if I don't wipe the bathroom floor for ages, it gets dustier. But it takes me the same time to clean that bathroom floor, whether it's really, really, really dusty. Oh, I am putting some Vanish in as well to really whiten up the sheets. Anyway, it takes the same time to clean a really, really dusty bathroom floor as it does to clean a not that dusty bathroom floor. However, with laundry, if you don't put laundry on every day, your family will probably keep wearing and dirtying clothes, and it will just accumulate and build up and up and up until you feel so overwhelmed you don't know where to begin. So if you only do one housework task every day, make it laundry, because all the others, if you need to have a day off, you need to have a little bit of time off, they'll accumulate a little, you know, like your house will get dirtier, but it won't accumulate the same way laundry will, because it's not so relentless. I don't know, let me know in the comments if you feel the same. I just feel like laundry is the one thing, even if I'm ill, even if it's Christmas Day, I'll shove a load on just so I don't get that backlog, because when I cannot see the wood for the trees or I cannot see the floor in my laundry room, you know, whichever one, that's what like overwhelms me the most. Let me know if it's the same for you. Obviously, the ideal situation is to keep doing a little bit of all forms of housework every day, and then it just keeps on top of everything. Okay, so back to what I'm actually doing before I started on this rant about laundry overwhelming everyone's lives and, you know, feeling like there are more people living in your house than actually living there. I have taken down, which I did before while I was ranting, all of the dry clothes from this drying area, and I'm hanging up the clothes to dry. So these are the clothes that come out of the washing machine that don't go in the tumble dryer. And I hang them up in shape so that they dry nicely. Some of these clothes I could tumble dry on low, but I find that some of my tops and things look more worn and kind of bobbly and things if I put them in the dryer. So I find the clothes last a lot longer if I dry them like this. A lot of people say, do you dry clothes outside? No, I live in Wales, because the second I put things outside, they seem to get rained on. Anyway, Zara has come in to help me. So I have given her her iPad. She doesn't want to like properly help, but she just wants to be with me. So I've given her iPad on the floor because this needs doing, and it's not going to stop needing doing just because she wants to be with Mummy. So she's sort of just under my feet, just out of the camera. I am now folding towels. I've done it again. So this is a classic example. In theory, I take stuff out of the dryer and I fold it immediately and sort it into the right basket or tub or bins, they call them in America, don't they? In the Calyx unit. So we've got one box per family member, and then like a basket I put towels in, and in theory it gets sorted as soon as it comes out the dryer. But then in practice, sometimes I take things out the dryer and chuck another load in, and I've got to run out the door to do a school run, or I've got to finish making dinner. And then this happens, and I have so much clean, dry laundry ready to sort that it's taking over my life. Now, at least I've got this in this kind of laundry area now. In the last house, we did have a laundry room, and yes, this exact same thing used to happen. But before we organised our laundry room, we didn't have any storage space in the laundry room, and we didn't have this system. I used to just end up with all the clean, ready to sort laundry in my bedroom, and it was really depressing because I just had baskets and baskets and baskets covering my bedroom of clean, dry laundry. And we used to have a laundry party once a week. I called it a party because it made the children think it was so much fun. And we'd put music on and we'd sort laundry. But for the rest of the week, I just had it building up, and it just stressed me out so much. So since having some way of storing and sorting laundry in the laundry room, it has made a massive difference. In an ideal world, I take it straight out the dryer and it goes directly into people's boxes, and my life runs a little more like clockwork. And in a not so ideal world, I have to spend a bit of time doing it like I'm doing it now, but at least I can close the door on it and all the laundry is together and it's not in my bedroom kind of stressing me out in what should be a quite tranquil space. So if I can suggest one thing to you, if you have any room in your house that is not like your tranquil space, like your bedroom, any room that you can put some sort of storage that you can close a door on near your washing, so a cupboard, a Calyx unit, anything that you can sort clean, dry laundry into, so you're not having to look at it before it's been put away, then it will make your life feel more organised, I promise you. So let me know. I do get a lot of people sending me pictures of their kind of laundry organisation and saying how much of a difference it's made having watched my videos. So if you set yours up, please do tag me over on Instagram in your pictures or send me a little DM with them. I love to see them. So let's go back to this, which household tasks are most overwhelming. I would say laundry for me is kind of my mountain. I guess it's because there's so many of us. Which household task do you find takes over your life the most? Is it laundry? Is it vacuuming? Is it picking up kids' toys? Because let's face it, that's quite a big one for me as well. My children are getting much tidier as they get older, other than Zara. I mean, in all fairness, she's only 3, but her room is constantly like a daily, explosion has happened and all the toys have been tipped all over the floor. So they are getting better. The older children are getting a lot better at just not making so much chaotic mess in the first place. So I have high hopes that Zara will be the same. But picking up toys are probably, next to laundry, is my second greatest mountain that I have to climb on a daily basis. So what is yours? I'd love to know in the comments. I wonder if it is laundry for everybody or if everyone's struggle is a little different. So those little things you can see me folding, which are mostly grey and pink, are microfiber cloths. I used to, years ago, use kitchen roll along with my sprays and things for cleaning, and I went through so much of it, it just can't be that environmentally friendly. And then I switched to using microfiber cloths. I found that they were much more robust for cleaning with, because let's face it, kitchen roll can kind of disintegrate on you, can't it? And obviously much more environmentally friendly because you're not throwing so much stuff away. And I like not running out of them, because obviously you can just chuck them in the wash and then you have them again. And I must have saved a fortune, because once I bought them, then I still got them, I don't have to buy more. So we do have a lot of them. I do go through a lot of them, and yes, it adds to my washing, but it does make life easier. I also used cloth baby wipes, and still use them actually for hands, faces, and for wiping off my makeup and things. These are cheeky wipes. I shall link them below. I used to use those when my little ones were in cloth nappies, and honestly they're still so great now for hands and faces and wipe ups. These are microfiber towels that have been washed and ready to go upstairs. They go on the children's pillows if their hair is still a little damp after a bath or shower. And then these are my folded microfiber cloths and kitchen towels. These are some more towels. They are the hand towels and hair towels ready to go upstairs. They're all folded. These are the bath towels, all folded and sorted. Now let's go upstairs and see how well the crease releaser spray is done. Now, other than the very end of the bed facing my dressing table, which I didn't spray at all because I'm going to cover it up with the big pink throw thing, I'd say it's done pretty well. That bedding is looking quite flat and smooth, and spraying it was a damn sight quicker than actually ironing it. As you can see, I was not joking, there is so much stuff dumped in the hall that really, really needs sorting. The playroom is not too bad, just a bit of a mess, needs a bit of a clean up in there. The kitchen has had loads of stuff dumped in there too. And the laundry room, well, is absolutely wedged full of all the laundry that I have not been doing for the past week. The lounge just needs a bit of a tidy, my ring light needs moving, back at the office, that kind of thing. That is a clean, dry duvet that Zara weed on before we left and had been washed. Bella's room's a tip. My room is absolutely full of clean washing that needs putting away. Bathrooms need sorting. There's my bedroom again. What a tip. Zara's room is its usual bomb site self. So I'm starting off by just checking out this big bag of stuff that needs, it's mostly packing cubes. So just sorting what needs to go upstairs. The bag with packing cubes needs to go upstairs, and sorting through what needs to go where. Dumping the stuff at the bottom of the stairs that needs to go up the stairs, and then sorting through all these bits and pieces. Things like the sun cream, that's like my out and about syringes of medicine. They've gone back in that red box by the front door, which is ready to grab when I'm on my way out of the house. Now all this stuff just needs carrying upstairs, ready to get sorted. The way I like to kind of sort things is by starting with the entrance hall and clearing that. That way, if we have visitors, at least they don't think we live like absolute pigs, because the entrance hall is clean and tidy. That's the children's TV boxes, they're kind of travel boxes. They've gone upstairs too. So then it's time to sort out the shoes by the front door. I've got to start somewhere, and like I said, I like to have kind of the entrance to the hall and the downstairs loos right by the front door, kind of sorted. So I'm starting, I've got a little bit of Zoflora diluted in that pink bottle and wiping things down. Next, I've got a bit of Flash Bathroom and letting Minky soak in a bit of that while I wipe over the mirror with my Pledge, my little microfiber cloth and my sort of reusable duster thing from B&M, which I love, as do the girls. Then just giving the sink a little bit of a wipe over. This is just a little sink, little quick job, but it's right by the front door, like I said. So I like to have this area nice and clean and tidy. It leaves a good first impression if anyone's surprise shows up. And then once I've cleaned it over, I like to wipe it over and like dry it with a microfiber cloth. I have so many of these. I will link them below, but you can never have too many of them, because if you're doing a big clean all in one go, you can go through them and then chuck them in the wash and still keep using the others. So Flash Bathroom to clean the toilet. I'm using the same one that I used for the sink, and then I'm going to use it to clean the loo, and then it can go in the wash straight away. Just giving it a good old wipe around, and then using the loo brush to clean the inside of the toilet. And I think we're going to grab some bleach and chuck it on down there, because that just make sure that it's left sort of hygienically clean. I am now cleaning the rubber gloves with a bit of Zoflora and then some hand wash, because obviously the rubber gloves have touched the toilet, so you've got to wash them the same as you'd wash your hands. Now for using my little Dyson to vacuum round. It's easy to, there is a long extension, but sometimes it's easy to just get on your hands and knees and do it in such a small space like this, and just do it manually. And then popping all the shoes away, because it really stresses me out when they are absolutely everywhere, and shoes are something that have to go away from our packing anyway. So getting those away on this little shelf, and then this room is not far off done. The coats need to go back in. I try not to have too many coats there at one time, but you know, they do tend to mount up. And then I'm just doing this little trick with the toilet roll, fold it under and use this tap to stamp it to make it look really neat and tidy, and then a capful of Zoflora down the loo to finish that room off. I did make sure that I flushed the loo before putting the Zoflora down the toilet, as you'll notice, so we're not really mixing the chemicals, but a bit of Zoflora down the loo does make it smell amazing in there. So then for clearing the last of this surface by the front door and giving it a quick dust over, next job is to put the stuff that belongs in my car back in my car, because we actually went in my husband's van when we went away, so this stuff was dumped in the hall. And then I can get out my trusty little handheld Dyson and just vacuum all around. I do feel if this rug is clean and tidy, then the whole of the entrance hall feels nice and clean and tidy. So that is the downstairs hall, entrance hall and downstairs loo pretty much done. Next is the lounge. Now the lounge is not that messy, so I'm literally just straightening up the cushions, moving my ring light back to where it belongs, which is in my office, and then just giving a little dust around the surfaces. There's not that much stuff in the lounge. Just a quick dust over the TV and then a quick Dyson around, and then that's the lounge pretty much done, other than a quick spritz of Zoflora. I do like a bit of Zoflora to freshen up the place. And that was just one capful of Zoflora and diluted with water. Next job is sorting a lot of laundry. I normally do laundry every day, and we've been away for a week, so I've hardly done any laundry. I think I did a load or two while we were away, but that is nothing. It's not going to make a dent in it. So do not forget to empty the fluff out of the dryer, people, because it makes your dryer work better and it stops it being a fire hazard too. So I'm shoving in a load of nappies now. That's just going in a quick rinse, and then that's my power hour done. Basically, I brought all of the stuff back from holiday and dumped it upstairs. So today's job is to sort all of that stuff that I'm unpacking, all of the packing cubes and things, unpack them, put them away. So that was a big bag that I had all the packing cubes in, and now it is time to sort all of these packing cubes and all the stuff that was in them into the relevant rooms and places. So I'm using these curver boxes, which you will have seen me use loads in my other videos. I just use them more than anything, not really so much for storage, but for sorting things into where they need to go and taking them from room to room, kind of like mini laundry baskets. So I'm just starting by sorting all this stuff. All this stuff is clean, by the way. All the dirty washing had been separated out and put into the laundry room. So this is stuff that was either not worn while we're away or washed while we're away. So it just needs to go away, really, into its actual home in our home. So yeah, just, I don't know about you, let me know in the comments. I do find when you get back from holiday, just the mass of stuff that is not in a place where it belongs creates such a mess in the house, and that just makes the whole place look really unclean and untidy. And once you can get everything put away, then you can actually make a dent in what needs to be done with the cleaning. But so often in my house, whether we've been away or whether it's just a normal day, it's the tidying that takes even longer than the cleaning. So I can actually make it tidy enough to clean. So yeah, definitely let me know in the comments if that's just me or if you feel that too. I also find that everyone seems to have one room in the house where all the stuff kind of congregates ready to get sorted. Now this has always been my bedroom, and it was a lot worse before we had our laundry room sorted. I will link my laundry room tour in the cards now actually, so that you can watch that and see what I do to store laundry, because it used to all be sorted in my bedroom like this. So my bedroom used to look like this all the time, just with clean laundry ready to go away, and now it just looks like this after a trip, so it's not as bad. But yeah, also let me know in the comments, where is your kind of dumping and sorting room in your house, because we all have one. We know we all have one, and it's just a case of just identifying where it is and tackling it, and usually trying to tackle that first, because once that room is sorted, then that's kind of most of the work done and out of the way. So you can see here now I'm just finishing tidying up around my dressing table area, clearing the last few bits and pieces, putting shoes away and things, so I can actually start cleaning. And I'm starting by dusting the higher up surfaces. I like to dust before I change the bed, because I figure any dust that I kind of agitate and knock around the room can then stay on the dirty sheets, and then the dirty sheets can be changed into nice clean sheets. So I'm using my very favourite, and it is Zara's favourite too, like fluffy duster. The head on this is actually washable, so I can just dust with it and then chuck it in the machine, so that makes it super eco-friendly, and it also means I like not having to buy more. I like not running out of things, so just in the amount of time it takes to wash and dry it. I have it back, so I've got two. I've kind of got one on the duster and then one in the wash, so I've always got one to hand, which is great, and I find it picks up really well. I don't have to use any product. I mean, sometimes I use product and cloths as well, but it sort of depends what mood I'm in really, or what kind of surface I'm cleaning. But I do find this really great, so you can pick those up. I got mine in B&M. I'm sure they sell them other places, but yeah, I'm doing the whole bedroom with just this and no product really today. Next job is changing my bed. So what you'll notice me doing here, once I have stripped the bed and taken the duvet out of it, is I always re-button up the duvet cover before putting it in the machine, because it stops other bits and pieces like pillowcases and things getting caught in the duvet cover during the wash cycle and getting lost basically forever. The next thing you will notice is that I'm bringing in my clean bedding, which is stored inside one of the pillowcases. So when I put my clean bedding away, I fold it all up, not perfectly or anything, just fold it up and put it inside one of the pillowcases, so the whole set is easy to grab and find. The other thing you will probably notice is I have not ironed my bedding, because I don't have time in my life for that. That is something I've decided to be consciously incompetent at doing. I don't iron bedding. Sorry, not sorry. That's all I can say really. Let me know in the comments. Do you iron bedding? Is that something you make time for in your life? I've just decided it's not a priority for me, because I've got other things I need to be doing, and my life is chaos, and I don't know, maybe one day when my children are grown I'll find time to iron bedding, but right now it ain't happening. So I am unbuttoning the bedding, because obviously it was backed up to go in the wash, and placing the duvet inside it. It's a bit like a workout because it's huge, but there we go, it's worth it. Buttoning all of that back up, and then I just kind of smooth it out and shake it off as best I can and make it as flat as possible, even though it hasn't been ironed. So with every room I tackle, I always like to tidy first and then dust, so sort of the higher surfaces, and then bedding if that needs doing, and then we're onto the floor, which is where we're at now. I've grabbed my cordless Dyson to just do a quick whip around the carpet, which picks up any bits that have been dropped through the week, plus any dust that's been knocked onto the floor while I've been cleaning. So then that's my bedroom finished, looking about a gazillion times better than when it was covered in unpacking and stuff that had been dumped there. Next I'm on to Bella's room, which looks like this, which is just no good. It's not a mess especially because we've been dumping stuff from unpacking, it's just a mess because it really needs tidying. So I'm starting off with making her bed. I always feel like if a bed is made in a room, it's looking much cleaner and tidier, whether it is or not. It is definitely creating the illusion of being clean and tidy just because the bed is neatly made. On to a bit more tidying. All of Bella's soft toys live in this bean bag that doesn't physically have any beans in it. It's used for soft toy storage. Honestly, if you're not doing this, it is great if your children are anything like mine. They have so many soft toys. It's a great way to store them. You can also store blankets, bedding, anything like that in it, and it's still reasonably comfortable to use. It's one of my favourite hacks. So yeah, another thing I will say, as you can see here, I'm trying to get the children to help me clean and tidy. Is it that helpful really for them to be helping? It's probably quicker to do it myself if I was on my own, but it's not about that. It's about getting them to muck in, about getting them to take a bit of responsibility for their own things. If they know that they've got to tidy their own rooms, they're less likely to make it such a mess, and they're more likely to be a bit more proud of their rooms, and eventually, they're going to grow up and live on their own, and someone is not going to pick up after them. So I found kind of gently introducing the idea that it's good to help and for us all to muck in and do it together, and then we can all go and have fun together, then I just think that's nice. As you can see here, Zara has got the other duster, we're both in the clean at the moment, and she's just going around dusting whatever she thinks is helpful. Like I said, it's not really helpful, but she loves just joining in. Then once all the room's been tidied, so that's the order we always do, tidying, then dusting from top to bottom, and then the bed, which I didn't change the bed today, I just made it in Bella's room, and then the floor, and then that's Bella's room tackled, and we're on to Zara's room, because Zara's room is even worse than Bella's room, if you can believe it. So I've got them all just mucking in, putting away toys as best they can. There is accessible storage in each of their rooms, so although things might not go exactly where they're supposed to go, they have the ability to put things away of sorts. So I'm folding up blankets, putting away toys. Zara's bed needs making. She's recently started sleeping in the big girl's bed. We've not yet got rid of the cot because she's only been in the big girl's bed for a few nights. But hope it's that the cot can go soon. She's getting such a big girl. That will actually free up a bit more space in the room, which will be nice. So once all the tidying is done, I can grab my duster. Oh, there we go. We're about to start potty training. That's what that's all about. Bunny is sitting on a potty. You see, we found this potty during the course of tidying up, the bunny-sized potty. Another beauty of tidying with your children is they find all sorts of treasures, things they forgot they had. So Zara's room is not far off done now, as we're on to dusting, moving all her bits and pieces, dusting around them and then putting them back neatly. We're also nearing the end of the power hour time that I have allocated before we've got to go and do other things. So it's just a case of really cramming as much in as possible and rushing around, just fitting in as much as I possibly can these last few minutes, giving Zara's room a little vacuum, and just see, it just looks so much better than it did, doesn't it? Where you just couldn't see the floor. Oh look, Zara's dusting the floor. See, she's so helpful, so helpful. She just loves joining in with whatever I'm doing. First job for today, and I'm really hoping to finish the whole house today. The first job is the playroom. Now, you probably, I don't know if you caught it recently, I did a massive playroom declutter, so all these boxes are stored with different types of toys in them, and the children know exactly what needs to go where, and they are supposed to help putting the stuff away. It doesn't always happen, sometimes it just gets left all over the floor, a bit like today, but I'm really, where I can, encourage them to put stuff away themselves and to just muck in when I'm tidying up. So then I always like to straighten out the sofa cushions. This sofa kind of comes apart quite a lot. The cushions sort of fall off and then it looks a right mess. So once it's all tidy, I always start with dusting. As I've said in my previous videos, I always do tidying first, then dusting from high down to low. Then I do bedding if it's a bedroom, and then after that I can do the floors. So I'm just using a little bit of Zoflora and a microfiber cloth on this table, partly because it is covered in felt tip pen, because it's where they do colouring. So I'm just trying to get those on. It's washable felt tip, so it comes off quite easily. And then it's just a case of straightening out the rug and grabbing my little cordless Dyson, which I love because I can pick it up and put it down. It's not a right pain to plug in. The children aren't tripping over wires and things. It's not a big deal to sort of have to put away when I'm finished either. Oh, and look, Zara's helping by dusting the floor again. So helpful, darling. And that is the playroom done. So on to the kitchen now. The kitchen is, no, it's not a terrible mess, but it's sort of dusty and needs a bit of a clean. So I'm just using my diluted Zoflora. It's a capful of Zoflora in a spray bottle, diluted with water, to just spritz down all the surfaces. It gives it a little bit of it kills off all the germs and nasties and makes it smell amazing. So I'm just working round the countertop from the breakfast bar towards the sink, moving all the bits and pieces out of the way. This area is all covered in crumbs because it's next to the bread bin and toaster, and just sort of I sweep all the crumbs towards the sink as I clean, and then just kind of buff up the granite so it looks all nice and shiny again. And then I just really like to try and keep the surfaces as clear as I possibly can, because if the surfaces are clear, my family members are less likely to dump things on there. If there's already piles of stuff, they just add to it. It just happens. Tell me in the comments, is that the same in your house? Do you find that the messier your house is, the more mess that the family makes? Most people tend to find that. So I'm just wiping down the windowsill, which doesn't get done every day, and it's quite dusty and mucky, as well as the countertops and then the sink. I'm using a little sponge here, as well as loads of Zoflora to go around the sink area, which is a bit more grubby than the rest of the countertops. And then once I've done that, I tend to buff over it all with the microfiber cloth as well. Then I am running the tap, that's the waste disposal unit, to put all the to wash all the food down there, and then finishing wiping over the sinks with my microfiber cloth to kind of leave it dry. I find the sponge doesn't leave it dry enough. And now I'm putting the plug in. I've got a capful of Zoflora, my favourite Linen Fresh at the moment, a capful in each sink with the plug in, and then I pour a bit of boiling water in there. So that is that can, you can put any sponges and things in there to get them all clean and fresh. It also makes the room smell amazing, and that smell wafts right through the house. And then on the last section of countertop over in the corner of the kitchen, just moving all the bits and pieces. This area tends to get just a bit neglected and dusty, if I'm honest. It's not used that much. By the sink gets wiped all the time, but this area doesn't get used as much, so is more likely to get a bit dusty. So I'm just wiping all of that over, and then that's pretty much done for that room. Now this is actually the laundry room. I've got a sink and a worktop in there, so I've moved into the room just off the kitchen now to wipe off this area and this sink too. The laundry room gets quite a lot of abuse because it's where all our dirty laundry gets done, it's all our clean laundry gets sorted. I will link my laundry room tour in the cards now, because I've got a sort of a different way that I used to sort laundry, and it has been absolutely life-changing for me because it means that the other rooms stay cleaner and tidier. Now we're back upstairs to my bedroom, and this is the bedding that I stripped off the bed yesterday. I am folding it up, not perfectly, but just sort of roughly folding it up. There's the, who knows how to fold a fitted sheet thing, just do your best with it. Fold the sides in, the tucked under bits in on itself. It doesn't have to be perfect. But the important thing is storing it. So the way I store it is when it's all folded up, then I store it inside one of the pillowcases, because then the whole set is easy to find. You can grab the set and then pop, it's just easy. You're not looking for bits and pieces that are lost. So yeah, if you don't store your bedding like this, start now. It will change your life. And as I said in my last video, I don't mind bedding. Let me know. Maybe this makes me a very bad person, but I don't, because I don't have time in my life for that. So now we're putting laundry away in my airing cupboard, which is in my ensuite just off my bedroom. I used to just have all the towels. If you look back at my house tour video, which I'll link in the cards now, this airing cupboard was just a whole mess of towels. All the things were just shoved directly on the shelves. I've since sorted them into these baskets because I can grab a basket and fold things within the basket quite easily and find things much better. It's not all falling on my head every time I open the door. So sorting things into baskets, all the towels are recondo folded into these baskets, and it's just been so much neater and easier. I'm also hanging up various bits in the airing cupboard hanging rail. It's where I hang stuff that is damp and that needs to be dried off, because it's a nice area to do that. Now I'm taking out all of the towels and things from the bathroom. I really find that if you really want to do a quick spritz for the bathroom, which is really what this is, we're not doing a deep clean the bathroom at all. You just want to make it look clean and tidy. You just kind of do the bare basics, and that's strip out all the yucky towels and wipe the sink. And really, I do not have much time today, so that is all I'm doing. I'm flooring the windowsill, and then I am using a minky to wipe the sink. I'm not even getting involved with the toilet and the shower and things because I just don't have time. But by doing these things, like wiping off the toothpaste and stuff and just tidying up and moving the towels, I find the whole bathroom just looks much cleaner and tidier. And because I'm using Zara, it smells great too. So yeah, this is very much a speed clean, not a deep speed clean, if that makes sense, because the name of the game, as I said at the beginning of the video, is finishing the house. Having said I'm not touching the toilet, I am bunging a cap full of Zara down there because it makes it smell good, and I am folding the toilet paper. I'm folding the corner of the toilet paper in on itself and stamping it on the tap because it looks all pretty, like a little folded letter envelope thing. Anyway, onto the children's bathroom, cap full of Zoflora, down the toilet just to kind of disinfect and make it smell nice. And then I'm just tidying up. As with the last bathroom, I'm literally doing the windowsill and the sink today and not really tackling the toilet or the shower because that's a job for another day. The bathroom was literally deep cleaned quite recently, so this is a very much a surface clean, make it look clean and tidy kind of clean, because as I said, this is all about making my whole house look and feel clean and finished, as opposed to it being really, really deep cleaned. You can't do everything all the time, so today is just a quickie really. So I'm using these towels to just wipe over because they are all going in the wash, and literally all the towels that are looking dirty and untidy are all going to be washed, and then that makes the bathrooms look much fresher. And just put a nice clean towel out and do the little stamp the toilet roll thing. It looks great. Onto my teenager's bedroom, which isn't too bad because I do make him clean his own room. He's 15 now, he's more capable of doing that. I'm just making his bed because I was looking in at it and it wasn't very nicely done and it was stressing me out. So now for putting nappies away, Zara will be potty training soon, so we won't be doing that much longer, but that's my nappy storage unit, putting those away because they were just out. And then hanging up some clothes that have come out of the airing cupboard that were dry and needed to be hung up and away in my wardrobe. And then onto my office. Now, don't look at that corner of the office. That's stuff like boxes of things that have been sent to me that I haven't dealt with yet. You've got to have somewhere, haven't you, to hide rubbish, and the very corner of my office is where I hide mine. So I'm just trying to kind of tidy away. There's lots of other bits that can go away and can stay nice and clean and tidy. I'm just tidying all those away, and then I'm doing a little Zoflora wipe over with my diluted Zoflora and my microfiber cloth of my desk and on my workstation thing, just because I'm sure lots of germs and yucky things accumulate there, and as I said, Zoflora makes it smell great. And then this area over here, that's having a little wipe over too in the corner of my office. And then on the landing, just wiping over the Calyx units, and then on to my youngest son's bedroom, which again isn't too awful. His bed just needs making. I do encourage him to make his own bed, but he's only 7 and not brilliant at it yet. He'll get there. Just folding up his blankets and things. I'm going to wipe over his desk, the same reason, just to kind of disinfect it, make it smell nice, make sure that surface is clear, and wipe over his table that he uses a lot as well. And then that's it. That's my house as finished as it's going to be for now. That's the hall done, the lounge done. They were both done the first part of the video. The playroom is done. That was done earlier in this video, I think. The kitchen is looking better. The laundry room. And then we go back in the kitchen again. And then upstairs on the floor, my bedroom, which we tackled in the previous video. That's Bella's room, which hasn't got too messy since I did it yesterday, and Zara's room. And then on to Dylan's room, which also wasn't too bad, just moved the bed in there. The bathroom, which just had a really quick once over, my ensuite, and William's room and my office. I started off by clearing the landing, having the case that needs to be emptied off my bed, along with all the other stuff that needs to be sorted, and then putting away all the clean and stuffed cloth nappies that were there in boxes, ready to be put away into the cloth nappy unit.
That's where I'm helping Mummy.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I might have to redo that, but thank you for trying.
I'll help.
With all the cloth nappies away in this Calyx unit on the landing, at least one area was clear, which was the landing. I then went to tackle my bedroom. You can see I've got these little baskets, which I shall link in the description. And I use these, I've got loads and loads of them. I use them to sort stuff into as I am tidying up around the house. So I use them to sort things into which room they belong to, and then everything can be easily carried from room to room. They're small enough for children to carry from room to room as well, and I give them their things in these little baskets. My next job after emptying the case and clearing the bed a bit is to empty the clean dry washing out of the airing cupboard and to plonk it on the bed, ready to be sorted into where it belongs and which rooms it needed to go into. I don't know about you, let me know in the comments, but I personally find that often when I do let things get on top of me like this, there's so much putting away and sorting and tidying that I've got to do before I can even get to any cleaning at all. So I did today what I always do, which is hang my stuff straight up and then sort everyone else's into clothes per person, ready to be hung into their rooms. Then I took all the clothes that had been sorted and hung them up in the relevant children's rooms. As you'll know if you watched my Decluttering Zara's wardrobe video, I like to hang the girls' clothes up in rainbow order so I can easily find them. I have made a slight change since I made that video, in that all of Zara's clothes that don't match Bella's, so basically the stuff that used to be Bella's that Zara's got now because Bella's grown out of, live in Zara's wardrobe, and the outfits that match, that the girls have got matching dresses, live here in Bella's wardrobe because Bella's got a much larger wardrobe. Also, all the tutus live on the tutu rail underneath. And I separate the clothes that belong to Bella as opposed to the clothes that belong to Bella and Zara out with these wardrobe hanger separator thingies, which I shall link below. So all the stuff on the left is the girls' matching dresses, and the stuff on the right just belongs to Bella. I went back into my room to pick up all the bits that had been dumped on the floor out of kind of hand luggage and stuff, and put the rest of the bits from the baskets away, putting things away in my airing cupboard, and just have a little tidy around my ensuite bathroom, putting away toiletries that had been delivered with Tesco order and stuff, and just generally tidy the place up because it was looking like a bomb site. Then it's on to tidying up my dressing table. It really stresses me out. My dressing table is really cluttered because it is so nice to have somewhere in the mornings to get ready that is kind of clean and tidy, and I can find everything and have nice clear surfaces, because clear surfaces make me happy and clutter makes me stressed. So I just gave my dressing table a little wipe over with a bit of Pledge because it was super dusty and disgusting, and just generally give it a nice clean and clear. You'll notice this is the first bit of actual cleaning I've managed to do in amongst the sorting, and yes, my dressing table is probably not the most pressing area in the house that needs cleaning, but, oh, and this is a nice sign that my friend gave me when she moved away. Anyway, this is not the most pressing area that needed cleaning, but it was a small, manageable area that I could tick off my list and something that was stressing me out, and I sometimes think starting with something that can be achieved quite quickly, an area that is stressing you out the most, is kind of important to do. Don't you think? Let me know in the comments. So whilst I had the pledge out, I dusted the rest of the surfaces in my bedroom, all around the television, tops of the units, before straightening the bed out. I didn't bother to change the sheets on this occasion, and then just gave them a spritz with my bottle of fabric softener and water mixed. I will link the bottle below. Then I grabbed my trusty cordless Dyson. The floors are generally the last thing I do in the room after the tidying and the wiping of the surfaces. So that's my room looking a little bit tidier. Then it's time to go and feed the children their lunch, and while they're eating their lunch I did a bit more sorting in the kitchen, generally putting things away and tidying and clearing surfaces so that I was able to clean. My next job was to refill our fridge jug where we keep squash so that at meal times we've got a nice cold drinks. Then it was time to spray and wipe all the surfaces in the kitchen. Inside this pink bottle I have got some Zoflora, my current favourite, I think it's called Spring Fresh. I've just got a capful of Zoflora in there, topped up with water, and then that is used on all the surfaces. Everything smells amazing and it's got disinfectant properties. I have got loads of these microfiber cloths which I bought in a big pack from Amazon. I will link them below. I use them for everything, they're fantastic. I've got pink ones I use in the kitchen, yellow I use for sort of dusting general other areas, and blue for toilets and bathrooms in the loo. And then they all get washed with a scoop of Mio Fresh sanitizer for the washing machine, which I will link below as well. These little cloths that I'm using are a bit like the minky cloths that Mrs. Hinch uses. They are kind of a scratchy scrubber side on one side and a soft microfiber side on the other side. I've got them in a multi-pack. I will link them below. They're all very good value. I only use the soft side because the scratchy side would scratch the granite. Then I finished tidying up the rest of the bits and pieces that need putting away in the kitchen, wiped down the rest of the surfaces, moving everything, wiping, putting everything back so it's all nice and clean and tidy. Then I gave the children's toy kitchen a little wipe over where they do their cooking while I am cooking too. Then I moved on to the table where the children had finished their lunch, tidied away the children's bibs, sprayed and wiped the table. Like I said, starting up high, working down to the chairs and then the floor, and then giving it all a nice clean so it's ready for our next meal. Then I started to tackle the laundry room, which is normally nice and clean and tidy because I have a very strict system for staying on top of laundry as a family of 6. You can see my laundry system and laundry room tour video flashing up on your cards now. But yeah, today I just had to put everything away that had been delivered, like my fabric softener and washing powder and things. I've been delivered in a Tesco order and I haven't even put away yet. This stuff out drying, and the surfaces need a good clean. So I'm starting up higher, wiping surfaces as I went down, cleaning the sink out and making everything clean and tidy and shiny again. Then I moved on to the floors. I took my Dyson and did the kitchen and the laundry room floors. Then I grabbed my Bylida 1-2 spray, or Vera as Mrs. Hinch calls it, to clean the floors, which is filled up here in this trigger area with diluted Zoflora, and you just squeeze the trigger and squirt it on the floor and then you wipe over with that pad, and it cleans and disinfects the floors, and the floors smell amazing. So I did this all across the kitchen and the laundry room, and then that with those 2 rooms pretty much done. You can see all the yuck and disgusting mess that came off my floors. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I've got 2 of these pads, one on and one in the wash. So I threw one in the wash and I replaced the pad with a clean one, so it is ready to go for next time I need to clean the floor or there is any form of spillage. So that is the laundry room done, and the kitchen and the dining area all done too, just with clear surfaces and a bit of a wipe around. It looks quite different. I then moved on to the lounge, which was basically the least messy room in the house because the children rarely ever go in there. I was giving the cushions a little Zoflora spritz to freshen them up, then a bit of Pledge polish over the windowsills, the shelves, the tabletops, things like that. Then I grabbed the Zoflora again to just quickly spritz the curtain fabrics to freshen them up, as well as the rug that had a bit of a Zoflora treatment as well. Then a quick Dyson round the floor, and that was the lounge done. Then it was time to move on to the playroom, which really did look like it had been burgled, and it often looks like this because the children make such a mess. I am a big fan of really trying to encourage the children to tidy up their own mess. They don't do a brilliant job of it, but nonetheless I do try and get them to help me, even if I've got to quietly go around and do it again after them, because I think it's important that they learn to pick up after themselves. Once the majority of the toys were away and I could actually have some space to clean, I grabbed my yellow cloth and my Pledge and I started up high, always starting up high and moving to down low for spraying, wiping and polishing. Then when I had finished with all the wiping and polishing of sticky finger marks on things, I sorted out the sofa cushions, gave them a little spray with my Zoflora and vacuumed the rug. And that's the playroom, looking a lot tidier. Not quite sure how long it will last, but hey ho. Then I moved on to the hall to sort out the dumping ground that is this table. I really like having clear surfaces in the hall. I feel like if our entrance hallway is tidy, our whole house seems much tidier, yet this is the main place that gets really, really cluttered. As everyone comes into the house, they just dump things here. So once that area was decluttered, I gave it a little wipe and then put the suitcase in my under the stairs area, which desperately needs a declutter. It's kind of my dumping ground, but I hide things behind that screen. Then I vacuumed the floor and the hall was pretty much done. Once I had finished the hall, I headed up to Zara's room. Now, Zara is only 2 and is a big fan of making a huge mess, and the others, in all fairness, do play in her room as well, so it's not just her making this mess. The bed isn't even for her to sleep in yet. She will sleep there eventually. It's just for her to sit on, for having stories, and for I sit to feed her in the evenings before bed. But it still gets played in and messed up, so that bed needed making. And then just all these toys needed putting away, all the books putting away. She loves reading books, but she does not love putting them away. Now, little mum hack for you. I store all of the children's soft toys in a bean bag without any beans in it. So they all go in there. It's not quite as comfortable as a normal bean bag, but it'll do, and it's a really good place to store all the soft toys that are out of the way, the ones that they just don't want to get rid of, but what on earth do you do with them otherwise? So once Zara's room was tidy and the books were away, I gave a quick dust around the place, a quick vacuum, and then moved on to the children's bathroom. I find the easiest way to do their bathroom is to empty everything out of it and then get started. I use a bit of Flash bathroom and another one of those cloth things that I showed earlier and linked below to just give the whole thing a good scrub, and then a little shower down, another wipe round and rinse down until it's all nice and clean. So once I'd cleaned the bath, sink, shower and toilet, I gave the floor a little vacuum and popped all the stuff back in the bathroom. I am starting today's power hour as I like to by getting a load of laundry on. That way the machine is working while I am cleaning. It's cleaning clothes, I'm cleaning the house, twice the amount of cleaning is being done. And that way by the end of the power hour I should be able to swap over and do another load. So I'm actually putting a mixed load in because I'm quite on top of the laundry and I haven't got two separate loads. So I'm using this reusable colour catcher. You're supposed to tick them off as you wash. I never do that, if I'm honest. I just use them until they go a dark grey colour and then they become a clean-up cloth. So those are fantastic. I will link those below. And then I'm using my method. My favourite combination is the purple, the laundry wash, and the pink one. I don't know what they're called, it's just the purple and the pink one, but I will link them below for the fabric softener. Now I'm back upstairs in my room and reaching for some cleaning supplies because I do like to have cleaning supplies near to where I plan to use them. So here we've got cloths, we've got a duster, we've got some freshener, oh there you go, Zara's pinching my duster. And then in the bathroom, up how high, out of the way, I keep this glass cleaner, so I will be using that. We're starting in my bedroom today, which has a lot of glass in it. If you've watched our renovation updates, you know I bought a lot of this stuff from IKEA, a lot of the furniture, and I have invested in the glass tops to go on top of the dressing table type. The dressing table has got a glass top on it, on top of the units like the chest of drawers and things, because I think that they will sort of stay nicer for longer. Otherwise I do find that the white can get kind of nicked and you end up just with sort of scruffy looking tops of the furniture when the paint is chipped and things. So the glass tops obviously just need cleaning a little bit more to kind of polish up. They sort of attract dust a bit more, don't they? Now onto my dressing table, which I am cleaning off all the bits and pieces, and starting with the mirror. We have got a lot of mirrors in our new house. I wanted mirrors to kind of create the illusion of more space, which is great, but it does mean there's a lot of cleaning to be done, which, you know, it's a bit of a pain, isn't it? So I'm liking the mirrors, and I'll get back to you on having done a lot more cleaning when we've lived here a bit longer about how much all the mirrors are driving me nuts for fingerprints and cleaning and stuff. So I have got a little hack that I'm going to try on the bigger mirrors in a second for cleaning those, so stay tuned for that. So that's my mirror cleaned and the glass on top. Oh, hang on. I had it paused from cleaning because Zara wanted some spray on neck. That's perfume. Well, that's what the girls call my perfume, spray on neck. So anyway, back to putting my little tubs of the hair brushes and makeup brushes and things back, and then moving around. I'm kind of going around the room in a clockwise direction, and then as I'm cleaning and using these cloths, I am putting them into a bucket ready to be washed. I'm just using a little bit of Zoflora on that, by the way. That's diluted Zoflora, which cleans and kind of disinfects, to do with the door handles. The reason that the skirting boards were so sludgy, I think we've still got a bit of building dust going on. Even though the place has been cleaned, I think after you've done a lot of building work, you get kind of building dust. It seems to just come from nowhere. It comes from nowhere, and then anyway, you have to keep cleaning. If you've lived in a new build or you've had an extension or anything, you'll know what I mean. Now to tackle some big mirrors, and I need my folding step because I am only 5'4" and I can't reach the top otherwise. So I'm using the Method glass cleaner, and I'm also using this thing. Is it called a squeegee? Is that the word that I'm looking for here? This one's actually from IKEA. I do use this for cleaning things like the shower, which I shall do later on. And I thought maybe it would be a quicker way to clean these massive mirrors between that and a microfiber cloth. So I will try doing a couple of doors with it and a couple of doors without it and see if it makes much of a difference. The only problem with it obviously is it like collects the liquid, which you don't want running onto the carpets. You've kind of got to have the squeegee in one hand and the microfiber cloth in the other. But I think it's making it quicker. I don't know. I don't know. Let's try one without as well, shall we, and see if it's not making a difference, or if it is making a difference. So if we do this door with just the cloth, I don't know, is that quicker? Not sure really, not sure. I think the problem I tend to find with mirrors and things, I tend to apply too much product, and if you apply too much product, there's too much to rub off. So being sparing with applying product seems to be the answer to making cleaning and things like mirrors a little bit easier, because when you really slather it on, you just end up with a really soggy cloth and having to change the cloth over and over and over, and just more to kind of wipe off. Trying again with the squeegee now. I'm undecided. I'm thinking it might make it a little bit quicker, but perhaps just because I applied too much product. Not sure. Let me know in the comments. Do you think using squeegee is the way forward for big mirrors? Anyway, on to another glass surface now, which is my top of my like bedside cabinet thing. These little cabinets, I think they're called Malm cabinets in IKEA. The glass is almost as much as the actual cabinet itself, but I do think it's worth it for it to stay kind of nice. Now we're using my homemade fabric refresher, and this is just some essential oils, some bicarbonate of soda, and some water mixed up. I have got the instructions for exactly how to do that and to buy the bottle and things linked down below in the description if you want to make your own fabric refresher that's kind of a bit more natural, but want to make your pillows and fabrics and things smell divine. Now onto the windowsill, which is another little kind of dirt collector. I'm not going to do the blinds because they were actually done a couple of days ago. I am going to Zoflora the radiator. Not that the radiator is going on at the moment because it's quite warm, but if you do Zoflora your radiators, when the radiators do come on, they smell amazing. And then back to some more skirting boards, and we've gone through a few cloths. They're soggy, so they're going into that basket and they're going to be washed at the end of this power hour. And now to vacuum, and oh look, there's my little hair tool organizer. One of my followers recommended that in the comments of one of my videos. I bought it and I love it. It's for my hair straighteners and my hair dryer, not hairbrush. Hairbrushes go on top in buckets, but yeah, it's fantastic. Right, on to Zara's room. Zara is my youngest and I think my messiest child, if I'm honest. She is only 3, so in all fairness. So I'm just picking up all her bits and pieces. I'm not doing like a thorough deep clean in here. I am picking up her soft toys, which go into the bean bags without beans. Bean bags without beans are the best thing ever. You just buy a normal bean bag, either without beans or empty the beans out, and use it to store soft toys. It's not quite as comfortable, probably, as if it did actually have beans in it, but it's an amazing way to hide all the soft toys and keep them so that the children can access them and they've still got somewhere to sit. Honestly, if there's one thing you do for your children's rooms, do that. Now I'm just going to make Zara's bed, which is a little bit of a mess as well. I don't need to change the sheets because they were recently done too. And then we're moving on to vacuuming the hall. We've not got much of a landing in this house, but then it's less carpet to have to vacuum, isn't it? So, you know, every cloud and all that. And I am going to clean the bathroom, but first I'm just going to grab any bits of like obvious dust and things with the vacuum cleaner, and then into Bella's room, which is a bit of a mess as well. She's normally pretty good at making a bed, but you know, not so much today. Folding up her onesie and stuffing it into the hood. I do that when they're going swimming, to put it into the swimming bag. It kind of keeps it nice and neat, but I do it to store it in the house as well because it just creates a bit more space, doesn't it? By storing onesies like that, sort of makes them a bit neater to store. I'm clearing Bella's table. They have a bottle of water to go to bed, those little sports bottles, and for some reason she's got 3 of them. She's been collecting them and not taking them back down to the kitchen, so they all need to go back down to the kitchen. And although I wasn't going to clean as such in here, I was just going to do the floors. This table is dusty, so it is having some diluted Zoflora and it's just being wiped just to get rid of the dust and the yuck. And now just to fold up her blankets, or her blankies as she calls them. She loves blankets, honestly. She just, like, blankets are toys to my daughter, to both of them actually. They adore blankets. And then to just give the carpets and the rug a little bit of a vacuum, and that room is pretty much, that's all I'm going to do in here, to be honest, because, you know, I've spent quite a lot of time in my room and I do need to clean the bathroom. So first job is to grab all the towels that need washing and to empty the bathroom bin, and then I'm going to just stick some bleach down the toilet. So while I'm cleaning the rest of the bathroom, the bleach can be doing its thing and, you know, cleaning the toilet for me. Now for some Method multi-surface and a cloth, which I keep in this little drawer under the sink, and I'm going to wipe over the top of the bin because that was a bit dusty. And now we're going to start up high and then work down. We've got a bit of Method glass to do this mirror. The Method glass, it's got a reasonably nice smell, the mint smell, but this Method pink grapefruit just smells amazing. I did try the Method bathroom cleaner and it worked perfectly well and it smelled okay. It smelled like the mint glass cleaner, but the multi-purpose pink grapefruit does it for me. I can use it anywhere, so I could take it to a different room and use it as well, and it does the same job, but I prefer the smell. And to be honest, if I prefer the smell of something, I'm more likely to clean. It's just, I'm that basic. So now I'm just wiping over the drawers because they get toothpaste spat on them, and now this very, very dusty towel rail. I don't know how it's got so dusty. Like I said, we've only been here a couple of weeks and it's really, really dusty, and I have wiped it already, but I guess we are still experiencing the building site dust. Wiping over Zara's step, which I did buy a little grey step to match the room, and I'm really pleased with that actually. And now to do the shower. What you'll probably notice in the corner of the shower that I'm wiping now is my soap dispenser. So I've got shampoo, conditioner and shower gel in there. It means we don't have to have any bottles in the shower or taking in and out of the shower, because you know, I read Marie Kondo doesn't leave shampoo bottles in the shower because it does leave gunk, doesn't it? You end up with like gunk rings around the place. It's just a place to collect dirt. So I was taking them in and out of the shower and wiping them, being a good girl and putting them in the cupboard, and it was such a faff. And I do like just having this little dispenser. I also find it dispenses a small amount, so I'm not wasting as much product. So far so good, and it sticks to the tiles. You don't have to drill. So now, as you will see, I'm using the glass cleaner again to do the inside of the glass on the shower. This was really quite gunky gross as well. Inside and out, bizarrely, it had been splattered with, I don't know, shower gels and all sorts. Even though I do use like a daily shower spray as well, so you know, it's not as bad as it would have been, but it's just surprising how quickly things get all gunked up when there are loads of people living in a house, I think. So I've used the Method glass for the glass and the multi-surface pink grapefruit for the shower tray, and now I'm doing the outside of the glass as well. This is our main bathroom. There is a shower downstairs and downstairs bathroom as well, but not as many people use that one, so the majority of people in the household tend to use this bathroom, which is why it's the one that gets the dirtiest. It's nearly done with the shower now. It's nice to have it all sparkly clean. The question is, how long will it stay like this? Answers in the comments. I'm guessing, personally, not very long at all. I'm now going to wipe over the outside of the toilet brush. I still got to use the actual toilet brush itself to clean the toilet. I just thought I'll wipe over the outside of it. Now, clean cloth again. I do go through a lot of these cloths. I've got a lot of these microfiber cloths, and they all go in a little basket and then they get washed to do the windowsill and the top, like the shelf on the toilet. So I'll clean the toilet last and then wash my hands, but I have done the shelf. And now wiping all around the bath. I do wipe around the bath after the children get out anyway, and I sometimes use the daily shower spray on it. So the bath isn't too bad, to be honest. So just I wipe over generally just with a towel, just to sort of get rid of any bubbles and gunk and things, but I don't necessarily give it a clean every time they have a bath. Answer me in the comments, how often do you clean your bath? Do you just wipe it over when it's used? Do you do it sort of as part of your bathroom clean? Or what do you do? So now, cleaning the toilet, and then obviously this cloth will go directly into the wash as well. I've flushed away the bleach that we popped in earlier, and then just a little go around with the toilet brush, and now it's time to wash my hands. And now, clean hands, time to do the floor with my Veleda 1-2 spray. What you can't see in here is I'm pulling a little trigger and it's going shh and spraying some Method Wild Rhubarb Anti-Bac floor cleaner onto the tiles. So it smells divine, and it's just so easy to do. It's so much easier than mopping. And now for fresh towels. The bathroom looks so much cleaner and tidier with a nice fresh towel until someone uses it. And then that's the one that kind of just goes on the floor. And I'm putting my cleaning products away. And there are my dirty things. Let's take them downstairs to the laundry. So this is the load that we put on earlier. That has been washing while I've been cleaning. And I'm separating into one basket of tumble dryable. Is that a word? Tumble dryable? Anyway, tumble dryable and non-tumble dryable stuff. So then the stuff that's going into the wash now is kind of stuff to be disinfected that is absorbent. So this load I will not use fabric softener on. I'm trying not to overload the washing machine. A few people ask me about this, how come I don't fill it really full? It's to do with weight, and if you put lots of towels in, by the way, that's a capsule of Zoflora to disinfect, and no fabric softener in there. Anyway, if you overload the washing machine with too many towels, then the weight is too much and your washing machine will end up either breaking or sending an error code. Anyway, taking the stuff out of the tumble dryer, I've got this little stacker thing. As you can see, it's got a shelf on it, which is kind of cool. I will link that below. And a fluff bin. I've never had a dryer fluff bin before. I got a fluff bin now, which makes me super happy. So now the tumble dryable, so I'm not sure if that's a word, stuff has gone in the tumble dryer, and I'm sorting out the wet stuff. So this is the other basket of stuff, and this gets hung up. This is kind of my airing cupboard area. I hang up dry clothes here, or clothes to dry, shall I say. The clothes that need to dry, they get hung up and come dry in shape. And there is a little radiator there to sort of keep them warm. I don't keep many things there at all. As soon as they're dry, they go straight upstairs. And I don't know if you can see from here, hangers between the things to keep them apart so that they dry properly. Now, all of this stuff is the stuff that has come out of the dryer. Other than that was a bit damp still, so that's gone back in the dryer. That was one of Zara's night nappies. So all of these bits that come out of the dryer are going into the relevant person's boxes. So you can see the boxes I'm sorting things into. There are 6 boxes, 1 for each family member, and then towels are going into a basket on the floor ready to go straight upstairs. But each family member has a box, and then when it is getting a bit full, I give it to that family member and I say, hey, put your stuff away please. And the little ones need a bit of help, but honestly, it has been such a godsend since I've done this method. I used to gather all the stuff originally in my old house before I had a laundry room kind of organised and had this system. I used to gather all the stuff, and we'd have a laundry party once a week, and we'd sort everything into who it belongs to, and we'd end up with just baskets and baskets of clean washing everywhere. This way it gets put away into the relevant person's box, and then they put away their own things. So it's training the children and my husband to put away their own things, and it's sorted as we go, so it's not too bad. These are my hair towels, they're like Toby towels, I think they're called. And that's my fold away ironing board, which I was just using as a table, which has been folded away. I will link that below if you fancy grabbing one for yourself.
Guys, we're going to do power hour before shower. Let's get on with it. Let's start with Zara's room. Bella, iPad away please. Bella, good girl, iPad away. We're going to start with Zara's room, then it's your room. Okay, come on then.
We started in Zara's room because it was really stressing me out. I would always recommend, especially when you've got small children, starting in the place in your home that stresses you out the most, and that way, even if your children stop you from doing whatever you're doing with some sort of natural disaster, you have done the worst of the mess first, and you've got at least one area totally clear. Then we moved on to Bella's room. I had to totally empty out her tent where she's been stashing loads and loads of rubbish in order to sort it. And we tipped it all over the floor and had to put everything away properly. She had bits of dirty washing in there. It was a right mess. She is not a naturally tidy 4-year-old. So we made the bed. I get all the children to pile in, as you can see, because as you know, if you've been following me for a while, I'm a big believer in getting the children to muck in as much as possible, teaching them that this stuff is not done by fairies, that mummy has to do it and they need to do it too, and hopefully they will grow up to kind of be respectful of their surroundings and not a total nightmare for whichever flatmates, husbands, wives, girlfriends, or whoever they end up living with. I straightened out all the books on the shelf because they were a right mess, and I always feel like if the books look tidy, the room looks a lot tidier, so made sure I did that. And then just generally, as I said, this is a power hour speed clean. This was not a deep clean by any stretch. This wasn't a massive sort out. It was just a get things done. One thing you can see we're doing here is putting the bedding directly back on to the duvet as soon as it comes out of the wash. Basically, each of the children have got one duvet on their bed and one spare, and as soon as the spare duvet cover is clean and out of the wash, it gets put directly back onto the duvet and stored in their rooms, so if they are ill or anything in the night, we can swap it over easily. Next job for me was to pull out the rest of the clean, dry washing that was hanging up in the airing cupboard and sort it all into the various rooms. So all of my stuff, as I've said before, I like to hang up in rainbow order because then I can find it all. So I put all my stuff away in my room, and then a lot of that had just been sitting there in the airing cupboard for ages. It was absolutely wedged full. So this was a reasonably big job to do, but it had just been building up and building up. So this was a good power hour thing to do. Then I sorted the rest of the children's clothes. You can see I sort them onto the door, ready to hang up in the various children's rooms. As soon as I've finished with my stuff, then I can kind of put those away in the other relevant rooms. Once the bed was clear and everything was sorted into who it belonged to, I took it to hang up. Zara's clothes, she's got a small wardrobe, so it's just the clothes that she wears during the week that don't match Bella's dresses that get hung in her room. So it's basically Bella's old clothes that Zara wears while Bella is in school, and then her matching dresses all get hung up with Bella's dresses in Bella's room because she's got a much bigger wardrobe, which really needs a declutter as well. Then I hung the stuff back up in William's room. We're not even dealing with William's room during this power hour because I just don't have time. Ran a load of stuff downstairs that belonged downstairs, and then I could finish up tidying up around my room, straightening up my bed, putting away my husband's stuff and getting it ready for a little clean. Then we went downstairs to tackle the hideous playroom, which did look like it's been burgled. It was absolutely appalling. I know the children find it really overwhelming when the playroom is this messy and they're like, oh mummy, I just can't, I don't know where to begin. But still, it's like, right, come on, let's do it together. You've made the mess and mummy's not going to just do it for you. We can all do it together. The playroom does need a big declutter because everything did used to have its home and different boxes had different sets of toys in it, and now it's all a bit mishmashed. But like I said, this is a power hour, not a deep clean or a declutter. So we just kind of put things back where they needed to be and where they had space for them. I will do a separate playroom declutter. I'll do a video when I do that actually because it really needs doing. Then I moved on to the hall. By the front door we have these Calyx boxes. We've got a lot of Calyx, you will have noticed that. And by the front door are school bags and then other bits that go in and out of the house and the car, like little bags of toys or hats, things like that. So they all just needed sorting. So I pulled those out, tidied things back away to make space for them. Again, these drawers by the front door could do with declutter, but that's a job for another day. I grabbed a basket full of bits and pieces that need to go upstairs, took those upstairs, and then I grabbed my Dyson so I could do some vacuuming. I vacuumed the playroom and the hall. I did the stairs and the landing before straightening out the cushions on my flowery seat where I keep all the cloth nappies, and then I just did the rooms that we had tidied. So I vacuumed Bella's room, which just had a quick once over, and then a quick once over in Zara's room and my room. Oh, hang on, I've got to show you this. Soft toys inside a beanbag. Great place to store them, keeps them out the way, and a good use of the beanbag as well. It's not as comfy as beans, but it's not bad. So yeah, that's half power hour speed clean really. So within the hour I managed to get my room done, including all that clothing, which was a pretty huge job. So that's looking a lot tidier now. Didn't do any dusting or anything because I didn't have time, but power hour, it's just doing what you can, isn't it? Bella's room is looking a million times better because you couldn't actually see the floor before. It was hideous. Yeah, so that is now actually looking presentable. Zara's room was also a total tip. It's looking a lot better, thank goodness. And then what else did we do? We did the hall. So yeah, that's clear now. We did have bits dumped all over the floor in there, and then the hall downstairs. I always feel like if the entrance hall is clean and clear, then our whole house feels tidy. I'm starting at the top of the house today, which is my son's bedroom and my office. I'm starting by opening the windows for a bit of airflow and ventilation, and then stripping his bed. I feel like the top of the house often gets neglected, so that's why I'm starting here today. Before I put clean sheets on his bed, I'm reaching for my cleaning supplies. I've got cleaning cloths, these reusable duster head things that I bought from B&M, which I'm going to use to dust all the kind of surfaces around his bed before we put the clean sheets on and flick dust all over them basically. So that's all having a little wipe over. This really hasn't been done in ages. It was in desperate need of doing. I'm getting William to help me strip the bed. I am a big fan of getting children to help out with chores around the house so they realise there's no fairies that do it, it needs doing. And the younger you get them helping, the less resistance you're going to face. So I gave Will the job of pulling the duvet out and repoppering the duvet cover. I always make sure that the duvet covers go into the wash with the poppers done back up. You're just far less likely to lose, you know, socks and pants and other bits and pieces inside the duvet cover in the washing machine if you do it that way. So I am popping this clean duvet cover onto his duvet and making the bed. Then he's got the job of kind of, once the bed is made, putting all the toys away while I start some sort of cleaning. So I'm giving his iPad a bit of wipe first because the screen is absolutely stinking, covered in fingerprints and smudges, and then dusting all around this. Like I said, this room, it does get neglected a bit. Being out of the way, he keeps it reasonably tidy, but it just really needed a really good dust. This is Zara in a spray bottle diluted with water. I'm just giving some of the surfaces a little wipe over with that just to kind of disinfect them. This fluffy duster, like I said, I used to use the throwaway head, the disposable head dusters. Mrs. Hinch calls them Dave's, doesn't she? But I bought this as a kind of alternative to those. When I can, I do prefer to use reusable cleaning products, better for the environment, and I don't like running out of them. This is the Star Drops White Vinegar Spray, also recommended by Mrs. Hinch. Managed to pick some of that in my B&M haul. Now, it's really good, but it doesn't smell great because it smells like vinegar. I don't know why I didn't think that before I started using it. It does actually just smell like vinegar, but it does the trick on glass and stuff. So I'm just giving the other surfaces a spray, and then I'm marrying up the cloths to put back in my little caddy thing to take from room to room. I'm putting them over the bottle that I used them for, so I know which cloth to use in the next room because it's already kind of contaminated with that chemical. So now I am vacuuming all around Will's room. I have got a handheld cordless Dyson, but I tend to use this sort of heavy duty one that plugs in if I'm doing large areas to avoid having to run out the battery, and so just if I'm doing large amounts of cleaning around the house, I kind of still reach for this sometimes because it doesn't run out basically. And that's Will's room pretty much done. It's looking a lot cleaner. It wasn't that untidy to start with, but at least it's not super dusty now, which is a huge improvement. Moving on to our attic landing area, once again opening the window for ventilation and then giving a little spray over this unit. This is kind of an IKEA set of calyx that we made into like a seat, and all of the tops of them just really need dusting. This hadn't been done in such a long time. Honestly, I'm quite embarrassed by that, how bad the dust was up here. So I'm just giving it a little wipe over because it was so very needed, and also whipping out my fluffy duster head thingy again. Don't know the name of it. If you know the name of it, please pop it in the comments because I'd love to know. Then I just gave a little hoover over the carpet area. Again, it wasn't an especially messy area, it just had been neglected when it came to cleaning. So really needed this, really needed this clean. So then I emptied all the rubbish from the two rooms and took it downstairs. Now moving on to my office, which again wasn't like really untidy, but hadn't been actually kind of dusted and cleaned in far too long. So I started by opening the window again. I always like to do that in the cleaning, using any products, and just also get a bit hot and bothered. So I moved the tent out. The girls have a tent to play with while I'm working in the office, and then started cleaning the surfaces, whipped out the vinegar spray for the mirrored surfaces, and then used a combination of Pledge and Zoflora spray depending on the surface, just wiping those over with my fluffy duster, things like the keypad, which is good for getting all the little crevices, and then my microfiber cloths, which I have loads and loads of because if you clean with them for a bit, they get a bit kind of full of product, and I like to pop one in the wash, and just so I go through quite a few when I do a big clean like this. I bought them in a big pack from Amazon, which I shall link below. So then just cleaning this other calyx surface. Yes, I got a lot of calyx, not just in my office, not just upstairs, but all over the house. You can see that if you look at my house tour, which I shall pop in the cards now. Now I am vacuuming all around my office space. So we're nearly done with this room. So this is not just a top-down clean because we're starting at the top of the house, but it's always beneficial to start at the higher surfaces and work down to the floor, so you knock any dust and whatever down and then clean it. Ignore that little corner that I'm fussing with now. That's kind of where I get brands send me things and whatever, and they just end up in my little junk corner of my office. So that's my office, not looking terribly different. but it's cleaner. It was not clean before. You could not see the dirt, but trust me, it was there. I then had finished the top floor, so took all the vacuum cleaner and the cleaning products and stuff downstairs, and that's Will's room done. That is the attic landing done, and my office done. So time to then move downstairs. I was running out of time, so the stairs were the next priority. Can you see all the dust being flucked off there? Quite disgusting. So I used my sort of fluffy duster thing on the stairs, and then I sprayed and wiped them all, and that had not been done such a long time. Now I knew I wasn't going to have time to do like the whole rest of the house, so the priorities were my bathroom. I started by putting a big dollop of a few capfuls of Zoflora down the toilet and the toilet brush in the toilet to disinfect it, while I was emptying out the bathroom ready to clean it. I like to empty everything out, strip all the towels out, all the mats and things away, to really clean the bathroom. I've got a bit of Zoflora to wipe the radiator over and the windowsill. I sprayed it onto the cloth for the radiator because I don't want to get all of the paintwork and then directly onto the windowsill. Then time to do the sink, and then I have got rubber gloves on for the bathroom. I don't tend to use rubber gloves for anywhere else, but things like Flash and stuff I don't really like on my hands. I do like this Flash bathroom. I like the way it smells. And I'm using a Scrub Daddy, which is a bit like a minky alternative. I quite like this. I love the colour, obviously. You know I love pink. It's very similar to the minkies, but not more readily available. So I'm just using that to clean all over the sink. I think these are really great for cleaning, you know, sinks and kitchens and things. But I do like to go back over once I've finished and kind of dry them with a clean, dry microfiber cloth, because otherwise, I don't know, it doesn't look finished to me until it's kind of been dried with one of those cloths. Then it's time to do my shower. So first I sprayed all over with Flash and gave it a good old wipe over with my Scrub Daddy minky alternative type pad cloth thing. Again, not really sure what they're called. Let me know in the comments, let me know, people. And then showered that down. So I kind of scrubbed it over first, then showered the worst of it off. Then back to my Star Drops white vinegar. Again, not loving the smell on this, but it does the job. So I took the Star Drops and another clean microfiber cloth to wipe it in, then another drier one to kind of buff it. There's a large expanse on this shower screen, so this took me a bit of time to do. But again, it needed doing. I haven't done this in an embarrassingly long time. So yeah, it was looking neglected. This is the thing about kind of like power hour cleaning. You need to do what needs doing. Oh, this is the bit where my new toilet brush from B&N disintegrated in my hands. I wasn't very impressed. It just literally fell to bits. And then when I just couldn't fix it, I had to bin it and go and fetch the toilet brush from the other room. So I fetched the one from the other room, put it back in the toilet with Zoflora, while I cleaned the rest of the toilet with the Flash and the microfiber cloths. Once I'd finished the toilet, I reached for my Vi-Leader 1-2 spray, which has got Zoflora diluted in it, to clean the floor, and then I could put everything back in. I gave things like the bathroom scales a little wipe over with more Zoflora so that they were clean because they were a bit dusty and yucky, and then that was that bathroom pretty much done. I then knew I was running out of time massively before I had to do other things for the children, so I started on this bathroom. I knew I had to do the sink and the bath, so I started on the bath because it was the most gross part of the bathroom. Children, I don't know what they've been doing in it, but it was icky. So I gave that a good old scrub with Flash and the Scrub Daddy pad, and then moved on to the sink, which was also gross. I knew this was probably going to be the last thing I was going to fit in doing, so I gave it a quick scrub over, and it's always best, you've just got to think of what you have managed to achieve in your power hours and your speed cleans rather than what you've got left to do. And if you've gone full force and managed as much as you can, then you've done well, and it's better to do something than nothing. It is always important when doing your power hour to list out what needs to be done first and work down your list in priority order. So for me, I've got to sort washing, which falls under my room category, and change the sheets, clear the landing, do the girls' bedrooms because they really are messy and just It's really quite disgusting. Then priority after that is clearing the hall downstairs. I always feel if that entrance hall's clear, then the house looks great. The playroom really needs doing, but if I run out of time for that, I can close the door on it. The kitchen and the laundry room need sorting as well, but again, that might have to be a job tomorrow if I run out of time. So to start with, I'm sorting out the clean, dry washing. We've got a hanging rail like a wardrobe in our airing cupboard, which is in our ensuite of our bedroom. And at the moment it's wedged full. So the idea is, as the clothes get hung up in there to dry, which is great because they kind of hang up in shape, but then the airing cupboard needs to be empty quite frequently, so there's space for the clothes to dry. This hasn't been done for a while, as you can see there's a bit of a backlog, so I'm pulling all of the clean dry clothes out. And top tip for you here, I have got a few vest tops. I'm obsessed with these vest tops which I wear under things, especially when I was breastfeeding. If I've got two of the same colour, I hang them on one hanger because it saves space in my wardrobe. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Basically, it's good to dry things on hangers, I think, because they kind of hang and dry in shape, so they need less or even no ironing sometimes, and it's not also it's wearing on the clothes as tumble drying and drying outside. In the UK, it's not the most reliable. We don't have the UK weather, so I find this a really sort of handy method of drying the clothes, hang up nicely, and also they're just ready to be hung up in the wardrobes then, aren't they? So I'm sorting things out into order of who they belong to. All my stuff, in fact everybody's stuff, gets hung up in rainbow order so I can find things, and then I'm kind of hanging the stuff on the door is for the girls' bedrooms, the stuff on that wardrobe door is for my husband, and I just kind of hang it up as to where it needs to go, and then I can grab a bundle of hangers, a bundle of clothing ready to go into each room. All the spare hangers go back into the airing cupboard, ready for the next clothing that needs drying, and then all the stuff just being put in each room, ready to go in each wardrobe. So that's my husband's stuff going into his wardrobe, his folded stuff going away into his drawers, all his work gear and things like that. And then once all his stuff's away, I've got shoes I actually went out about a week ago, and those shoes have been sitting there. Now they belong in the bottom of this wardrobe in Zara's room. This wardrobe is shameful and needs a declutter, but this is a power hour and I do not have time to declutter that wardrobe. I will do that another day. So Zara's stuff is going into her wardrobe. The stuff that she wears when Bella's in school goes in her wardrobe because she's only got a small wardrobe, and the stuff that they've got matching dresses gets hung in Bella's wardrobe because that's larger. I'm just picking up all towels and things that are clean but had just been dumped on the floor in my bedroom, and then being put away in my airing cupboard. I love these baskets for sorting towels and things into, because before I did this, if you look, I think it's in my house tour, the airing cupboard was a bit of a disaster. Just all the towels were never folded nicely, they were just in a big heap. Anyway, onto a bit of dusting. This is my little reusable duster thing from B&M, which I love. The head comes off, I've got a couple of them, and then I just bung it in the washing machine. And it's great because you don't really need any product with it, and it picks up really, really well. It's super easy, and it's a pretty colour, so I like using it. So I'm just dusting all the surfaces in my bedroom. I like to do this before I change the sheets when I remember, because that way I feel like the dust goes on the dirty sheets and then I change them as well. Oh, Zara likes to help. You know, I'm a big fan of getting the children to help when I can, and Zara, because I got her helping the youngest, is actually the most helpful of the four. She's only 2 and she always wants to help because she doesn't know any different. The eldest is less likely to want to help because he didn't have to do any helping until he was 7.5 when I had William. Anyway, I am changing my sheets. Always remember, people, pop or button up your sheets before you put them in the machine so that they don't end up full of bits of other socks and things. Oh, here I am just showing you that I store all my sheets within a pillowcase. It's really good for you guys to do the same, because when you store things, the whole bedding set within a pillowcase, it's easy to find all the bits that you need. You don't have to go hunting around for where's the pillowcase, where's the sheet. It's all there for you. So just putting all the clean sheets on my bed. I love having clean sheets on my bed, but I hate changing the bed because it's huge. It's like a super king or queen size bed, whatever it's called. It's a huge bed, So it's just like a workout changing it by myself really, because it's huge, and it gets me all sweaty doing it because it's hard work, quite frankly. I've said this before, I think. I don't iron bedding. Big confession there. I don't do that because I don't have time in my life for that. As long as the sheets are nice and clean and they've been smoothed out nicely, it looks reasonably tidy, I can live without it being ironed. Don't judge me. Anyway, now time to put some other bits away and then vacuum the floor. And then that's my room, not far off done. I do like the little Dyson, especially for power hour, because it's much easier. There you go, that's my room done. It's like nice and clean, all the washing that needs to go away is away. Now on to Zaza's room. Zara's room is, as usual, a mess because she loves making a huge mess. But she is helping me. I am making her help me put her toys away. She doesn't do a brilliant job of it. It is probably easier to just do it myself. But if I get them to help at a young age, they don't object to helping, and they know that this stuff doesn't get done by fairies. I think it's good for them. So let me know in the comments. Do you get your children to help when you're cleaning and tidying? And are they actually helpful, or is it more work than anything? As you can see, Zara really loves my fake duster thing. Anyway, that's her room done. It's a super quick clean and tidy in there, and she felt like she helped, so that's great. So I'm taking the dirty washing downstairs, pulling up some other bits that have been dumped downstairs, ready to go away. You can see if you look into Bella's room, I've got the two boys helping Bella put some of her clothes away that I popped in there for her. The girls are quite little. I do make them help, but they need help with the helping, if you're following. So just a quick dust over on the landing, and then vacuum the carpet. As you can see, I put away the stuff that had been dumped on the banister, and then that's the landing done. Bella's room now. Bella's room is usually a terrible tip. It's often much worse than this, but as I said, I had the bigger ones all kind of contributing to helping her tidy it up. Then it's time to put the clothes I've dumped on her door away. Now, soft toys. Top tip, people, soft toys, store them in a beanbag bag. Ditch the beans, you don't need the beans in the beanbag bag. And fill it with soft toys instead, because it's brilliant for storage, also good for storing blankets, anything like that, anything soft. Because it's not quite as comfortable as beans, but you know, it's pretty good. And where else are you supposed to store all that stuff? It's just really great for hiding the clutter, the stuff they don't want to part with, but where else are you supposed to put it? Then a quick vacuum over of Bella's room, with the girls being not terribly helpful, but you know, notional helping. And that's Bella's room sorted. Now onto the hall downstairs. A load of these towels have been used as like blankets to sit on outside, so they just needed folding up and putting away. And then I could give the place a little bit of a dust and a vacuum. I always feel if the entrance hall is looking clean and tidy, it at least gives the illusion the whole house is clean and tidy. First impressions and all that. So spending a few minutes on the entrance hall, I always feel is time well spent. Then it's time to do some laundry. It's always remember to empty the fluff out of your dryer so it's not a fire hazard. You can see here I'm sorting the clean, dry washing out of the dryer into our Cowick sorting unit. There's one box per person in the family. All the stuff gets plopped into there. When the box is full, it gets given to whoever it is and they have to put their own things away. Always get your family to do their own putting away of laundry when you can. Right, these are the wet bags. Top tip, they are amazing for when you've got children to bring home sort of not just cloth nappies and things, but just anything yucky, bibs, anything you stick on it, anything dirty at all. They're brilliant. Anyway, now it's time to empty the washing machine and fill the dryer. Just get the laundry on, get it moving, and then refill the washing machine with my sheets that I just changed off the bed with a little scoop of the Unstoppables. These things really do make your laundry smell amazing. And then I just use a scoop of Very Non-Bio and then a little bit of Lenore fabric softener, and then that is the washing machine on. I did not get to the playroom, but it was just a power hour. So I'm starting by emptying the bathroom of all of the stuff that is messing it up. Namely towels and things that are dirty and need washing. That's the potties and things. We're about to start potty training. All of that stuff needs to go out. The cloth nappy bucket, the bin, everything is just being emptied out. The bath toys. It's amazing how much clutter can sort of accumulate in the bathroom, as well as all the toothbrushes and things. I just like to get them all out so nothing gets covered with chemicals. So I'm starting by popping on some rubber gloves. I don't always remember to do this, but I do try to. And then sticking a capful of Zoflora down the toilet, and I'm going to plonk the toilet brush in there to kind of marinate in there while I'm going to tackle this disgusting sink. So I've got my little caddy full of goodies. I'm starting with this Star Drops vinegar spray, which is great for glass. I'm not in love with the smell, if I'm honest, because it smells like vinegar, which isn't amazing, but it is a good cleaner. It buffs up the glass nicely and makes it really shiny and lovely. So I'm using a microfiber cloth just to wipe all over that, keep changing for a dry bit, and then I've got this little glass shelf which I'm wiping over too, just a little bit of kind of toothpaste on there, so that's going. Next, we're into the sink. We've got a bit of Flash bathroom, going to town on that with the old Flash bathroom, and then grabbing a minky cloth and just wiping all over it, getting all the grime and yuckiness off all around the tap. This tap is actually really annoying. It's kind of got a groove thing under it, which you've got to twist it and turn it on and off just to get under the groove of the sort of bit where the tap turns on and off. So it's a bit of a pain to clean. So if you're choosing a bathroom, don't choose a tap like that because it's a pain to clean. Anyway, just then rinsing off all the Flash bathroom, keep squeezing out minky and wiping all around. And then when that's pretty much done, I do like to grab a microfiber cloth, which I'm pretty sure I'm going to do any moment now. Nope, still going to town with minky. Okay. After I've done that, I like to grab a microfiber cloth and just kind of dry it all off and make sure it's all shiny and clean. And that's the sink area done. Onto the bath, and we're pretty much repeating. It's like a very big sink, isn't it? Just spraying all over. Again, if you're buying a bath, it seems like a terribly good idea to have, you can see there's like jets, it's like a jacuzzi bath. But in reality, I have time to have a bath because I've got 4 children, I shower every day, and the children don't like the jets because they're loud, because it's a pump. So really, perhaps the most sensible thing to do would be not to bother with a jacuzzi bath, because it's just, the funny bits to clean. Anyway, cleaning all around the bath with the Flash bathroom and the minky cloth, and just giving it a good old scrub, all the any marks that the children have randomly left on the bath from goodness knows what, wiping out the jets, and scrubbing in all the Flash bathroom, making it all hygienically clean before I grab the shower. That's what I tend to do next, to give it a good old rinse down. If you've got a shower attachment, I do like to, just because it's such a big area, it's easier rather than to wipe it all down thoroughly, to just shower the rest of the Flash bathroom off, and then drain all that water away and give it a last wipe over. If there are any like marks or anything I've missed or just haven't come off properly that children have left, I don't know how they managed to mark up the bath, but they do. Just giving it a good old scrub to make sure all of that is off. And then we're taking the blue microfiber cloth, like we did with the sink, and just wiping it over to make sure there's no product left on the bath, because let's face it, we don't want the children bathing in the Flash bathroom. Next, onto the shower, giving it a good old scrub over. I do mean spray over with Flash bathroom, and then a wipe over with minky again, over all the tiles and the doors and things, just making sure that I've tried to cover as much area as possible. The shower hose, grime does collect on shower hoses, so make sure you clean yours as you're doing the shower, and then I just like to rinse it all off like I did with the bath to get all the product off. I do find that showering off the rest of the product really is the only way to really make sure it's all gone when you're dealing with kind of really large surface areas like showers and baths. So if you have got one, it's a good idea to do it. Then of course you've got to clean the shower head separately, because you can't shower the shower head. So yeah, make sure you give that a good old clean, because dirt can also, we don't have limescale in this area, but I'm sure limescale would collect all around the shower head as well if you're in a limescale-y area. So next job is to tackle the glass on the shower with a bit more of the Star Drops white wine vinegar. Again, I don't love the smell, but I do like the finish. So spraying all over, You really should have the bathroom window open and ventilated when you are cleaning the bathroom. You've got loads of chemicals anyway, so the flash bathroom vinegar smell shouldn't bother you that much, but let's face it, it's stinky. I don't know, you let me know in the comments. Do you like the smell of the white wine vinegar stuff? Anyway, on to the windowsill, which I'm using Zoflora, which I do like the smell of. A little capful of Zoflora diluted. Look how manky that is. Yuck, yuck, yuck. And then I'm just spraying the top of the toilet and sort of disinfecting that because, you know, yucky fingers, flushing the toilet. Ugh. Next, we're on to the putting the candles back on the windowsill before moving on to the rest of the toilet itself, which I'm cleaning back with my flash bathroom. I've used this same blue cloth. I've started with the least dirty places in the bathroom and worked my way around to the dirtiest, which is obviously the toilet, and working my way from the least dirty parts of the toilet to the dirtiest parts of the toilet. And then once this cloth has cleaned the toilet, it will go in the wash, and then doing the sort of down the loo bit with the brush that's been soaking in Zoflora, which is all nice and disinfected, and then give that a good old flush and a final wipe around, and that is the loo pretty much done, other than one last scoop of Zoflora which goes into the toilet brush to leave it sort of smelling nice for next time. And then I've got a fresh blue cloth to go over the top of the toilet and the toilet seat with Zoflora. Then those cloths just go straight in to be washed. What you didn't see me do just then, because I had to wash my hands, was washing my hands with the rubber gloves on. I can't remember to wash your rubber gloves because they've been touching the loo, that's gross. So we've washed those, and I kind of sprayed them with Zoflora and washed them before I went on to do the floor with my Vileda 1-2 spray, which, look at that grime it's picked up the floor. Yuck, disgusting. In the Vileda 1-2 spray, by the way, I used Zoflora. Now I'm putting everything back in the bathroom, including my nappy bucket, the steps, the potties ready for potty training, and toilet seats. So I obviously took away all the dirty towels, so I only put then clean towels back after I have cleaned the bathroom, and putting all the toothbrushes and things back, and just making sure there's no clutter as such. Putting all the shampoos back, throwing out ones that are sort of empty, and just putting back actual shampoo boxes with actual shampoo in them, and the bath toys and things that belong in the bathroom. Just putting it all back together really before moving on to the next one, which is my ensuite. Starting by stripping out all the stuff. Oh look, this is something that Bella made in school for Father's Day. How cute is that? Anyway, stripping out the towels, stripping out all the junk, the scales, all the stuff. I do like to just strip it right back before I start cleaning the bathrooms. So stripping out the toothbrushes and soaps and things. So we're going to start with the mirror with a bit of the star drops, and giving that a bit of a wipe over, just like we did in the other bathroom. It's the same mirror and shelf really, so we're just repeating the process. Using a microfiber cloth, and then onto Minky for the sinky, I guess, and some flash bathroom again. It's very similar to the main bathroom, the children's bathroom. It's got exactly the same taps again, and just giving them a good old scrub over with a Minky. And tell me in the comments below, is this how you like to clean your sink? Do you like to use Minky and Flash bathroom? If not, what do you like to use to clean your bathroom sink? I would love to know. Please do let me know in the comments. So now I've got another blue microfiber cloth. You will notice I have a lot of these. I bought a massive pack of them. You need so many when you're cleaning, because you know they get, even if they don't get, like, you don't use them for the loo, you use them for other less dirty jobs, they just get soaking. And then they're no good for cleaning anything else. You need lots of fresh ones, a big pack of them, in order to clean, you know, lots of things in a row. Next job, I'm doing my shower, which is a much bigger shower than the children's shower, much sort of bigger surface area, using Flash bathroom again, and then we're rinsing it off, rinsing and then scrubbing with Minky, rinsing, then scrubbing with Minky. Sometimes I do like to do my shower just before I have a shower, just so I don't go and get my clothes all icky. But today, obviously, I'm doing it in the middle of my Power Hour Speed Clean. So yeah, just sometimes it's good to kind of leave products in the shower when you're about to have a shower, and it's just a good opportunity to get it done then, just as a quick clean. Anyway, I've got lots of little shelves and things in the shower, making sure they've all had a wipe over with Minky and then a wipe over with the blue microfiber to kind of clean it off. And now I'm putting back all the shampoos and the shower gels and things, and leaving that done. I don't always have time to do the glass with the Star Drop stuff, which obviously I didn't on this occasion because I'm running out of time. So we're going back over the, I used on the windowsill, I used the Zoflora, same as in the other bathroom, and then back onto Flash bathroom for the loo. Look, here we go with yet another blue microfiber cloth. I told you I've got so many of these things, and really, you can't have enough of them because you do really go through so many of them as you are cleaning multiple rooms in one hit. So that's the toilet done. I just need to now get rid of all the cleaning products and do the floor over with my Brylida 123, which it does smell amazing after this because it's got a cap full of Zoflora, diluted Zoflora in that. So it disinfects the floor and then leaves the bathroom smelling just gorgeous, which is always really, really nice. I also find it's much easier to use than like a full-on mopping bucket. Right now, the scales, that's something I also find gets really, really dusty, so I've just given that a little wipe over with some Zoflora. Now we're on to the downstairs loo, where I'm getting my Zoflora and sticking it down the loo. What a surprise, because, you know, we're just doing the same thing over and over. So I've popped the toilet brush in the loo while I'm emptying everything else out. Now in our downstairs loo we've got loads and loads of shoes as well, so I've just moved those out of the way so they don't get product on them, the ones that are kind of on the floor and hidden around the loo. And then I have done the shelf where the children leave their toothbrushes, because often they clean their teeth downstairs in the morning after they've had breakfast. Then the Star Drop stuff is back out, vinegar stinking stuff, to do the mirror, and then onto the sink. Guess what we're using? Oh look, Flash bathroom. I'm making it again. See? It's getting quite predictable now, isn't it? But this is the last bathroom. We are coming to the end of the power hour. I wasn't sure I'd get to this one, but I'm quite pleased that I'm managing it. So just giving all the tiles and the taps and the sink a good old scrub, filming it right up, and rinsing it off. And then I have to just keep using more water and rinsing it. I probably go a bit over the board, to be honest, with the amount of Flash bathroom I use. But I just sort of always a bit enthusiastic when I'm spraying it. And then every time I'm rinsing it off, I'm thinking, why did I use so much? Why? But never mind. Anyway, so I'm getting that all off, or the worst of the product off with Minky, which if you haven't had one of these, they're fab. There's a few different brands of them, and they're all quite similar, to be honest. And then back with yet another, see, I told you about loads, blue microfiber cloth for wiping down the sink. So that's the sink done. Next I'm just kind of tidying up the shoes and dusting under them, so the shelves get a bit icky. There's bits of mud and things falling off the shoes. So I'm just giving that a little kind of dust over with my reusable, it's like a fluffy duster thing from B&M, and the head comes off it and goes in the washing machine. It's fab. Zara, my youngest, especially loves dusting things like, you know, the carpet and things like that with it, just because it's quite pretty. And then I'm grabbing my Dyson handheld, which quite often, I know this has got like a thing you can use when you're standing up. It's easier just to get in hands and knees and just do the corners sometimes with it. Anyway, onto the toilet with a little bit of Flash bathroom. We're nearly there, you know, we're nearly at this power hour. Getting quite excited that we're nearly done, and I've actually, looks like I'm going to achieve it all the stuff I actually set out to do, which is quite exciting and quite rare. My children allowed me to do everything I wanted to do. So that is the downstairs loo pretty much done once I've put all of the shoes back in there, and then just given the sort of skirtings and things a little Dyson around to tidy them up. And then once all the bits are gone with the Dyson, I can get my Brylida 123 out. Make the floor, you know, disinfected and smelling amazing. Which is good, isn't it? It's what we want. We want our bathrooms to smell amazing. And that's it. Finished. Ta-da! So the main priority for today has got to be the entrance hall where everything has been dumped, and I really feel if the hall's a mess, the whole house feels like it's a mess. Then it's got to be laundry because there's so much to catch up on, which then spills into our bedroom because that's where laundry ends up getting dumped, ready to get sorted. And then if I have time, I would like to tackle the girls' bedrooms, but if that doesn't happen, it's not the end of the world. So I like to use these curver baskets to sort things into, and you'll see that as I'm sorting things around the house, I pop them into the basket so they can go to the relevant rooms. So this is a toiletry bag, it needs to go upstairs, so I'm popping it in a basket, and other things that need to go to that room can get added in there too. If you watched the vlog from when we were away, I'll link it up in the cards now, you can see when we were packing, I was packing to come home, I packed the clean things that we did not use into these packing cubes. So again, they're super easy to just put away. That is a cosmetic case full of chargers. That's a little bag full of medical syringes, just in case the children were ill when we were away. Basically, I don't like to put small items loose in the case. I like to sort of section them off into these little cosmetic bags. I think there's my hair straightens, I just go upstairs. But if the small items, like all those are toothbrushes, they're all put together in a little pack. It's just one thing to grab out of the case to put away. It just makes unpacking and putting away so much easier when we get home. Those are clean, dry cloth wipes that didn't get used. They were in a bag, much easier than sorting them through. You'll just see I've slung Zara's shoes in through that door. That is our downstairs loo where we store all our shoes. I will need to tidy that later because that is a bit of a mess. Next, on to our dirty washing. If you watched my how I pack video, you'll know that I take these bags, they're like fold away bags, and then I unzip them and get there and fill them full of laundry. And I sorted these into a a light load and a dark load ready to wash, and that's the case fully unpacked. So although there's a lot of stuff in there, because it was sectioned off, it didn't take that long. That case belongs under the stairs. Under the stairs is a tricky tip. I'll have to wedge that back in there later. But yeah, all the stuff is now out of the case. My next job, which I do normally like to start the second we walk in through the door, but I was just too tired last night, is to get on some washing. So as you see, I'm packing away these little packet bags that I have the dirty laundry in them. So they were easily sorted. I'm just dumping the clean into one basket. What is wrong with me today? The lights into one basket and the darks into another basket, and then I can just add the other bits of laundry that I hadn't done before we went away and sort those into the different loads so I can get the washing machine going. It's always a good idea to do laundry first, because that way while you're doing other stuff the machine is washing, and then the sooner you get it washing, the sooner you can get it all moving and drying and on to the next stage. I like to use a colour catcher in most loads. I do need to look into getting reusable ones of these, apparently they do have them. I like to use a scoop of Unstoppables, which just make the laundry smell amazing and lovely. And then I use Fairy Non-Bio, I use a scoop of that and a little drop of Lenore fabric softener. I tend to put our clothes on for a short wash. They don't need to be on super hot and super long unless they're really dirty. They're not especially dirty, they just need freshening up. Next job is to sort the clean, dry washing that's come out of the dryer into my laundry calyx system. Basically, each one of those black boxes belongs to a different family member. I put the clean washing into the relevant person's box, and then when it is full, it is given to that family member and they are asked to put their own laundry away. Now it's time to make a little bit of space in the laundry room because it's like clutter-tastic, so that I can sort out the clean cloth wipes and get them all kind of damp and smelly in a good way, ready to use. So I use a little drop of this lavender essential oil, and I'm using these Cheeky Wipes boxes. I shall link all the information about this below. So yeah, it's lavender and water in the box, and then they're stored damp, ready to use, so then you can grab them and use them as if they were a disposable wipe, only they smell better and they are actually more efficient at cleaning up sticky hands, faces and poop. Oh look, I've just found de-icer. It's July and for some reason there's de-icer left out, so once I've cleaned all the surfaces, I'm just using my little Zoflora and a microfiber cloth to wipe all the surfaces in here, because it's only a small room but if I can get this room clean and tidy, ta-da! Look how much better that is, and at least I feel like I've achieved something. Now it's time to clear the hall, and I am using these baskets, my Kerber baskets, which I love, to carry everything up and down the stairs. It's just so much quicker to load up baskets than carry loads of loose bits. Next job is to tackle this area by the front door. The children haven't even emptied their school bags or put their stuff away. I normally kind of encourage them to do this stuff themselves, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. And then the more stuff that is dumped there, the more stuff gets added to it, and the more likely other people are to dump things. Everyone is supposed to put away their own shoes neatly in the downstairs loo. It doesn't always happen, but I must admit the biggest culprit for that is my husband, not the children. So I've just pulled all the shoes off this shelf because they were such a mess, and putting them back neatly so that they actually all fit. And like I said, if it's a big dumping mess, everyone just dumps stuff, whereas if it's neat and tidy, they're more likely to put their shoes back tidily and keep it tidy. We do have an awful lot of shoes between the 6 of us, and these all just be left in the hall, which really stressed me out. So keeping them in the downstairs loo, even if it's not the tidiest of solutions, is a lot better than it was. So now, just to clear this last area, just bits and pieces, like Bella's ballet kit, that needs to go upstairs, drinks, suntan lotion, goodness knows what else has been dumped there. My little picnic basket that goes on my pram, which hasn't even been emptied of food since yesterday, that needs to go in the kitchen to be emptied. All needs to be moved so that we can clear the surfaces. I do feel like clear surfaces in the hall make me feel like the entrance hall is tidy, and therefore the whole house looks tidy. Now here is my understairs of shame. We don't have an attic space as such because we have rooms in the attic, so we don't have anywhere to hide stuff. So this is where I hide stuff. This under the stairs really needs sorting, but at the moment it's full of junk and I've hidden it with that screen. So now you know. So now I'm just dusting over with my little reusable duster head thing. They're like Dave the Duster, but you can put the top bit in the washing machine. And giving the rug a little bit of a vacuum with my cordless Dyson. Because once the entrance hall is tidy, it creates a lovely illusion of tidy for the whole house. Whether the whole house is or not tidy, then at least people coming to the house won't have a first impression of, oh, what a mess. So those are the last bits. That's Bella's ballet kit that needed to go upstairs. And I think that's the haul pretty much done. Yeah, that's the haul done and looking about a billion times better. Now that the haul is done, it's time to go and empty the washing machine, which has finished. Now, I sort things into 2 types of clothes to be dried. So our kind of nicer clothes, basically anything that isn't uniform, school uniform, gets hung up to dry as opposed to going in the dryer, because I find that tumble drying clothes kind of makes them wear out and fade a lot quicker. And then things like pyjamas, socks, underwear, that kind of thing gets put in the dryer as well as the school uniform. So before I sort out where I put in the drying, I'm chucking another load on in the machine. Just if you get back from holiday or something, you've got a backlog, just keep the machine going, just keep it moving. The second it finishes, get it back on again, get the stuff through, get it clean, and then you stand a chance, because when you've got mounds and mounds of dirty washing that you just have got to get through, it's just really depressing. So get it clean and then you can get it sorted. While I'm waiting for the dryer to finish, I can put the rest of that drying in the dryer. I am bringing the wet wash that needs hanging up upstairs, because in our ensuite we've got this cupboard where I have got a hanging rail in there, and that's where I hang stuff up to dry. Now the problem is it's full of clean and dry stuff, so all the dry stuff has to come out in order to make space for the wet stuff, and this is where the backlog is a problem, as you can see. So my bras, I don't put those in the dryer because they get wrecked. As you see, all the kind of any of my tops or dresses, any of the children's tops or dresses, they just stay nicer and newer looking for longer if you don't put them in the dryer. And if you dry them this way, kind of hung up in shape, they don't need much or even any sometimes ironing, which is quite beneficial. So yeah, all of this stuff has to be sorted. I'm just sorting it into piles of who it belongs to, so that they can be put in the relevant person's wardrobe. Most of this stuff isn't going to need any ironing, and some of the bits that do need ironing I sort of keep separate or even just do as we go, because like I said, when it's dried this way, I find it just really efficient, and you know, it's dried in a nice warm airing cupboard, and it barely has any creases. So I'm gathering together all the rest of the spare hangers to hang up the wet washing in a newly empty airing cupboard. So I make sure that everything is turned round the right way before I hang it up, and it's not in a funny shape, and all the sleeves are pulled through and stuff. That way it dries nicely and it's less creased. So drying stuff this way really does, it just saves so much time because it's already on the hanger, and then it's a kind of a grab and go when it is dry. You need to make sure if you're doing this that it's not overstuffed and over kind of crowded in there, which is why you have to empty all the other stuff out first. I quite often like to put some hangers in between each item to make sure they're spaced out, just to leave a little bit of air to circulate so that it can dry properly. Otherwise it just ends up with a whole load of damp smelliness and it not drying properly at all. But yeah, if you don't overload it, this is a really efficient way. I don't actually have a washing line outside. I just find it rains so much in the UK that it would be a total waste of time. So drying things this way is a cheap and efficient way to do things for me, especially when I've got so many people to wash clothes for. So now I'm hanging up all of my clothes. Now if you watched the video where I decluttered and KonMari'd my wardrobe, you'll know I like to hang my clothes in rainbow order because then I can find everything that I need, and it's easy to choose what I want to wear and what goes with what, just because it's all hung up in rainbow order, and rainbow order makes me happy, so that's why I do that. And then my shorts and jeans and things are folded into these drawers below. And then that is all my stuff pretty much done, and the end of my power hour. I am out of time.
I am starting my power hour today, as I often do, with laundry. As a family of 6, we have a lot of laundry, so I always feel like doing this first is a really good way to get started, to get kick-started, because that way the machine is working while you're working and doing other things. So I always try and get laundry on first thing in the morning and first thing during my power hour. I have sorted out the washing into a load, and now it is time to put in, I'm very excited about this, my first reusable colour catcher. I've been using the disposable colour catchers before now. These have been recommended to me. It kind of looks like a flannel, so I'm chucking that in, and I'm hoping that that will work to stop the running of the clothes. We've got some Unstoppables for the wash, and now a little bit of Method Cleaner. This is new to me as well. Method Cleaner fabric wash and Method Cleaner fabric softener. Trying these out for the first time. I bought these in my Amazon haul, my cleaning haul, which I shall link up in the cards now. I'm just putting this wash on a very quick, like a 20-degree quick cycle. I do find that lightly soiled clothes, as in clothes that have been worn but aren't really dirty, just need a really quick refresh. It keeps the clothes kind of newer for longer. Obviously if they're really dirty they need a much longer wash, but for things that just, you know, not that dirty at all, quick washes, more economical, better for the environment, cheaper, all the good things. So I'm just rolling up, that was a wet bag. I've got some bedding that needs to go upstairs, that's going out to the laundry room. That's Zara's tongue. I'm gathering up all the other bits and pieces which need to go in the next load. These are sort of nappies. They're not nappies that have like been used that much. She just wears them over her knickers now for a nap, and some flannels and things that are going to be washed without fabric conditioner and with some sanitizer. So all my cloths and things will go in there to be washed as well. So now it's time to just tidy up the laundry room a little bit. These are all Zara's nappy wraps which go over her nighttime nappies. She is potty trained during the day but still wears nappies at night, and as I had cloth nappies, she's still in cloth nappies at night. So if you want to watch my cloth nappy video, actually I will link those videos. I've got a whole cloth nappy series up in the cards now if you're interested in that. So now it's just tidying away the last of the bits in my big slidey cupboard that I've got. Zara found some socks and randomly wanted to wear them, so you know, keep her happy. Now, as the children have been ill, it's time to put away these syringes. This is like a drying rack thing. Sorry, I'll get back to the drying rack thing. Method Cleaner. This was also in my Amazon haul. The pink grapefruit smell smells amazing. Shame we haven't got smell-o-vision, it smells great. Anyway, that thing that looks like grass was for drying kind of bottles and things when the children were little, but now I use it for drying plastic things, and also it's really good for drying those syringes. And PS, top tip, keep all the syringes. You know, when you get Calpol and Nurofen and stuff, when your children are ill, you're going to be glad of those syringes. Keep every single one of those things. We've been through so many syringes recently because you don't want to double dip the medication, do you? Anyway, back to cleaning. Just giving the sink a little shine. The pink grapefruit's like a multi-surface cleaner. So I've just wiped down all the units with that, and now it's time to kind of just vacuum up the floor in this little area. I just want to get this one room done. Zara wanted a duster, so I've given her one of those. She thinks she's helping cleaning now. She's gone to clean something. I'm just going to wipe around. This is such a small room. I'm just going to wipe around the corners of the room with a little bit of multi-surface cleaner and a microfiber cloth, just along the edges where kind of dirt and grime collects. This is kind of a high traffic area. It's where we take our bins out to the back. I'm in and out all the time doing laundry, and bits of like washing powder and stuff get dropped on the floor, things that fall out of clothes. And then that cloth is going in there with the other stuff that's going to be washed and sanitized. So that stuff will go on a hot wash with sort of nappy sanitizer or Zoflor or something in there to sanitize all that laundry. Next, I grabbed one of my Curver baskets to gather all the stuff up. That dress was going upstairs. Zara decided she wanted to wear it, so she's wearing it instead. But she's happy now, so that's all that matters. I can carry on cleaning. She is thinking she's helping with her little duster and wearing her Anna dress. So gathering all the bits that don't belong in the kitchen. Let me know in the comments, do you find things just end up everywhere that don't belong? These are the syringes I was talking about. Gather them up, keep them in one place. You will be glad of them when your children are ill. Anyway, back to my question. Do you find that in your house you constantly are moving things back to the room they belong in? Those baskets are an absolute lifesaver for me. But my family just love leaving things where they don't belong, honestly. Anyway, so I'm now going to tackle the worktop, the countertop. Now this is kind of like a high crumb and dust area, so I'm moving all this stuff first, where the bread bin lives, where the toaster lives. It's amazing how many sort of bits of crumbs and things collect here. So I'm going to move all the bits out of the way and work around. I'm going to wipe down all across the tiles, all behind where the bread bin goes, the phone. Not that we even use the phone, I must admit. I don't even know my own phone number. We actually only have that phone for the broadband, and I guess in case we ever needed to dial 999, because I don't think I've ever made a phone call on it, honestly. True story. So do you still use a landline, or are you all on mobiles? Because I don't know, wonder if our house is a bit weird like that, or if nobody else uses their actual house phone anymore either. Anyway, back to cleaning. So putting all the bits and pieces back where they belong. I do also find my toaster, gosh, it just sheds crumbs. So I just like to try and shake all the crumbs out of it, because if I just move it and put it back, I'm going to anti-bac. This is the other method cleaner. This one smells like wild rhubarb. It's amazing. If I just sort of move the toaster and I don't give it a good shake out and clean down, the crumbs just kind of explode out of it. Honestly, it's insane. Really drives me mad. So I have emptied out the crumb tray of the toaster, and I've given that a little anti-bac wipe, because I figured, crumbs can't be terribly hygienic if they're collecting there for some time. And then I've put back the toaster. Now I'm pretty confident it's not going to malt any more crumbs over my freshly wiped worktop. Can't even say that. Anyway, on to cleaning the sink. I've given it a little spray down, and now I'm going to give it a little wipe around. I am actually going to put my gloves on. Now, I don't always put gloves on for cleaning. I don't always remember to, but I do try to put gloves on if my hands are going to get especially wet, because my skin's quite dry. And I do find, if I'm doing kind of like dry cleaning, if that makes sense, like just spraying worktops and wiping with a dry cloth, I don't always bother with gloves. But anything where like my hands are getting soggy, I do try and remember to put gloves on. It does protect your skin. Do try and remember to do it, people. I'm sort of talking to myself as much as I'm talking to you. But see, look, I've already taken the gloves off. I honestly forget to, I take them off to, move the camera or something, and then I forget to put them back on. Need to wear gloves more. And then also what people I think forget to do sometimes is wash the gloves. After you've cleaned something yucky, you've got to wash and sanitize the gloves, haven't you? Always remember to do that too, people, otherwise you're just spreading yucky germs all over the place. Anyway, I'm just putting away some of my other ones, some of my other method cleaners, which I haven't tried yet but were from my haul. I have tried the pink grapefruit, which I'm in love with, and the wild rhubarb, which just smells divine. So I am really, really loving those two at the moment. Let me know which of the method cleaner smells you've tried, and which ones you're liking. Right, now I'm going to tackle this rather icky, disgusting hob. This is where this method cleaner stuff's going to be put to the test. This is supposed to be a good multi-surface degreaser, and this bit of the hob is utterly yucky, disgusting, like really, really gross. So this is only a speed clean. I haven't got time to really like do the entire hob. Like if I had a bit more time, I would take all the sort of metal bits from the top of the hob, what are they even called, those metal bits, and like clean them all individually. But for now, for today, I'm just gonna sort of make my peace with just kind of doing the underneath bits where all the gunk has like slid down and gone disgusting. As you can see, we use the hob on the very far right quite a lot, and then as it goes further left, I don't use it as much. So it's less gross and kind of the colour it's supposed to be. So far, I must say, I'm impressed with this method cleaner. It is doing the degreasing kind of well. I kind of normally have to resort to using the pink stuff or something quite strong on the hob to get it looking kind of clean at all after it's been really gunky. But I think, you know, for a quick once over, the method cleaner in the pink grapefruit has done itself proud. So well done, method cleaner. It's doing well on the degreasing. I'm quite pleased, I must say. Onto the front of the cooker now. I'm just going to give it a little wipe over once I have got a new cloth, because as I said before, I do go through a lot of these cloths. I have a lot of these microfiber cloths because I find that once you've cleaned like a couple of things with them, it's all soggy and you're just wiping gunk around the kitchen. So I used to use loads and loads of kitchen roll, and I just found that A, expensive, and B, wasteful. These microfiber cloths are amazing. They're a really good investment. They're not that expensive to buy if you buy them in like a pack of 10. In fact, I'll link mine below. And if you use them and then just sanitize them in between, and then you sort of never run out of them, they dry super quickly. But you do need quite a few of them if you're going to do, you know, power hour cleaning, and you're going to really sort of go through the cleaning. You're really going to clean hard for an hour, especially if you can do a whole house clean. You really do need quite a few of these cloths. But I still think it saves you money in the long run, if I'm honest. Now I'm going to wipe down the table. I do get my teenager, as part of some of his jobs, to wipe the table after we have a meal. But, you know, sometimes it needs an additional going over. It's the getting the children to help. Doesn't necessarily mean they do an amazing job of it, but it doesn't mean they shouldn't do it just because they don't do it well, because, you know, they've got to learn, haven't they? Do you get your children to help out around the house? Let me know. My children do, I've talked about this before, help out with kind of age appropriate helping. I think it's good for them, and mostly they quite enjoy it. Well, I think they quite enjoy it anyway. I'm now going to go round the edge of the floor. I'm going to run out of time to like do the whole floor because my power hour is reaching its end. But I'm just going to go round the edges of the kitchen, if I can find the right angle with the camera, and do these sort of areas that kind of just get like a build-up of gunk, like around the dishwasher, stuff that's been splattered in, and it's just stuff that you can't even reach with, like, if you just mop it. It's just, you're not doing a good enough job, you know. Next job is to empty the dryer so that we can put more clean stuff into the dryer and dry it off. I'm sorting the clean washing into our boxes. There's one box for each member of the household, and then another box for towels and another box for cloth nappies. The dry stuff goes directly into there. Oh, don't forget to empty the fluff, people. The dry stuff goes into there when the boxes are full. They get given to the relevant person, and that person puts their own things away. I'm now sorting the wet washing into one basket of washing to go upstairs and be hung up in the airing cupboard. That stuff gets hung on hangers, and the other basket of stuff to go into the dryer. So then I'm also using these dryer eggs, which I'm quite liking actually. I think they are speeding up the process of drying. And now I'm going to do a load of all the cloths and towels and things that need a nice hot wash and a big load of sanitizing. I'm doing a big scoop of fairy. And then I'm also going to add some Mio Fresh, which is a nappy sanitizer, which means it sanitizes and kills all nasty bugs on anything in that load, and a nice little scoop of Unstoppables to make it smell lovely too. And then that is us at the end. Thank you so much for watching. If you've liked this video, please give it a massive thumbs up. Do not forget to subscribe and hit the bell to be notified. We post new videos every Tuesday, Thursday and Sunday at PM.
7 p.m. That's right. If you want to watch more speed cleans, they're just down here, and my latest video is just over there. Well, it's over there actually. Say bye. Zara, say bye bye. Bye.
I am starting this power hour by popping some Domestos, which is just a bleach, down the loo. I'm doing this in my ensuite toilet and also in the children's bathroom, and that way hopefully I'll get time to clean the bathrooms fully, but if I don't, at least that bleach is doing its trick to clean while I'm not cleaning, and then I will just flush that later when it's had a chance to do its magic. Next job for me is to fold some bedding. This has been through the washer and the dryer and it just needs to go away. We have a massive bed, as you can see it's a super king size bed, so the bedding's huge. I fold it as best I can, I'm not too fussy with it, and I don't iron bedding. Full disclosure, confession for me, I don't iron bedding, do not have time in my life for that. But I fold it up and then it gets stored inside a pillowcase, and this is a top tip, top hack. If you've got a set of bedding, be it like a little single set of bedding or a massive bedding like this, if you fold it up neatly, I like to KonMari fold it into thirds and, you know, so it's reasonably neat and tidy. And then you stash it inside the pillowcase, and that way you know when you grab that pillowcase, there's everything you need inside it, the sheets, the pillows, everything. It's all in one place, you're not having to hunt everywhere for it. And that is going away in my airing cupboard. My next job is to decant the 24, or it feels like 24 million toilet rolls that I have bought, because let's face it, big family, may as well buy in bulk, and quite frankly it's cheaper to buy in bulk anyway, so it's much cheaper to buy the toilet, it's cheaper per toilet roll to buy them that way. And I'm just decanting those into a basket in my airing cupboard, and then I'm putting away some laundry that is clean and dry, and that has been hung up. I tend to find a lot of stuff accumulates on my kind of door handle, especially in my bedroom. Stuff gets dumped there and that just needs to be put away. I'm popping away my husband's stuff that he's left there. Yes, he likes to, there's a little dumping area that he likes to put things. Anyway, never mind, let's put it away, shall we? Out of sight, and try and have some clean surfaces. He's like, he can't see his own mess, bless him. You can see everyone else's mess, but not the stuff he's dumped. Next job is to repack the swimming bag. So this stuff has just come out of the washing and I'm folding it away, and it doesn't go away into cupboards and things, it gets packed directly into the bag for next week. I like to KonMari fold the towels, so fold them into thirds in these little kind of triangle parcels, so they're nice and easy to grab and they don't take up too much space in the bag. And then for their swimming, the stuff that when they come out to swimming, for each of them, to the three little ones, wears a dressing gown, and then into those dressing gowns I pack their pyjamas. So they have like long-legged pyjamas, a pair of socks and a pair of pants, and then I roll them up and I pop them into the hood of the dressing gown. So then when they come out of the water, I just grab a little parcel, hand it to each of them and say, hey, put on everything in there. Oh, and look, do you know what? I forgot the girls' socks. So I'm going to shove those in the parcel afterwards. But that really does save rooting through the bag, thinking, have I got it all? William's got these lovely fluffy pyjamas, which I picked up in the Primark haul, which I shall link in the cards now. Those are rather lovely. And then all of that stuff that I've just packed, plus their bathers and goggles, get packed directly back into the bag, and I do that ready for swimming, which is, you know, it's not for a good number of days yet, but at least it's all ready to go. Next job, I'm going to have a bit of a declutter. Now these boxes next to the loo in my ensuite are supposed to be kind of for toiletries and things that have been bought, you know, so like new toothpastes and toothbrushes and things like that. But do you know what? They've just turned into a bit of a clutter magnet, so I'm having a bit of a sort out. As you know, if you've watched my decluttering videos, the only way I can make myself declutter is by tipping it all over the floor, and then there's kind of no way back. I have to tidy it up then because I've made a mess. I find if I open a drawer and just start picking things out, then I very quickly close the drawer again and think, oh, I'm so not in the mood for this. So by tipping it all over the floor, it does make me tidy up properly. It forces me to, you know, it's like going on a bear hunt, isn't it? You can't go over it, can't go under it, whatever, have to go through it. So yeah, all this stuff's coming out too. As you can see, most of this is like clean, like not clean, like new toiletries. But some of these toiletries have been in there such a long time. That blue thing I just threw into the bin ready to go and be recycled were like those sticks you wee on when you're pregnant to check your protein levels, and my youngest is 2.5, so clearly I've not used those for a while. I also realised how much stuff I've actually got. I keep picking up new packs of toothbrushes because we use these toothbrushes, you know, I like to have spare ones, especially when we're going away, we have new toothbrushes and things. but it's only when you sort of do a bit of a declutter that you realise, stop buying things really, that you've got loads of them already. So this is the sort of objective for this this kind of little portion of my power hour. As you can see, I've got quite a lot of sun cream, for example, like bottles and bottles of it lined up at the back of that box, which I didn't realise how much I had because it was all just jumbled up. We've got numerous bottles of shower gels and things, and we do need, don't get me wrong, we need spares in stock ready for when we run out. But I just end up, if it's not organised, buying more stuff when I don't need more stuff. There we go, I've gathered all the clean, fresh toothbrushes together and pop them in there now. So at least I know I've got loads, and there they are when I need to grab them. I don't go hunting around for them. So that's a little bit of a declutter done. Now it's time to grab all the dirty mats and towels and things and take them out of the bathroom so I can give it a good clean. Those can all be washed. I am using Zoflora. This is a spray bottle with a cap full of Zoflora and some water, topping it up. Ugh, look how disgusting that is. To wipe the windowsill, and the window frame, which is quite gross. And then the top of the toilet too. And Zoflora has some nice disinfecting properties. Can't speak today. Zoflora has disinfecting properties. Now onto some Star Drops white vinegar spray. This is stuff that's fantastic on glass. I love the finish it has, but do you know what? I do not like the smell because my whole house ends up smelling of vinegar. So yes, it does the job. It's good at what it does, but it just stinks. So I'm in two minds. I need to find a better glass cleaner that does the job just as well, but doesn't honk of vinegar. I just, honestly, not a fan. So now I have bothered to put my gloves on finally, to use a bit of Flash Bathroom and to get my little Scrub Buddy pad out. I do like the Scrub Buddy. I did a little video, if you want to check it out, it's in the cards now, about the differences between Scrub Buddies and Minkies and other Amazon alternatives. You can check that out and see what I thought of those, because I have got a few different varieties of them if you're thinking about making a purchase. So yeah, I'm just using a bit of Flash Bathroom, wiping around the sink. Sometimes I wipe around the sink with just a bit of water and one of these Scrub Buddies. Certainly if the children in the bath or something, I don't want to use chemicals, but today the sink at least is having a good clean because it was a bit gross and grim. Now a bit of Flash Bathroom on my shower in the ensuite. So I'm going to pull all the toiletries that are currently in use off the shelf, give everything a bit of a wipe over, the shelves, the tiles, the shower head itself. Oh, this bit gets quite disgusting. There we go. All the shower hose gets quite gross and grim. And then I'm going to use the shower head itself to clean off and rinse off the rest of the chemicals that I use. Sometimes I do this just before I get in the shower because then I don't get all over my clothes, but today I've just taken off my socks so I can actually stand on in the shower tray without get my socks all soggy basically. But I do often change into like older clothes or comfy clothes or whatever to do cleaning. Today I haven't. I was just trying not to get chemicals on my jeans because it actually ruins them. Now onto the toilet. I tend to go to the toilet kind of last-ish because you can use cloths and then use them on the toilet and then put them in the wash, but you can't use them on the toilet and then use them anywhere else because it was gross, isn't it? So I'm cleaning out the toilet. I tend to use blue for the bathroom, for microfiber cloths. I mean, they all get sanitized anyway. They all get washed on a really hot wash, and I use nappy sanitizer and or Zoflora in the washing machine with them to sanitize them so they all come out perfectly hygienically clean. Now I've cleaned the toilet with that toilet brush. I'm spraying a bit of Zoflora onto it to sanitize it and then washing my hands. That's what I'm doing at the moment. I'm actually washing the gloves with antibac soap so that I can take off the gloves and they will be nice and clean. And then I'm drying my hands in a clean, dry microfiber cloth. So I'm then going to use that microfiber cloth to do the floor. So the gloves are now clean because you don't want to get toilet muck all over everything else I'm cleaning. And I'm going to clean the towel rail with this duster, and I'm going to clean the floor with my Zoflora spray and some microfiber cloths. The bucket you can see I'm using is an old nappy bucket, and I just use that to store the cloths in between washes. So I gather them all up in there. I mean, you can use anything, but I like that because it's got the lockable lid. And when I'm doing a big clean, I do go through a lot of different cloths, and then I can chuck them all in the machine with a bit of sanitizer and give them all a really good wash. So now, as you can see, sometimes I do use, I've got my thing, Mrs. Hinch calls it Vera, doesn't she? It's a 1-2 spray. But today I'm just finding it easier to just spray and wipe the floor and actually just get down on my hands and knees and wipe it. This is not a massive room, so it's easy enough to do that. At least I can be quite thorough and get into the corners and things by doing that. The bathroom is nearly done, just doing the last kind of portions of the floor, and then I can go and get the boxes that I carried out to make space and bring them back in and put them where they live, next to the toilet. And now I am just going to finish off the bathroom by doing a little stamp using the bottom of the tap, and you know, it just looks nice, doesn't it? It finishes off the bathroom. I feel like it is clean. I know someone will use the toilet roll in about 2 seconds and spoil my little stamp, but never mind, it makes me happy. So I'm just going to finish doing this entranceway to the bathroom, wiping it, wiping behind the door, getting all the cloths, bunging them in the nappy buckets. They're ready to take down stairs and wash, and that's the bathroom pretty much done. And now here's Zara with a blanket on her head. Apparently that is because she is currently Princess Jasmine.
So you'll see in this speed clean, I will only be focusing on key areas, namely the entrance hall, because obviously they will be coming in through the front door. I just want to tidy up the living room where we'll be sitting. We'll be spending time in the kitchen because they're coming over with their children, and the children are going to have some tea. And the kitchen just looks a bit of a mess, and the surfaces are a bit grubby, and there's just so much stuff out. So I'm going to start by cleaning the kitchen surfaces, and before I can clean them, I've got to clear them up because this breakfast bar, as much as I try and keep it clear, has become a bit of a dumping ground. I'm using one of my trusty curver baskets to gather all the bits and pieces up to get them out the way. Now, when you are speed cleaning for guests, it's not necessarily the way you would normally put everything, you know, all the way away into their homes. It's just a case of putting stuff out of the way to sort of sort out later. So it's kind of it's an interim clean, isn't it? So a lot of the stuff I just popped in the basket is just to go upstairs and deal with later. I will not be doing that till after they've gone. Next job is wiping down the surfaces. Now I am pulling this stuff out just because the toaster has left so many crumbs everywhere. It just needs a good old empty out every now and again. I've got my diluted Zoflora in the spray bottle and microfiber cloth, and just wiping down the surfaces just to make the granite all shiny and sparkly. And it doesn't take very long to just sort of move these bits and wipe around them, but it does make the impression of the kitchen of just being like super clean. So I'm not going to go into every kind of corner, but this area, as we kind of sit around the breakfast bar when I've got guests over, I do feel that is a bit that does need to be kind of clean and clear, and just, you know, it's an important area. Whereas perhaps other corners of the kitchen I'm not going to be so fussy with. So it is all about, when you've got guests coming, which bits are they really going to see, and just cleaning those bits. So I've got my, I'm going to wash down the sink next, because again, the sink is looking a bit gross and disgusting, and I've just emptied all those crumbs into it. Before I do that, I'm just going to wipe down the windowsill, which is mostly just dusty, to be honest, but in the interest of speed cleaning, because I really haven't got much time, I'm just going to use the same products. I'm not going to get loads of different products out. I'm just going to use clean cloths whenever they get a bit dusty. So that's the windowsill wiped down, obviously because it's Zoflora I'm using. It smells great. I often forget to put rubber gloves on, but I am finally putting some on at this stage. I've just seen I've got out another cloth because that one's a bit dirty, and now we're using my Dishmatic. I like to use this to do the initial wipe down of the sink. It's just a little bit of washing up liquid. You can use it to wash dishes with as well, but I actually like it to give the sink a once over when it's a bit gross. I kind of like to wash it down with the washing up liquid out the Dishmatic before I then sort of in this case I'm going to use Zoflora. I do different products potentially on other days, but like I said, today it's all about doing it as quickly as possible, so I'm giving it a little wipe over with Zoflora. I'm using my Scrub Buddy, which is like an alternative to the Minky that Mrs. Hinch uses. If you check up in the cards now, then I have got another video which compares the Scrub Buddy with the Minky with the Amazon dupes, and you can see which was my favourite, how they compare price wise, usage wise, all that kind of thing. So check out that video. I'll also link it below so you can watch it after this one if you like. So I'm just gonna make sure that the sink is all nice and clean, giving it that little wipe over with the Scrub Buddy, and now I'm going to stick a cap full of Zoflora in both sinks. One sink is the waste disposal and one sink is like a normal sink, and pour boiling water over it. So that'll disinfect the sponge I've just used, and it will also make the kitchen smell amazing. Look at all that steam coming out, just making my kitchen smell great. So yeah, just going to finish wiping down the rest of the granite on this kind of section, and then put away some other bits. That's my husband's lunchbox that he's left out, and just try and clear up a bit and wipe around a little bit around these jars. See, I would normally, if I was doing a full kitchen clean, like pull out the microwave and everything, but that's like a corner that no one cares about. I'm just wiping in front of it because it's all about being quick today. Laundry room needs a bit of a tidy up because you can see it from the kitchen. There's a glass door, which is a bit unfortunate. So this laundry room does need sorting. I'm putting away the cloths, putting away the empty curver baskets, which stack. There we go, there they are. They stack nicely and they fit into my big like slidey door cupboard thing in my laundry room where I keep them. And then these are just Zara's night nappy wrap. She's out of nappies in the day, she's always a nappy at night. So they're just the ones that have been washed. There's just all these other bits of cleaning products that I've been using that I haven't put away because I've been busy and just not stayed on top of it. So they're all going away. In fact, one or two of those actually belong in the other sink, but because this is a super quick clean, I'm just shoving them away, out of the way, as opposed to putting them in the other sink where they kind of belong. This is my sort of dish draining rack thing for plastic items that come out of the dishwasher. It was actually for when Zara had bottles and things when I was expressing, but it's still quite a handy kind of dish draining thing, so I kept that and I think it's kind of cool and pretty. I will link that below actually if you want to check those out. Next job, once I have finished cleaning this surface, will be a wipe over of these surfaces, and I shall just quickly do this sink as well. This sink doesn't get that dirty because I don't have food in it or anything. More sort of dusty than anything because it doesn't get used that much. But as I said, this room, although it's not a key room that people are going to be going in, you can see it through the glass door, which is a bit of a pain, isn't it? So it's got to be done because my guests will see all my mess otherwise. So there we go. The dish rack drainer thing is now empty. That can go away. Next job, I'm going to stick another capful of Zoflora down the loo in the downstairs loo. I'm not doing a full bathroom clean in here. I'm doing a sort of a make it look good. So I'm tidying up all the shoes. I'm not like, sometimes I would go through these shoes and put some of them upstairs and things. I'm literally just tidying them up a little bit and putting them away. Any shoes that have been left in the hall, putting away, and just sort of straightening them up so they don't look so awful, rather than being kind of thrown all over the floor as they've been left. Next job, I am going to do the little trick with the toilet paper, because even though I haven't given my bathroom a really good clean, now it looks like I have because I've just stamped it, look, with the tap, and it looks like, oh look, she must have cleaned the bathroom, she's done that to the toilet paper. Good trick, good little trick, especially if you don't have time to clean properly. So I'm just using Zoflora again. Like I said, normally I'd use different, I use Flash Bathroom for the bathroom, but I'm just using what I've got. I am using a different cloth. I'm just wiping over. I have swapped over the hand towel as well, because I do think a fresh hand towel makes it kind of look clean. I am giving the toilet a quick wipe over, and then that's going in the wash, and then I'm washing my rubber gloves, because once you've cleaned the toilet, you've got to wash your rubber gloves as soon as you wash your hands. Next job, making sure the entrance hall is really clear. It has had a load of clutter dumped in it. It's not supposed to. My family are not supposed to do this, yet they still do. I'm going to give a really, really super quick dust over the pictures and the table in the hall. And then it's just all about clearing up these last bits and pieces. Some of them I'm hiding in my desk, some of them I'm hiding in a cupboard in the kitchen, other things are going in that curved basket to go up the stairs. And then I've got some bits in the living room. That stuff needs to be like given to a friend. I've got that high chair which needs to be given to a friend who's having a baby. I'm literally just hiding it behind the door so that no one can see it. I'm straightening out the cushions. I always think straightening out the cushions makes everything look nice. I'm spraying a tiny bit of Zoflora in there just to make it smell good. I'm not even going to vacuum in there because I'm running out of time, but I am going to vacuum the entrance hall, partly because it makes a really good first impression, and partly because this is when most of the dirt in my house sort of accumulates. We always make the children take their shoes off, so the rest of the house doesn't get too bad carpet wise. They only eat at the table and they only wear shoes in the entrance hall. hall, but the entrance hall does get super grubby. So when I'm doing a full clean, obviously I vacuum the whole house, but for the purpose of today, I am just doing the hall, and I'm going to spray some Zoflora on the mat because then it makes a really great first impression when it smells. If the house smells clean, it feels clean. I'm now using my Vileda 1-2 spray to spray the floor with, you guessed it, some diluted Zoflora, and that kind of disinfects the floor. It makes it all clean, shiny, gets any yucky marks off, and it makes it smell good too. I also do in the laundry room just as I'm in there, and look how gross. See, look at all that grossness that was on my floor. And do you know what? I'm not even going to rip that off and put it in the wash yet. I'm just going to hide it in the cupboard and take it off and put it in the wash later because I don't have time. Next job, I'm literally straightening out the what are they even called? The kitchen towels, because then the kitchen looks tidy and clean. So see, that looks so much better than it was, just not so cluttered, clean surfaces, smells amazing. I know we don't have smell-o-vision, but it smells so good in here. And then that's the laundry room, again, looking clean and clear, so if anyone sticks their head in there, that's fine. The living room, which wasn't too bad, it's just looking a bit higgledy-piggledy, much better. Downstairs loo, which again was a right old state and was just a bit sort of dusty and gross, is now clean, smells good, and sort of reasonably clutter-free, and the entrance hall is looking nice too.
Let's start by taking a look around at what needs to be done. Bedroom, not too bad, bed needs tidying up, but just really needs a good clean. Zara's room, oh dear, what a mess. Yes, it needs cleaning, but first it needs a massive tidy. Bella's room starts off looking not too bad, and then look at all that mess, just stuff dumped. There's so much stuff dumped on the landing, dressing up clothes, and those cushions are things that Zara has weed on, and I've washed them, I've not put them back properly. The playroom's a bit of a tip, and it really needs a clean. It really has been cleaned in longer than I'd care to admit. The kitchen, again, isn't as untidy as it could be, but really needs a clean. The laundry room, which is a very busy room as we know, needs a blooming good sort out and clean. The lounge, which is normally my super tidy child-free room, is like Christmas birthday-tastic and needs sorting. And then obviously the hall, I've got to take down the Christmas tree and really give that a good clean. And this downstairs loo is driving me insane, and I haven't even shown you the bathrooms on the top floor, but all that needs doing too. So I'm going to start by taking down the Christmas tree. Feel quite sort of emotional really. This is the last time we're having a Christmas tree in this house, because by Christmas 2020 we will have moved to our new house. If you haven't caught it yet, we're doing a full renovation project, so I will link that in the cards. So I'm just taking away the kind of special Christmas decorations that the children have made and things, and putting those separately, because these red Christmas decorations will not match our new house, so they have been put in the bag ready to give to a friend. She said she would like them. I'm taking out the presents that have been left under the tree that haven't been given to friends yet, we still need to catch up with. And then I'm going to wrap up the lights. Now I'm using half of a Christmas wrapping paper innard thingy, what they call tubes, and I've cut a little slit in it. I've tucked the end of the lights in one end with the slit, and I'm wrapping the rest of the lights round and round and round, and that should stop them getting all mucked up and tangled before next year. By wrapping the lights up, you could use the sort of the full length of the tube and then they would sort of fit better, I guess, but I'm using half of one because it's got to fit into this bag with the Christmas tree, which I'm showing you now. These are the bags that I use from Jojo. I shall link them below, which they are brilliant. I use them for loads of storage things around the house. Now, we did used to try and fit our Christmas tree back into the cardboard box it originally came in, and every year it became more and more difficult, lots of gaffer tape and trying to squish it in, until eventually the box gave up the ghost. I now split the tree into these two bags. It's actually easier to move because it's easy to lift. It's just in, two bags. It's not so heavy, so you can split the weight, and it's just easier to put away and just shove it in there, zip it up. I used to store it in a wardrobe in my office, but this tree is actually being sent over to our new house ahead of us to go into the attic, which has got loft boards in it. So even though my husband is still doing up the house and it's not ready for us to kind of put any stuff in yet, the tree is going there to be stored, which is like, it's the first thing to move in. The very first thing to move in is our Christmas tree. So yeah, feel a bit kind of emotional about that. So those are the bags, putting those by the front door to put in my husband's van. Next job is to vacuum this rug. Now this is like a preliminary vacuum of the rug, just to get rid of the bits of tree. Even though it's not a real tree, it still molts bits, doesn't it? Do you find that even if you've got a fake tree, it still like puts bits all over your floor? So even though I will have to like carry on vacuuming later on. I didn't want the children to walk the stuff through the house. So I've wrapped the precious ornaments in a bit of wrapping paper and put them in a little bag. And then those presents, like I said, I've got 2 families, 2 sort of friends with children that I haven't caught up with yet. So they're their gifts. I'm going to sort of hide those upstairs till we catch up with them. Let me know in the comments, do you always end up with a couple of presents after Christmas you have not given out yet, even though you're putting your tree away? Let me know. So now I'm going to put my husband's mail in that box and hide it away because I'm fed up of looking at it, and start dusting with my fluffy duster. Then I'm going to use my Method multi-surface cleaner. This is the lavender scent, to just clean the surfaces and wipe them over with a microfiber cloth. This stuff smells great. So it should make the entrance hall smell lovely. Now I'm going to get down on the floor and dust and wipe this glass shelf, which just collects dust if I'm honest, and really get under the back of this cupboard, which is just collecting gross amounts of dust. And then take those presents upstairs out of the way. I'm now going to give my little desk area a clean. As you know, I do have an office upstairs, but then I do sometimes work in that downstairs under the stairs area while the children are playing in the playroom. And I'm going to give the floor another vacuum all under here. Like I said, I'm going to have to vacuum this area a few times just to stop the bits that I'm kind of agitating out of their place going all over the rest of the house. And I do find that main hallway does collect so much muck. Now it's time to get rid of a couple of baby gates. Zara is getting that much older. I still feel like we need them on the stairs because she's a bit of a liability, but I did used to use the one on the kitchen and the one on the lounge to stop them running in circles, because you can go in circles round and around our house. But we can get rid of some of them now. I am still going to keep the one in the playroom, so I've got somewhere to put her if, the Tesco delivery's coming or whatever, and the front door's open. And I'm just going to wipe underneath where the gates were and wipe around some skirting boards and things. Now to tackle the downstairs loo. Now the amount of shoes in here is driving me insane. So I've vacuumed the shelves, given them a little wipe over, and I'm putting back essential shoes that we're actually using. I've got like 3 pairs of ballet pumps in here, and as I'm filming this, it is winter. It is bleak midwinter. There's no way I'd go out in ballet pumps and no socks. I would freeze. So they can go upstairs, and other shoes that people are not wearing can still go upstairs. I'm quite happy to have these near the front door if they're being worn, but if they're, if they're not the right season or whatever, or if they don't fit, they can go, because we can't fit it all in. And then I'm just going to wipe over the floor. This is such a small room. It's not even worth like getting any kind of mop out or the big vacuum cleaner. It's just worth doing with just getting on my hands and knees and giving it a wipe. Wiping around the skirting boards, vacuuming around the skirting boards, and going all around the floor. Now normally I do start with cleaning like the higher up things and then moving to the floor. So I'm doing this a bit backwards for me really, because I haven't yet cleaned the toilet or the sink. But I sort of started doing the shelves and then thought, do you know what, I'm doing the floor now. Zara's step is a really messy item in this room. It really bugs me, but she still needs the step. So, whether in the next house we'll get like a nicer step that isn't so kind of ugly. I don't know. It's Toy Story, it's cutesy, kiddie, whatever, but it just doesn't sort of match, So having said, I'm not going to vacuum the whole floor with a big vacuum cleaner. I'm now going to vacuum the whole floor with the vacuum cleaner. Mainly because I'd managed to do the edges, but there were still bits on the middle of the floor. Now on to a little bit of glass cleaner. Now, I bought this in one of my Tesco hauls, which I shall link up above. I've not tried it yet, but I'm hoping it's just going to be nicer than the one I was using previously, which was the Star Drops. They had great results, but it smelled like vinegar. So this does actually smell nice. It smells like mint. So I guess it's like cleaning the mirror with, toothpaste kind of smell. So I don't love it as much as I love, like this lavender one's really nice that I'm using, this multi-surface cleaner. Interestingly, I did not go and reach for, I've got the bathroom cleaner in another room. I did not bother to go and get the bathroom cleaner to clean this bathroom. I'm just using the lavender multi-surface, partly because it was there and partly because I prefer the smell to the bathroom one. All of the bathroom ones smell kind of minty, so okay, your whole bathroom will smell like toothpaste. That's great, that's better than normal bathroom cleaners. When it comes to cleaning the bathrooms, I'd like to clean from cleanest areas, so windowsills and sinks, and then do the loo last, and that way I can put my loo cloth in the wash in that bucket straight away, and that is a cat lizard flora down the loo to make it smell amazing. So that is the downstairs loo, clean and looking a lot tidier and smelling pretty darn good too. So at least if anyone visits our house, as long as they don't venture beyond the entrance hall and the downstairs loo at the moment. It doesn't look too bad, so I think we better keep going. Now it's time to empty the dryer. I have been using these dryer eggs from Egg Laundry and really liking them. Not forgetting to empty the dryer fluff, people, very important for dryer efficiency and also for not causing fires, etc. Just going to carry on by dumping some of the stuff that I've collected in baskets from downstairs back upstairs and bringing down some more dirty laundry to stick on another load. You guys know I love getting laundry on while I'm doing other things because the laundry is working and, you know, while I am working too. Now a quick word about these reusable colour catchers. I know a few of you recommended them and I have been using them. You can see I've got like a rainbow of grey. Now that is a dark one that I feel like is almost at the end of its life. Now these are how they start out, nice and fresh and white, and the idea is you're supposed to keep the box and you are supposed to mark off how many washes you've done with them on the side. I have never done that. If you ever have done that, then please let me know in the comments. But for now I will be using them and I'm going to try, like I discussed in one of my recent videos, I'm going to try using them as cleaning cloths to do mucky jobs or whatever when they've come to the end of their life, because I feel like using them for 30 washes and then throwing them away is not terribly eco-friendly. Next, on to the living room. I need to really clear this room. I've just taken my ring light out to get that out of the way, ready to take it upstairs. My letterboard, all of Bella's birthday bits, all the toys the children brought in the living room. Because it's been Christmas, we've spent a lot more time in the living room. When my husband is in work, I tend to spend time in the playroom with the children, and that way the living room stays nice and tidy. It's just not been the case. We've had people over, the living room's bigger. So we need to clear off Bella's birthday cards. Now I can give this windowsill a nice old clean, give it a little dust on the shelves and on our little tables and things, all around the pictures. This does get neglected. I don't do dusting in this room as much as I should, if I'm honest. I'm going to shake out this rug. You can't really vacuum it because it's so long. It's like it would just all get stuck in bristles and things. So I'm just shaking it to get all the muck off it and then vacuuming whatever falls out of it, which on this occasion was mostly just dust and dirt, but sometimes it's like toys and money and things. I'm actually moving the sofas and doing behind the sofas, which I must admit pretty grim. Again, I do the middle of the floors a lot. I don't often, well, I don't as often as I should, move the furniture and do behind them, full disclosure, and it gets pretty dusty and gross and grim down there. So it does need doing every now and again, but even as a mum, if I can't manage to do it all the time, I'm going to try not to beat myself up about it. But today I'm going to try and do as thorough a clean as I can manage within the time I have, within what my children will allow me to do. So yeah, main floor done, bring the rug back in, and then it's going to be time to sort of straighten out the cushions. I have made my own fabric refresher, sort of like a homemade Febreze, just using this bottle, and then I've put boiling water in with a spoonful of bicarbonate of soda and a few drops of lavender, and given it a bit of a shake around, and then that makes a really nice smelling fabric refresher. I will link all of those items below if you want to get your hands on any of them. So I'm just spraying all the cushions with the fabric freshener and then moving on to the glass in this door, which again, full disclosure, this does not get done that much. I'm using the Method glass cleaner in the mint, and then once those doors are finished, the living room is pretty much done. As although this is intended to be a whole house clean with me, you just never know as a mum when your children are going to force you to stop. So at least now, if anyone visited, the entrance hall, the downstairs loo and the living room are reasonably clean and tidy. Having said that, I've dumped all the stuff in the hall, so let's carry that upstairs out of the way to deal with later. And then we can move on to vacuuming the stairs. Now, sometimes I do use my little Dyson for this, but the battery on it is not that charged at the moment, so I am using my bigger vacuum cleaner. At least I know I'm not going to have it dying on me halfway through. So now let's get on to the kitchen, which again, if people come and visit the kitchen, it's kind of where you're going to hang out a little bit, isn't it? I am trying this Method kitchen cleaner spray in Clementine today. Now, smell-wise, it is nice, but if I'm honest, I still think I prefer for the kitchen, my favourite is their multi-surface in pink grapefruit. My favourites are definitely the pink grapefruit and the wild rhubarb for sure. Having said that, today I'm also going to try the Method granite and marble cleaner, because obviously we've got granite countertops. Let's see if this is any better. Now, it's said to smell like apples, but have you ever had apple flavour fizzy chewits, which are kind of like a sweet flavoured apple? Like, obviously it's sweet as opposed to apple. That's what it smells like. It smells like apple fizzy chewits. So if you like that, then by all means go for this. It is nice on the granite. It does bring them up nicely. Is it any better than the multi-surface? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth having this as well as the multi-surface. Let me report back. Let me keep using it for a few days and report back. Because at the moment, although it is bringing the countertops up nicely, so does the other one. So I don't know if it's worth investing in all the different types. I'm now going to clean the children's toy kitchen, and I'm using the Clementine kitchen cleaner again, because it is a kitchen. It's in my kitchen. It is a kitchen. And this really gets neglected and not cleaned that much too. Next, I'm going to do something else that I don't do often enough, which is, oh my goodness, look at that. Pull out the table. Now, the table gets vacuumed underneath all the time. You wouldn't have thought it looking at that, but it doesn't get pulled out as often as it should. So it gets daily, vacuums around the chairs and under it, but you can't really see what you're doing unless you pull it all out. And this bit of the floor is so grim and gross. I'm down on my hands and knees wiping it, because just mopping it isn't going to cut it. And I do feel like you can kind of get a really good clean by sometimes just actually wiping it as if it was a countertop. I will get the floor cleaner mop thing out as well. That's a little tiny bit of AstroTurf, by the way, in case you're wondering what that is, which we used to wipe our feet on. And we had our garden AstroTurfed when my husband did it, which was the best thing ever, by the way, because it's like carpet outdoors. But we did keep that little strip just to wipe feet on the way in. Next job is to just finish vacuuming the rest of the kitchen. Now this bit, because obviously it's like an open space, is much easier to clean, less stuff to pull out and what have you, but still gets full of crumbs and things. And then I'm just going to wipe around the bin and the edge of the what are they even called, skirting boards, and under the units and that kind of thing before mopping. So I think once the edges are done, you've really given them a blooming good wipe. The mopping, or this, it's 1-2 spray, isn't it? It's called the Vileda 1-2 spray, with a little bit of Zoflora in it, diluted with water, and this makes this floor smell great. It's much less, not messy, because mopping isn't messy, is it? But it makes the floor less wet. It dries quicker than using a traditional mop. It's just a lot quicker. We're now in the laundry room and giving the whole countertops a spray and doing the floor. And then as I'm using dirty cloth, they're going into my old nappy bucket, as well as my Vileda 1-2 spray cover thing is going into the old nappy bucket to be washed and disinfected and sanitized with the cloths too. So that is the laundry room done. I know it won't stay super tidy for long, because obviously I have more laundry to do, but at least it's clean and tidy. And the kitchen done. Like I said, the kitchen wasn't that untidy, it was just really needed cleaning, and it is now nice and clean, and that makes me happy, because like I said, it's downstairs, it's where people hang out if they come and visit. So if we have visitors now, it's going to be okay. Now for some more laundry, to mess up my laundry room. I'm just emptying out the machine, splitting things into things that go into the dryer and things that do not go into the dryer. The things that do not go into the dryer have to go upstairs to go into my airing cupboard, where they get hung up to dry. Just running those things upstairs, deal with that later. And as you can see, the hall is, pretty clean and tidy now. It is respectable, so that the lounge, the downstairs loo and the kitchen all sorted. It's time to tackle the playroom. Now, as you know, I'm a big fan of getting the children involved whenever possible. It is not the quickest way of getting things done, but I do believe that it doesn't do them any harm to help to tidy up, especially when it is their own mess. And the playroom is very much their own mess. So is it quicker to do it myself? Probably. Is it good for them to learn to all muck in and tidy up? Yes, definitely. Are they going to enjoy it? Sometimes sometimes they do, sometimes they make a game, sometimes they're like, not first. But you know, I think it's a good important life lesson for them to learn to tidy up and do kind of age appropriate jobs to help out around the house. So let me know in the comments, do you get your children to help out around the house or not? Anyway, that was my quick as a flash method. Multi-surface is back out to do this room. I'm just dusting the top of the surfaces and things. This room gets vacuumed a lot. It doesn't get dusted as much as it should, if I'm honest, full disclosure. We tidy it up every day. I vacuum it whenever I'm vacuuming the hall. But dusting, you know, there are some rooms that always get all the TLC and some rooms that don't as much. Yeah, this is one of my don't as much, so whoops about that. Anyway, quick as a flash, the playroom is looking a gazillion times better. Okay, it wasn't quick as a flash, I sped that up a lot, but it's done now. On to another room that is a bit of a disaster at the moment, and that is Bella's bedroom. Now, Bella adores having a tidy bedroom. She does not like tidying her bedroom. She is pretty good at keeping it tidy when it is tidy, but I think as soon as it reaches that critical mass of it deteriorates quite fast. I'm also trying to clear a lot of the stuff that belongs up to the attic, and I've left the little ones sort of making a go of Bella's room while I clear this landing. Back in to help them. Now I want in the next house to have enough hanging rail for her to hang up all of her dressing up clothes, but at the moment she just doesn't have enough hanging space. So some of her dressing up clothes go in those boxes. I mean, I don't know, is it better just to keep them in boxes anyway because it's easier than having to hang them up for children? I don't know, let me know in the comments. What's the best kind of dressing up storage and what do you do for your children? Okay, on to folding bedding. This was all the bedding that I brought up from the laundry room from my mass change the bed session, which was, I think, the day before we filmed this. I like to fold bedding away a certain way. I like to fold it in half, then in half again lengthways to make a really long, thin sort of shape, and then sort of the way Marie Kondo folds it on itself over and over to make like a triangle, and then that goes inside the pillowcase. So everything that belongs to the bedding set goes inside one of the pillowcases, and then that way when you go to grab a duvet cover set, you know you've got everything you need there without having to wrestle around for like, where's this pillowcase, where's that gone? And I always like to store the children's bedroom in their own rooms, and that way if in the middle of the night there is a situation where they've been sick or whatever, you need to change their bedding, it's all there for them, but I'm just disturb the rest of the house. Now this is me putting clean pillowcases or cushion covers back on these cushions because Zara weed on them. So that happens sometimes. My bed had been changed the day before, so I'm just straightening it out and then just dusting around along my headboard, that gets dusty, on the TV, all the tops of the surfaces and things, my dressing table, which gets really mucky dusty, and then I'm going to put away these Christmas clothes. So these are packing cubes, I will link them below. And I'm just going to fold away all our Christmas jumpers, Christmas jumper dresses, my sort of t-shirts and things with Christmas on them. All the Christmassy stuff can go away until next year because there is no point in it filling up my wardrobe. I do need to go through my wardrobe, if I'm honest. I've still got some really sort of out of season stuff in there, and definitely when we've moved I need to really make a habit of changing over my wardrobe seasonally so it's not kind of over crammed. And now I'm going to put some stuff away in my wardrobe. So I've got some shoes I'm putting away, and then I've got my comfy, cozy kind of evening-y wear. I have said before, I don't actually wear proper pajamas to bed. I change into like yoga pants and comfy t-shirts and things, and I wear those in the evenings and then to bed. And then, do you know what? If someone shows up in the morning, you're not really in pajamas, you're just in super lazy, comfy, cozy clothes. Trick I picked up when I was pregnant and the midwife used to show up, or when I just had a baby and the midwife used to show up at all hours. Then that is my room vacuumed and looking a lot better. I mean, someone's already sat on the bed since I've straightened it out and mucked it, but never mind, we can live with that, can't we? So I'm now going to vacuum the landing carpet, which gets a bit mucky, lots of footfall around there. You can see the children are tidying up for me in Zara's room and just generally putting things away in boxes. So I'm just getting them all to muck in and team effort it. They've not done a bad job of Bella's room, have they? They've managed to put the toys away. I did all the hanging up stuff. Again, next house I want to make sure that the children have got hanging rails they can access so they can hang up their own stuff. Now I am dusting, look at all the dust coming off there, the stairs that go up to the top floor, and then I'm just going to re-vacuum all the dust that I just threw onto the carpet. Now the children have sort of tidied the floor in Zara's room. I'm going to straighten out the bedding. The bedding was changed yesterday, so that doesn't need change, it just needs straightening out. And the floor needs vacuuming. I'm running out of time. You can see the curtains are closed. It is because it is dark now. Children's bedroom is fast approaching, so I have not actually dusted in Zara's room. That'll have to wait for another day, but it's been tidied, it has been vacuumed, the bedroom has been straightened out, and the bedding is tidy, so she is ready for bed. So yes, I was being super thorough downstairs, and now it is taking me an eternity to get through the house. So the girls' rooms are tidy, just not quite as thoroughly cleaned as downstairs. But you know, sometimes as a mum you've got to make decisions on what's important and what you can manage to achieve during the day. Up in Will's room, I just did a couple of his surfaces, his desk and his table, just so they've been really cleaned. I haven't done his mirrored wardrobe. I haven't gone like dusting all around his Lego because that would take a whole day just by itself. But I have tidied up his bed and vacuumed his floor. Now this is a big pile of jeans and things that William has ejected from his room. They are too small, or they've got holes in the knees, whatever, and they need to be donated. The ring light finally made it as far as my office where it belongs, and I can just dust on top of some of these Calyx units. Again, this is a bit of a neglected area. It gets done last because it's only, you know, myself that comes up here and Will really. So it doesn't get as dirty, but therefore it doesn't get cleaned as much either. Just vacuuming round the landing, which has just been in desperate need of doing, and then we're into my office. Now, my office has been a proper dumping ground over Christmas. I am putting away the last of the Christmas stuff. I've got like a Christmas cupboard behind the door, so I'm putting away the Christmas Eve boxes in case the elf wants to fill those up again next year, if the children are good. And then I'm putting away the wrapping paper into that suit carrier that is hanging in that Christmas cupboard. If you're not storing your wrapping paper already, if you're not storing it in a suit carrier, then go and do it immediately. It's a game changer. And then I'm using my method. I'm loving the lavender today. I'm loving a bit of lavender. It's making my hair smell nice. So it'll make my desk smell nice. I am wiping over this table that the children use when they do come up to my office with me. I normally work downstairs if I've got them with me, but when they do come up with me, they sit there and do some colouring and things. And then giving the place a little vacuum over, and that's the top floor done. The time is really getting on now. The office is done, the top landing is done, Will's bedroom is done, and Will is actually going to sleep in his bedroom. You can see him there in the darkness. So now I am getting pretty exhausted by this point and sort of losing the will to live a little bit. By this point, my hips are actually hurting again. I had that weird SPD thing when I was pregnant, which sort of made all my hips and everything feel kind of too loose. And I must admit, after having that 4 times, my hips have never really recovered. When I do loads and loads of cleaning, it kind of hurts. So totally random and not really cleaning related, but that's what's going on. So I am actually using, don't know if you caught it very quickly there, the Method bathroom cleaner, the one that smells like mint. Not especially because it's better than the multi-surface. I've tried using clean the bathroom with this, clean the bathroom with the multi-surface. So I feel they do an equally good job. But although I won't buy it again because I prefer the smells of the others, I may as well use it up because I don't dislike it. I just don't love it like I love the other ones. I love the other ones. I love the lavender, I love the pink grapefruit, and I love the wild rhubarb anti-bac cleaner. It's just giving the toilet a good old clean with the cloth before I chuck that in wash. And then I don't really have time to fully clean the children's shower, so I'm just spritzing it down. This is the Method Daily Shower Cleaner. It's like a spray and leave kind of shower cleaner, and then that is their bathroom done. I will make sure next time I clean their bathroom that I give the shower a really good scrub, but for today it's just gonna have to do. You know, some days you just have to accept that'll have to do. And on to our ensuite bathroom. First job to pull out all the towels and then start up high with the glass cleaner, the Method glass cleaner, it smells like mint, and then the Method bathroom cleaner, it smells like mint, with my little This isn't a Minky, this is a Minky equivalent pad. I have got a whole video all about the different cleaning pads that I use and comparing them, like a little review, compare and contrast. I will link that in the cards now. So doing the sink, the windowsill, just wiping around this area of floor, which is really grimy, grubby, disgusting, wiping over the scales, and then onto the loo, and I'm planning to clean the shower while I'm in the shower, which I'm about to take a shower as soon as I finish filming this video. I am starting today's power hour, as I pretty much always do, by getting a load of washing on, and that is because the washing machine is working while I'm working, and then at the end of the power hour I can swap the laundry around if it's finished, so it's a win-win situation. Now what I'm actually doing here is I'm getting on a load of bedding and towels, and I'm adding a scoop of Mio Fresh, which is a nappy sanitizer, but it sanitizes whatever you put in your wash. And when I use the powder nappy sanitizer, I do use a little scoop of Fairy Non-Bio and some of those Unstoppables to make my laundry smell lovely. I do normally use Method for the rest of my laundry, but I switch back to the powder when I am using stuff that needs to be sanitized. Now time to empty the dryer and put in the bits that need drying, not forgetting the fluff filter, people, because otherwise A, your machine doesn't work efficiently, and B, it's a fire risk by all accounts. So do not forget the fluff filter. And yes, I'm pretty sure that's the very official name of what it's called. I'm just grabbing some cleaning supplies, including some of these dusters. Zara likes them for doing dustering, and I need to put those back on my Vileda 1-2 spray thingy. Now I'm actually going to put these towels in here. I'm going to fold them ready to take upstairs. Now during my power hours, you'll notice you can either kind of go deep or go wide. It's only an hour, so you cannot expect to do everything. So sometimes I do one room, I can give the bathroom like a really, really intense clean, but for today we're going wide. So I'm doing a little bit of cleaning. I'm going to start by the front door, obviously after the laundry, and I'm going to work as far through the house in an hour as I can, just straightening everything up. Now I am going to do the windows on the front door, which I don't do that often, not nearly as often as I should anyway. And I'm going to give them a clean with this Method glass cleaner because they just look a bit gross and minging. And this obviously isn't filming very well because, you know, I'm sort of filming into the light, but you can get the gist of it. I am giving these windows a bit of a clean because they're the first impression when you come to our house, and there's no point in them being grubby and a bit gross, is there? So getting those wiped over, and this stuff does smell nice. This is probably the nicest smelling glass cleaner that I've used. It's kind of like a minty-ish smell, not offensive. I'm not fussed on the ones that smell like vinegar. So now the hall, I've kind of done the dusting, or the dustering as Zara likes to call it. I am going to vacuum. I haven't dusted, you know, I could have gone all around if I was doing like an intense deep clean of this room, I could have gone all around the skirting boards and things, but this is just, like I said, I like a sort of a gentle tidying and cleaning throughout as many rooms as I can get through in my hour, starting at the front door and working through the house in order of sort of priority, I guess, or the order you'd walk through if you were visiting for the first time. So the entrance hall, even if Zara interrupted me now and I couldn't do any more, at least I've done the entrance hall. At least the first impression of the house is looking nice. So when I come home, I think, it's lovely and clean, and then hopefully my family respect it and don't make a mess. You know, we can but live and dream, can't we? So once I have finished vacuuming the hall, again, I'm not like going massively deep, I'm not pulling everything out and like I sometimes sort of do a really deep clean. This is a quick power hour. I'm going to tidy away the shoes. This little shelf is fab for shoes, but my family seem to think that just slinging the shoes in with their eyes shut is the best way to put the shoes away, and it's not, people, it's not. So now I'm going to fold the toilet paper and I just pressed it into the end of the tap, and it just makes it look neat, doesn't it? So I'm now not doing a proper clean. I'm using the towel trick, which is I'm about to change the towels for clean ones. I'm just going to damp the end of it and wipe around the sink with it, because let's face it, if you're going to change a towel anyway, you may as well wipe around with it. I'm going to stick a little capful of Zoflora down the loo and just wipe around with a loo brush, and then also stick a capful of Zoflora in the loo brush holder thingy to disinfect it. And then I'm just going to vacuum around the floor, because this floor mostly gets kind of like bits of shoes all over the floor because it's where the shoes are stored. So I'm just going to give this a really quick once over with the vacuum cleaner, and then I am going to head into our lounge, which the curtains haven't even been opened yet. Open up the curtains, and then I'm going to head into the kitchen and tidy up where Zara had breakfast, and just do a little bit of tidying up, putting the bibs away, and then I'm going to grab my Method Anti-Bac. My Method Anti-Bac smells like wild rhubarb and it smells amazing. Now, I often forget to spray this and leave it for 5 minutes, so I'm going to spray from one end of the kitchen to the other and then go back. I'm not sure if that's a full 5 minutes, but it's better than I normally manage. This stuff, I just can't tell you how good it smells, honestly. It smells divine. So I'm giving all the surfaces a little wipe over with that. Now, officially, I did discover this really recently. I've been using this on my granite worktops, which are black granite worktops. So they're blacks, they're probably quite, I don't know, robust. But I've been using this for ages, and it does say on the bottle you're not supposed to use it on granite. So whoopsie. As you can see, it's not done any harm to the black granite. But we have got new white quartz in the new house, so I'm a bit scared to use it on that because obviously if it's white, can it discolour a bit more than the sort of super hardy black granite? So I don't know. If anyone's got white quartz worktops, what do you use to clean them? What is safe to use on them rather? And I'm just a bit nervous. As much as I love the smell of this one, I might just use it everywhere in the house other than on the new white quartz. Now to vacuum around the kitchen. I don't know if I'm going to have time today to mop the floor. I normally use my Veleda 1-2 spray on it, which I love, and I do use that quite frequently, but today I really want to get through the house. So rather than doing the vacuuming and then the spraying, I think I'm just going to leave that for another day to try and get around some more rooms. Now into the laundry room. There you go. So that's my Veleda 1-2 spray. I normally would do the floors with that as well, but I'm just going to stick the thing on for next time I want to grab it, and I'll do that perhaps later in the day after my power hour or tomorrow. Just putting a few bits and pieces away from the laundry room, and I'm going to spray the stuff that's not supposed to go on the granite. So just be warned, just read the bottle and use your own judgment. It's not damaged my black granite, but I wouldn't like to say what it would do to other things. I don't know, because that's what it says on the bottle. So if anyone that works for Method can let me know, I'd be really grateful. Anyway, we're just in the playroom now, tidying up, sorting out the cushions because it just looks like a right mess. Zara's helping. Look how helpful she is, little darling. She's actually helping now by dustering, as she said. She's just out shot. Dustering the table. I have asked her to get down from the table so she doesn't fall off, but she does love these little fluffy dusters that I picked up in a recent haul, and I've had some different versions of them for years. She loves them. Honestly, she thinks they're better than toys sometimes. So now that's the playroom sort of straightened up and tidied. I'm just going to vacuum over the playroom. The playroom doesn't get too messy from like a bits point of view. We don't have shoes in the house, and I don't let them eat in there. So it gets perhaps a bit of dust or whatever, but it doesn't get too sort of bitty. The floor doesn't get too bad in there. It gets a lot of like mess that needs tidying, but it doesn't get too dirty. Now for the stairs. The stairs do get a lot of traffic, very high traffic area. The worst thing I find about the stairs is bits of black off people's socks, like bits of sock fluff all over the stairs. So that's what I've been vacuuming off there. And now we're up on the we're on the floor between the first floor and the attic, and I'm dusting off these stairs. Look at the disgusting dust coming off there. So I'm dusting those off with a fluffy duster, and then I'm just going to vacuum up all the dust that's gone all over the floor in a second when I get the vacuum out. Now our bed was sort of made this morning, just straightening that up a little bit, tidying up around my dressing table, putting away the towels that I carried up. They go into my airing cupboard, which is just in my ensuite bathroom, which is that door I have just disappeared into. And then just tidying away a few bits that have been dumped in my bedroom, because apparently my family think it's a really good idea to dump loads and loads of things in my bedroom. It's not, people, it's not a good idea, but that's what happens anyway. Never mind. So just tidying away, and then I think I'm grabbing the vacuum. Yes, I am. There it is. Grabbing the vacuum cleaner and doing this. This is again a high traffic area because the children don't like to go and wee in their own bathroom. They like to traipse through our bedroom and go and wee in our bathroom. So there is a lot of traffic going between our door and our ensuite from all our children liking to use that bathroom rather than their own. So I'm now going to grab all of the towels, and yes, do you know what I'm going to do before I replace that towel? I'm going to take the towel, because it's not stinking dirty, it just needs, you know, changing, and I'm just going to wipe around everything. I'm going to wipe bits of toothpaste that people have dribbled all over their toothbrushes, and wipe around the shelves, wipe around the sink before I chuck it in the wash, because, you know, why not? It needs washing anyway. I'm just going to take another section of the towel, and I just wipe the windowsill as well. Now into Bella's room. She's gone to school. My husband has done the school run this morning, and I am tidying. So I'm opening up her curtains, folding her blankets, putting her dollies away. She's got a lot of dollies. She likes her dollies. I think they were having a dolly tea party or a dolly hospital or something, so they were in the wrong place. And I'm folding all these blankets, or blankies as she likes to call them. And the girls love playing with blankets. They make tents out of them, make dens out of them. They put the dollies under them. Honestly, blankies and dusters are sort of their favourite toys at the moment. So that's Bella's room looking a bit tidier. Now I'm going to vacuum the landing, including the manky dust that I threw all down the stairs with the duster. And I'm getting towards the end of my power hour now, but I have sort of covered quite a large amount of rooms in my house. And look, we're taking a towel, wiping the windowsill, wiping it slightly with a damp end, then with the dry end, and then wiping around the sink with another part of the towel before it all goes in the wash. I do feel like if I've collected all the towels up and I've replaced them with fresh towels, everything looks clean, even if all I've done is wipe around the sink. But this is a power hour, and like I said, you can go deep. So I could have spent the hour like really deep cleaning one of these rooms, or I can spend the hour running around the whole house, sort of freshening up each room. So that's what I'm doing. Zara has been a very good girl, sitting there in her bed and not actually making a massive mess like she normally does. So, oh look, she's going to duster again. What a good girl. She likes dustering. And now upstairs to William's room, who, that's his effort of making his bed. May need to work on that, but, you know, better than nothing. Putting away some clothes he's left out, just having a little tidy around. I find he will actually keep his room so much nicer if it's tidy to start with. If it's tidy, in fact all of them, if they've got a tidy room, they're far more likely, other than Zara, who just enjoys taking things out, to keep it tidy. And as you'll know, if you've watched any of my other Power Hour videos, the very first thing I always like to do is put on a load of laundry. Now I will admit, I did that before I started filming, so sorry I missed that out of filming. Whoops, but I have done it. So the next thing I'm going to do today is to start putting away stuff in my bedroom. I do find that when life gets busy, I think the things that get neglected mostly are my bedroom. So like everyone else's laundry perhaps would be put away, and then maybe mine wouldn't. Maybe mine would be the one left in a basket. So I'm folding away my own laundry, them in leggings and pants and bras and all sorts of socks and things, and putting them away in my drawer because they have been in a basket. I do like to keep little baskets of things inside my drawers to keep them organised. I like all my socks you just saw. And then I like to Marie Kondo fold my stuff. So you can see I am sort of folding them into thirds. If you've seen the way that I do this, it's kind of, you fold them in half and then you fold them into like parcels, like little triangles. I don't know if I'm explaining that right, but you can see what I'm doing anyway. So you fold it in on itself in thirds, and then you fold it sort of lengthways and lengthways again, so it makes these little triangle parcels, and it just makes it really easy to store things in drawers. It makes it easy to find things in drawers, and it just means your drawers look neater. And do you know what? Neat drawers make me happy. I feel like if my drawers are neat, then my life feels more organised. Don't know if that's just me. That could entirely be just me. Anyway, so I'm putting all this stuff in my drawers. I do find more stuff fits in the drawers as well if I fold things like this. You will see I did an organising my closet if you're in America, or wardrobe if you're here in the UK video before. I will link that up in the cards now actually. Now the other place that gets troublesome is my landing, because things get dumped on it, and this is what's happened. So the children had been dressing up in things, then that had all been dumped on the landing. Things get dumped over the banister. So what I've done is I've just put it all on my bed, and I'm going to sort it out from here. Now a lot of this stuff is coats. You would see I did this, I think this was Instagram stories actually rather than one of my YouTube videos. I emptied out, we've got a load of coat racks in the downstairs loo, and it was just overrun. The coats were just exploding out of that, and I realised half the coats are kind of summery lightweight coats we weren't even wearing. So I've brought them all upstairs to hang up in wardrobes so that there's a bit more space downstairs and it's a bit less chaotic, and then we can pull those coats out again in the summer when we need them. But for now, they can go away and be out of sight, out of mind. I'm going to hang up all the girls' dressing up stuff. When we move to the new house, I do want them to have rails within their wardrobes that they can reach to get their own dressing up stuff, and do you know what, then they can put it away themselves as well. But at the moment, all the girls' hanging rails are really high up, they can't reach them. So if you are organising, you're like redesigning your children's rooms for any reason or buying them wardrobes, do consider getting them hanging rails they can reach themselves. It will be life-changing. So now I'm just putting away towels, all the stuff that has been brought up from the laundry. All my laundry gets sorted downstairs, as you know, if you've seen any of my laundry routine videos. It all gets sorted downstairs. So when it comes upstairs, it's ready to go away. It's just a case of putting it away, which is what I'm doing now. But like I said, it's been Christmas period, we've had loads on, there's been loads of illness and stuff, and I've just found the house has just got on top of me. There's not been as much time to get things away. Let me know in the comments, do you find this too, that when your house gets on top of you, it's like the more of a pit it becomes, the less respectful everyone is of it, and just the worse it becomes. Whereas when it's really tidy, my family are less inclined to just dump things in a nice clear empty space. If there is already mess, they will dump more stuff on top of it. Perhaps that's just my family, but let me know. So just hanging the rest of this stuff up in Bella's room. Bella's got a bigger wardrobe than Zara, so she has all the dressing up stuff and all the tutus in hers, but as you can see, it's really high up. They can't reach that at all, so they can't get it out by themselves, they can't put it away by themselves. But next house, that's been rectified. They're having rails that can reach themselves. So now William's stuff I do just hang on his gate, ready to go up to his room. Now we are downstairs, we are emptying out the stuff that I put on this morning that I didn't film because I forgot to, so sorry about that. This is my laundry sorting system I was talking about. So as stuff comes out of the dryer, there's a box for each family member and the stuff goes into there. Now today, because it is Sunday, I want to make sure everything's ready for the week. So stuff gets put into mine, into my husband's, into whichever box. And then each of the children's, especially, because theirs are quite full, my husband's not too bad. Each of the children's baskets are going to be emptied into a basket. So each of their black boxes, rather, are going to be emptied into a basket and then given to each child in their rooms. The boys will put their own stuff away totally. The girls will need a bit of help, because Zara's 2 and Bella's 4. It is quicker to just do it myself, and as my husband is looking after the children today, I'm not really involving them as much because I really just need to get it done. I'm a big fan of making sure the children get involved, but sometimes and I don't do this much, I just got to do it myself because it's quicker. So today, not getting them involved as much as normal. Now, as I'm about to carry all this stuff upstairs, I've just noticed these coats were out. They were out because they couldn't have been put away because they were soggy yesterday. They were out to dry. I don't like putting wet coats away with the other coats. I just think it will cause all damp and all sorts of problems. So I'd left those coats out to dry and I have just slung them back in the downstairs coat hook kind of area. So now it is time to put away some stuff. Like I said, I normally, even though Zara is not capable of putting away her own stuff, I normally get her to sort of notionally help me, but today it's just got to get done. So this is some of her stuff, her tights. I like to roll up her tights into like little parcels so they're easier to find. I used to just sling them all in, but then I couldn't find anything. Now Zara's pyjama drawer was super duper organised, but as you can see, it's looking a bit of a mess, as is the rest of her room, by the way, yikes. But the reason her pyjama drawer is a mess is because when I put her to bed, she quite often gets out of her bed, takes out some new pyjamas and changes them, which means she makes a mess of the drawer, but never mind. So Zara's room is a disgusting tip because the children got up this morning and played in there and made some sort of den all over the floor with all of her stuff. And yes, I normally make them help me, but this has just got to get done today. I'm really out of time. I've got lots of stuff to do later. I just want to get it done. So I'm folding up these blankets. Top tip, Zara's tent does get stuff dumped in it. It's a good place to hide stuff. The children love playing in there, but if you're doing a really quick tidy up, you just want it to be tidy quite quickly. Oh, by the way, I just want to show you this. This is the TB box. There's like a little Lego box that the children have. It doesn't have to be just for Lego, but the children love those. I will link those in the description below because they are fab. They're really good for traveling and stuff. Anyway, I'm folding away these blankets, or blankies as the girls now insist on calling them. They can say blankets, but they decide they want to call them blankies instead, and I haven't got the energy to fight them. So I'm now hanging some stuff up in Zara's wardrobe. I'm pulling out a couple of things. I mean, that is like a popper-up vest thing, why is that still in her wardrobe? She's been potty trained for a good while. She can't wear those, it's ridiculous. So putting those things away, make some space to hang up. I do need to do yet another declutter of the girls' wardrobes, really. But that'll have to be another day, not this power hour. Tidying up her dollies, which again have been left a bit of a mess, and picking up all the bits I just slung out of her room. So there, her room is now looking not too hideous. Now I can hang up all the stuff that I organised and hung up, you know, the coats and things, the coats I hang on hangers, and then these baskets that have been, some of the baskets are stuff that have been collected from the house, some of the baskets of washing that have been brought upstairs. And look, I found yet more stuff that belongs in Zara's room. See, that pyjama drawer really needs pulling out and sorting out, but she is a nightmare. Honestly, she thinks pyjamas are just dressing up clothes, and she likes to change them several times a night. Sometimes she is so funny. So that's her tights sorted, and then these other bits and pieces belong in these drawers over here. So she's got a drawer for skirts, a drawer for kind of the top drawers, just like leggings and things. She doesn't have many leggings. She tends to prefer skirts to leggings, otherwise she whinges that her socks feel funny. And then all these baskets I have emptied. See, all of those baskets were full of stuff and I'd emptied them out. So that's a win. Now I'm going to sort out the swimming stuff. Now I do this on the weekend, even though they don't swim till Wednesday. I like to Marie Kondo, that's not what it's called, it's called KonMari, but Marie Kondo fold the towels, which are into thirds and then over and over again. Can you see? I'm not describing it very well, but you can see what I'm doing. You can see that, can't you? And then I put the stuff to actually swim in, that goes in separately. And then I make these little parcels of dressing gowns. You could do the same with onesies, I guess, but they wear pyjamas when they get out of the pool. I fold their socks and their pants into the pyjamas and then fold that into the dressing gowns and tuck them all away. The reason I like doing this is when they get out of the pool, I can just hand them each a parcel to change into, not like, where are my pants, where are my socks, I can't find, you know, you get the picture. It's much, much easier. And then all of that stuff, it basically goes from the washing machine into one basket and then gets put directly, folded neatly into that swimming bag. Now it's time to tackle the children's bathroom, which if you can see through that glass shelf, you can see it is really skanky, full of toothpaste. My children are incapable of not getting skanky toothpaste all over the sink and all over the shelf for that matter. Their bathroom gets dirty. Well, there's twice as many of them. There's 4 of them that use that bathroom. My husband and I use the ensuite, but it probably gets dirty about 1,000,000 times quicker than ours, just as a guesstimate. So I'm just using a bit of the Method Cleaner bathroom stuff. I don't dislike the smell of this Method Cleaner bathroom stuff, but I love the ones I use in the kitchen, the pink grapefruit and the rhubarb. So I'm using this one, the Method Bathroom Cleaner, just to use it up because I don't dislike it. I'm using it up, but I won't buy it again. I will buy the pink grapefruit for really good cleaning properties and the rhubarb for antibacterial properties because they smell divine, just amazingly divine. And having tried them both out, I would say that the pink grapefruit will clean the bathroom just as well as the other one, as like a multi-purpose one. I don't think I need one specifically for the bathroom, especially since I'm not in love with the smell. Like I don't object to it. Let me know if you've tried the Method bathroom cleaners and how you feel they compare to the other ones, cleaning property and smell wise. But personally for me, I think if something smells nice, now this one does smell nice. This is the Method shower spray. So I'm not fully cleaning the shower. This is like, you spray it after you've used the shower kind of spray. So it's like a preventative one. But that's passion fruit, it smells great. These are just toiletries and things that I've bought and haven't been put away because of, lack of time. So I'm just going to give this what is it even called? Windowsill! The windowsill a little wipe over. I've got to say, clear surfaces make the place look clean, don't they? And then I'm just going to clean the toilet last because then this minky that I've used to clean the toilet can be put in the wash. And the wash for cloths and things and nappies is that nappy bucket just next to the toilet because everything that goes into that nappy bucket gets sanitized. I am starting this power hour by setting a timer for an actual hour. You'll probably notice that I don't always do this if you watch my videos, but today I've got stuff to do, I've got lots of work to get on with, so I can only spare an hour. So I'm starting off by just tidying up my dressing table a little bit, putting some bits and pieces away and having a little dust around. I'm not using many chemicals and things in this clean because I've got Zara with me. She's got her own little duster. I always find if you've got a toddler and you give them one of these dusters with a reusable head, they love it. They love feeling like they're involved. So now I'm just using the vacuum to do this bit of my dressing table because it's kind of a fabric bit and things, sort of dust and things cling to it that I can't clean off with anything else. As you can see, Zara's 2. She's getting involved. She loves just being with me while I'm cleaning and feeling like she's helping, and I do feel it's good to get her involved even at a young age. I'm starting with the bathrooms. These are pretty much the only chemicals I'm using. I'm literally going to throw bleach down the loo in the 2 bathrooms. So that was my ensuite, and this is the children's bathroom. I have not got time to fully clean the bathrooms and like properly clean the toilets. So I'm just going to put bleach down the toilet, open the windows to sort of ventilate it, and then the toilet will have a proper clean on another day. It does not need to be done every single day, a full thorough clean. I am going to strip out all the towels out of the bathrooms so that they can go on in a wash, because they all really need doing, and fresh towels makes the bathroom just feel nice and fresh, doesn't it? So I'm going to pop those downstairs and bring up a few bits and pieces, including some clean towels that need to go away and some of these Scrub Buddy cleaning pads. Now I'm just going to give the sink a wipe over with a cleaning pad and water, because I've got Zara with me, so I don't want to be using really harsh chemicals. She's helping me too. I'm literally just wiping off the worst of the kind of toothpaste and things. When I do a full bathroom clean, as you've seen in some of my other videos, then obviously I use lots of different products and things, but do you know what, just an interim job, just a little wipe over with water is really better than doing nothing. And again, it's something that your little ones can help you with. This is the kind of thing you can do while they're in the bath, so you can still be keeping an eye on them and just give a little wipe around the place, and it really just helps keep your home kind of at a level. I've noticed just a little bit of toothpaste for some reason on the towel rail, so I'm wiping that off too, and then putting a nice fresh towel out, and then that bathroom is just looking a bit tidier. I'm going to do exactly the same in our bathroom. Our sink doesn't get nearly as bad because, funnily enough, my husband and I do not spit toothpaste all over the sink, whereas my children do like to spit toothpaste all over the sink and the towel rail, apparently. So a nice fresh towel for my bathroom too, and then I'm just dusting that bit on the top of our headboard gets a bit dusty, so I've dusted that off, and I'm just going to finish making the bed, just sort of smooth it over nicely, and that just instantly looks a lot tidier. I'm picking up all these hangers that the children have used. They got dressed in the mornings. These are the little packets that I use for organising Bella's wardrobe, and her uniform gets put out in them, and the socks and pants get put in there for each day. I'm sure you've seen my morning routine video. If not, I shall pop that up in the cards now, but I find it much easier to put all their uniform out for them. I pack it on the weekends, day by day, and then what I find is that they just grab one hanger with all the things on the hanger. They put on everything that they need to wear in that morning. So that's what those little packets were. Bella's taken her uniform out of them each morning and then just thrown them on the floor in my bedroom. So I have now put those away. Now, to tidy up a little bit in Bella's room, Zara's taking the opportunity to play with some of Bella's toys, because Bella doesn't like Zara touching her stuff when she's home. Bella's in school at the moment, so Zara's been playing with her little castle of toys, so I'm just putting all the figures back before Bella notices really that Zara's been playing with them, and just giving it a little tidy up. There you go, that one's falling off, put it back on. Tidying up the books, just generally giving the place a little straighten up. Bella's room gets in such a mess. She really does get it in such a tip. But then when she comes home and it's tidy, or when she's helped me tidy it and it's nice and tidy, she loves it again. So now to do pretty much the same thing in Zara's room. We only recently got back from the school run, so I've putting away the books, opening the blinds, just straightening up her bed, all the stuff I didn't have a chance to do before we left for school this morning. So I did recently do a proper declutter of Zara's room, which I shall link up in the cards now for you to see. So now the cot is gone. There's a lot more space in her room, and space because there's less furniture, and space because there's less stuff. It's just so much easier to keep tidy. Now to put away some of the soft toys. As you know, I store their soft toys in a bean bag without beans in it. So instead of beans, it's filled with soft toys. And honestly, it's been a lifesaver. hack. If you have lots of soft toys, we were drowning in them. It's a great place to store them. You don't want to have to throw them all away. They want to be able to play with them, but it's a great place to put them out of the way. And then I like to hide stuff in that tent as well, including these blankets. Fold them up. They use them for their bedding. They use them for playing with. They're often having picnics on these blankets or whatever. I don't know. Let me know in the comments. Do your children like playing with blankets? Mine do. They're constantly like, their blanket's a cloak, their blanket's a picnic, and all sorts. Now, to put away these hairbands, they've got a lot of hairbands in all various colours for their outfits, and they're not very good at putting them away. So I've been gathering them all up during this kind of power hour, and as well as hair elastics. They get left everywhere, don't they? So the hair elastics live up in those suitcases up there. And then to hang up some clothes, I hang all my washing that needs to be dried, that doesn't go in the dryer, on a rail in my airing cupboard, and then it ends up getting, when it's dry, put on the doors of whoever it belongs to. So this was already done before today, and we just had washing ready to hang up, so I'm just hanging that up. There's a pair of tights, clean tights. I need to go into Zara's room, give those to Zara to put away. And then all this stuff is just stuff I've bought. This was from the last Tesco order that hasn't been put away yet. So we've got new toilet brushes, and then some toiletries and things. Some of them get stored in my bathroom, so that's mint tea tree shampoo. T2 shampoo is kind of nit repelling shampoo, so I quite like buying that because I hope it naturally fends off nits. I'm not a fan of nits. But the children do like to rub heads with other children and bring them home, don't they? And then the flash lives in my cleaning stash in my airing cupboard, and then these other bits need to go into the children's bathroom. Then we've got some towels. I store all my towels in these baskets. I find them easier to keep kind of under control. They become a bit unruly and all explode or out, burst out all over the place if they're not in these baskets. But if I kind of KonMari fold them into those baskets, it's easier to keep it neat and tidy. These are the girls' dressing up costumes we bought in our little shop it with me and haul video, which I will link up in the cards now. And they just haven't been put away yet. And then cardigans just end up taken off and slung over the banister, so I'm tidying those away and hanging those back up in the girls' rooms now. And then it's just a few bits and pieces left out on the landing which need to go away. Some soft toys, the TV box, which in fact I think I put that away once. Did Zara just grab that and bring that out again? I think she did. And then I'm going to grab my cordless Dyson, switch the nozzle over and vacuum the landing. This is kind of a high traffic area, so it does pick up bits of fluff from socks and all sorts. What is Zara doing with her cardigan? That's a very funny way to take off your cardigan, darling. Right, so now nearly done. We're reaching the end of the power hour. Time is a ticking. I'm now going to just go over the floor in the girls' bedrooms because I've tidied up in there, so you can actually see the floor now. Good opportunity to vacuum. It's not kind of a deep clean, as you can see. I'm literally doing the middle of the floor, the high traffic areas. When I'm doing a deeper clean of the rooms, I pull everything out, go behind the bed, go behind the tents. Not today. Today it's all about just keeping it quick, keeping it easy. Now it's time to go downstairs and do a few more bits and pieces towards the end of this hour. Zara, as you can see, has been with me the whole time. She really enjoys getting involved and helping, or she thinks she's helping anyway, that's the main thing. Now just to put away some bits, that's a nappy bucket, which I now just use for sort of dirty microfiber cloths and cheeky wipes. They're baby wipes, so that I use for hands and faces and things. And I'm folding up some of these microfiber cloths that have come out of the wash. I do like to KonMari fold them into thirds and then fold them into these little triangle parcels. I find it's a nice way to store them. I can see what I've got to keep them all tidy, and then they go into one of these baskets in my laundry room in that shelving unit behind those doors. I do have quite a lot of these. I find that if you've got lots of them, then you're never going to run out of them. It doesn't matter if you haven't had a chance to wash them all yet. So now I'm just on to Zara's night nappies. She only has one nappy a day now, and that's for night time, which is one over her knickers at nap time rather. But she very, very rarely wets that. So one proper nappy a day now, and that's while she's sleeping. So my cloth nappy washing has gone down a lot. These are my cloth baby wipes that we just kind of use for hands and faces now. Putting a few other bits away. Bin bags have been left out. And then I think it's time to wipe down the surface. I'm going to use this Method Anti-Bac cleaner, which I've recently discovered. This smells like wild rhubarb. I don't think I like the smell of rhubarb, but it smells amazing. And once you've wiped the surfaces with it, the smell really lingers. You can wipe the surfaces and go out and, oh look, time is done. Anyway, what I was trying to say is you could wipe the surfaces and go out and come back and they would still smell amazing. So I know the time is done, but I am just going to finish what I'm currently doing, and I am going to shove a wash on because this stuff needs to come out of the machine. I don't like to leave soggy washing in there for longer than I have to. And I'm going to split it into a basket of stuff to go in the tumble dryer. The dryer is still on, so I can't put it straight in the dryer. And then the basket on the right is stuff that doesn't go in the dryer, like bras, like this sort of catkiss and dress with tulle on it, which you see I washed in this this kind of zip bag to stop any velcro or anything damaging it. My leggings, tunics, things like that I do not put in the tumble dryer, partly because they shrink them, but mostly because it just really wears the fabric. It makes them look kind of bobbly and the colours go funny. And anyway, anything that might wear unnecessarily doesn't go in the tumble dryer. And then I'm just going to throw a load of towels in because I did have the towels that I brought down from upstairs, and I want to make sure they go in the wash. Now there you go, I've overloaded that washing machine a bit. I have a tendency to do that. It's like quite big, but if you put too many towels in at once, they get really, really heavy when they're wet. They don't wash properly. So I am just gonna not overload it, because my washing machine does make horrendous noises if I overload it, especially with towels, especially big thick ones like that. They get really, really heavy when they're wet. So now I'm going to just grab my Fairy, which is my go-to powder. I'm going to shove a scoop of that in, and then I'm going to actually add a scoop of nappy sanitizer, because I've still got loads of this left over from when I was washing a gazillion cloth nappies, but it's nice to kind of really sanitize the towels in the wash.
Thank you so much for watching. If you have liked this video, please give it a massive thumbs up. Do not forget to subscribe, hit the bell to be notified when I post new videos every Tuesday, Thursday and Sunday at 7 PM. My latest video is just here, and if you would like to watch more speed cleans, they are just down here. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.